Chapter 27. The Return to Urth. I had not been certain Bergandofera and I would be lovers, but we were assigned a single cabin, one perhaps a tenth the size of the stateroom I had occupied on my final night aboard the ship, and when I embraced and disrobed her she did not object. I found her less skilful far than Gunny, though of course no virgin. How strange to think that Gunny and I had lain together only once. Her younger self told me afterward that no man had treated her gently before, kissed me for it, and fell asleep in my arms. I had never thought myself a temperate lover. I lay awake for some time, meditating upon it and listening, as once I had promised myself I would, to the centuries dashed against the hull. Or perhaps they were merely years, the years of my life. I had thought at first when I felt my mended leg beneath me, and later when I had shaved my strange new face in the stateroom, that they had somehow been lifted from me, as Gunny had hoped hers would be lifted from her. Now I understood that it was not so. It was only that the damage done by some nameless Asian's spear, by Age's palmed claws and the blood-bat's teeth, had been undone. I was the man I would have been without those, and perhaps other, wounds, and thus it was that my face was the face of that strange being, for what being can be stranger than oneself, or act more inexplicably? I was Apu-Punchau, whom I had seen resurrected in the stone town. To me it had seemed youth, and it left me mourning for the years I might have had. Perhaps some day I will board Zadkiel's ship once more, to search for true youth, as Gunny has. But if I am carried to Yasad again, I will remain there if I am suffered to do so. In centuries, perhaps, that air might wash the years from me. As I contemplated them, and the few that came before them, it seemed to me that my acts toward women had depended not upon my will, but upon their attitude toward me. I had been brutal enough with a Kaibet Thekla of the House Azure, then as mild and clumsy as any untouched boy with a real Thekla in her cell. Fevered at first with Dorcas, quick and clumsy with Jolenta, whom I might have been said to have raped, though I believed then, and believe still, that she wished it. Of Valeria, I have said too much already. Yet it cannot be thus for all men, since many act in the same way toward all women, and it may not even be so for me. I dozed, thinking of all these things, and woke to find myself upon my other side, and Bergandofera no longer in my arms. Dozed again, woke again, and rose, unable to sleep more, and longing, though I could not have said why, for a glimpse of the white fountain. As quietly as I could, I put on the necklace and made my way on deck. The endless night of the void was almost vanquished. The shadows of the masts, and my own shadow too, seemed drawn upon the planks in the blackest paint, and the old sun had grown from a faint star to a disk as large as Lune. His light made the white fountain appear farther and weaker than ever. Urth had ceased to streak across his crimson face, but hung just beyond the bowsprit, spinning like a top. The officer of the watch came to speak to me, telling me I had better go below. Not, I think, because I was in any actual danger, but because it made him uneasy to have someone on deck who was not under his command. I told him I would, but that I wanted an interview with the captain of this vessel, and that my companion and I were hungry. Bergandofera appeared while we were talking, saying that she had felt the same urge as I, though I think in her case it was in fact no more than a desire to look about and see the ship again, before she left all such ships forever. She sprang up a mast, which so distracted the officer that I thought he might actually do her some harm. Had he not been a hierarchal, I would have laid hands on him, and as it was, I was forced to stand between them when a party of sailors had brought her down. We argued with him until our air grew foul, mostly for the sport of it, on my part, and hers too, I think, then went below docilely enough, found the galley, and ate like two children, laughing and recounting our adventures. The captain, not another masked hierarchal, but a man who appeared to be an ordinary human being, visited us in our cabin a watch or so afterward. I told him I had talked to no one in authority since Zadkiel had left me, and that I hoped to get instructions from him. He shook his head. "I've none to give you." I feel sure Zodkir will have arranged for you to know all you need to.
Bergendorfer interjected, "He's got to bring the new sun," adding when I glanced at her, "Gunny told me."
Can you? The captain asked. I tried to explain that I did not know, that I could feel the white fountain as if it were a part of me, and that I had been trying to bring it closer, but that it did not seem to move. "What is it?" he asked. Then, seeing my expression, "No, I really don't know. I was told nothing except that I was to take you and this woman to Urth and land you safely north of the ice." "It's a star, I think, or something like one." "Then it's too massive to move the way we do. When you're on Earth, you'll no longer be moving in the Uranic sense. Perhaps then it will come for you."
Bergendorfer asked, "Won't it take a long time for a star to get to Earth?"
He nodded. "Centuries at least. But I really understand nothing about it, a great deal less than your friend here must. If it's part of him, he must feel it, as he tells us he does." "I do. I feel it's distant."
As I spoke, I seemed to be standing again before the windows of Master Ash, looking out at the endless plains of ice. Possibly, in some sense, I had never left them. I said, "Could it be that the new sun will come only after our race is gone? Would Zodkil play such a trick on us?" "No, Zodkil doesn't play tricks, though she may seem to. Tricks are for solipsists, who think everything will pass away." He stood. "You wanted to ask me questions. I don't blame you, but I've no answers. Would you like to go on deck and watch us land? It's the only real gift I can give you." Bergendorfer looked bewildered and asked, "So soon?"
I confess I felt so myself. "Yes, pretty soon now. I've got a few supplies for you, mostly food. Will you want weapons beside your knives? I can give them to you if you need them." I asked, "Do you advise it?" "I don't advise anything. You know what you have to do. I don't." "Then I'll take none," I said. "Bergendorfer may decide for herself."
"No," she said, "neither will I."
"Then come," the captain told us, and this time it was a command and not an invitation. We put on the necklaces and followed him out onto the deck. Our ship skimmed high above the clouds which appeared to boil beneath us, yet I felt that we had arrived. Earth flashed from blue to black, then blue again. The rail was ice-cold in my hands, and I searched for Earth's ice caps, but we were too near, already too close for them to be visible. There was only the azure of her seas, glimpsed through the rents in her surging clouds, and occasionally a flash of land, brown or green. "It's a lovely world," I said. "Not as lovely as Yesod, perhaps, but beautiful nonetheless." The captain shrugged. "We could make it as good as Yesod if we wanted to." "We will," I told him. I had not known I believed that until I said it. "We will when enough of us have left it and come back." The clouds grew calmer, as though some mage had whispered a spell or a woman had bared her breast to them. Our sails were furled already. The watch swarmed aloft, making certain all our hamper was secure and as well braced as it could be. As they leaped down again, the first thin winds of Earth struck us, impalpable, but bringing back, like the single motion of a Coryphaeus's hand, the whole world of sound. The masts shrilled like rebecks, while every strand of rigging sang. A moment more, and the ship herself yawed, pitched, and went down at the stern until the sunlit clouds of Earth rose behind her quarter-deck, and Bergendorfer and I were left clinging to the rail-posts. The captain, standing at ease with one hand on a halyard, grinned at us and shouted, "Why, I thought the girl was a sailor, anyway. Lift him up there, darling, or we'll send you to help the cook." I would have aided Bergendorfer if I could, and she tried to assist me as the captain had directed her. Thus, by clinging to each other, we managed to stay erect on the deck, now steeper than many stairs, though it seemed as smooth as a dancing floor, and even to take a few cautious steps toward him. "You've got to ship on a little one before you're a sailor," he told us. "It's a pity I've got to land you now. I might make proper seamen of you." I managed to say that our arrival on Yesod had not been so violent. He turned serious. You didn't have much potential to lose there, you see. You'd used it up reaching the higher plane. We've come in without a rag to break us, like we were falling into the star. Stay away from the railing for a bit. The wind there will broil the skin right off your arm." "Couldn't our necklaces preserve us from it?" "They've got a good field. Without them you'd fry like a crackling. But they can only put out so much, like any other device, and that wind, well, it's too thin to breathe, but if the keel weren't taking the brunt, we'd be blown away." For a time the apostas glowed like a forge. Gradually it dimmed and went out, and our ship resumed a more conventional position, though the wind still screamed in the rigging, and the clouds scudded under us like flecks of foam in a mill race. The captain climbed to his quarter-deck, and I went with him to ask whether we might not remove our necklaces. He shook his head and pointed at the rigging, which was now rimmed with ice, saying we could not stay on deck long without them, and asking if I had not noticed my air freshening. I admitted I had, but explained that I had thought myself deceived. "There's some mixing," he told me. "When there's no air, the amulet draws back any that gets to the edge of the field. But it can't tell the difference between air it brought up from below and wind that's penetrated its pressure zone." How the tender could have a wake above the clouds I do not understand, but it left one, long and white, stretched across the sky behind us. I merely report what I saw. Bergendorfer said, "I wish I'd been on deck when we left Urth. Even when we got to the big ship, they made us stay below until we had some training." "You'd only have been in the way," the captain told her. "We set all sail as soon as we're free of the atmosphere, so that's a busy time. Was it this vessel?" "I think so." "And now you are coming back somebody important, mentioned by name in Zodkiel's orders. Congratulations." Bergendorfer shook her head, and I noticed that enough wind was penetrating now to make her dark ringlets dance. "I don't even know how she came to know it." I said, "One usually doesn't with her," reflecting that just as I was many in a single body, Zodkiel was many bodies in a single person. The captain pointed over the taffrail, where the sea of cloud seemed almost to wash the planking of the tender's hull. "We're about to go down into that. When we get under it, you can take off your amulets without freezing." For a time we were trapped in mist. In a brown book I took from Thekla's cell, I have read that a region of mist separates the living from the dead, and that the forms we call ghosts are nothing more than the remnants of this barrier of mist clinging to their faces and their garments. Whether that is true I cannot say, but certainly Urth is separated from the void by such a region, and that seems strange to me. Possibly the four realms are but two, and we entered the void and left it at last, just as spectres visit the country of the living. Chapter 28. The Village Beside the Stream. I recall thinking, as I leaned over the railing and watched dots of red and gold turn to woodlots, and brown smudges to fields of tangled stalks, how strange we should have looked had there been anyone to watch us. A trim pinnace, just such a vessel as might have lain alongside some wharf in Nessus, floating silently down out of the sky. I felt sure there was no one. It was earliest morning, when even small trees cast long shadows, and scarlet foxes trot dinward through the dew like flecks of fire. "Where are we?" I asked the captain. "Which way does the city lie?" "North by northeast," he said, pointing. The supplies he was giving us were in long sarcens of about the bigness of a demi-cannon's barrel, lashed to the base of the Bonaventure. He showed us how to carry them, the strap over the left shoulder and fastened at the hip. He shook our hands, and seemed, so far as I could judge, to wish us well sincerely. A silver pot slid from the seam where the deck met the tender side. Bergendorfer and I went down it, and stood once more upon the soil of Urth. We turned, as I believe no one could have helped turning, and watched the tender rise, righting herself as soon as her keel was free of the soil, bobbing in a gentle swell none but she could feel, and lifting like a kite. We had come to Urth through clouds, as I have said, but the tender found an opening in them, I cannot but think it was so we might watch her, and rose through it higher and higher, until hull and masts were no more than a pin-prick of golden light. At length we saw her blossom to a shining speck, like the steel that falls from a file. Then we knew that her crew had freed her sails, all of silver metal, and each bigger than many an isle, and sheeted them home. and that we would not see her again. I looked away so that Bergendoffera would not notice the tears in my eyes. When I looked back to tell her we should be going, I found that she had been weeping too. Nessus lay north by northeast, so the captain had said. With the horizon still so near the sun, it was not hard to keep our course. We crossed frost-killed fields for half a league or more, entered a little wood, and soon reached a stream with a path meandering along its bank. Bergendoffera had not spoken until then, and neither had I. But when we saw the water, she went to it and scooped up as much as her hands would hold. When she had drunk it, she said, "Now I know we've really come home. I've heard that for landsmen it's eating bread and salt." I told her that was so, though I had nearly forgotten it. "For us it's drinking the water of a place. There's usually bread and salt enough on the boats, but water goes bad or leaks away. When we come to a new landing, we drink its water if it's good water. If it isn't, we put our curse on it." "Do you think this runs to Gial?" "I'm sure it must, or to some larger stream that does. Do you want to return to your village?" She nodded.
"Will you come with me, Severian?"
I remembered Dorcas, and how she had begged me to come with her down Gial to find an old man in a house fallen to ruin. "I will if I can," I told her. "I don't think I'll be able to stay."
"Then maybe I'll leave when you do, but I'd like to see Letty again first. I'll kiss my father and all my relations when I get there, and probably stab them when I go. Just the same, I have to see it again."
"I understand."
"I hoped you would. Gunny said you were that kind of man, that you understood a lot of things."
I had been examining the path as she spoke. Now I motioned her to silence, and we stood listening for perhaps 100 breaths. A fresh wind stirred the treetops. Birds called here and there, though most had already flown north. The stream chuckled to itself.
"What is it?"
Bergendoffera whispered at last. "Someone's run ahead of us. See his tracks? A boy, I think. He may have circled to watch us or fetched others."
"A lot of people must use this path."
I crouched beside the footprint to explain to her. "He was here this morning when we came. See how dark a mark he made? He'd come across the fields, just as we did, and his feet were wet with dew. It will dry soon. His foot's small for a man's, but he runs with long strides. A boy that's nearly a man."
"You're deep. Gunny said you were. I wouldn't have seen that."
"You know 1,000 times more about ships than I do, though I've spent some time on both kinds. I was a mounted scout for a while. This is the sort of thing we did."
"Maybe we should go the other way."
I shook my head. "These are the people I've come to save. I won't save them by running from them." As we walked on, Bergendoffera said,
"We haven't done anything wrong."
"You mean anything they know of? Everyone has done something wrong, and I 100 such things, or rather 10,000. Because the wood was so hushed, and I had not smelled smoke, I had supposed that the place to which the boy had run was a league away at least. The path turned sharply, and a silent village of 12 huts stood before us.
"Can't we just walk through?" Bergendoffera asked. "They must be asleep."
"They're awake," I told her. "They're watching us through their doorways, standing to the rear so we won't see them."
"You've got good eyes."
"No, but I know something of villagers, and the boy got here before us. If we walk through, we may get pitchforks in our backs." I looked from hut to hut and raised my voice. "People of this village, we're harmless travelers. We have no money. We ask only the use of your path." There seemed a slight stirring in the silence. I walked forward and motioned for Bergendoffera to follow. A man of 50 stepped from one of the doorways. His brown beard was streaked with gray, and he carried a flail. "You're the hetman of this village," I said. "We thank you for your hospitality. As I told you, we come in peace." He stared at me, reminding me of a certain mason I had once encountered. "Irina says you came from a ship that fell from the sky. What does it matter where we came from? We're peaceful travelers. We ask nothing more than that you let us pass." "It matters to me. Irina is my daughter. If she lies, I must know of it. I told Bergandofera, "You see, I don't know everything." She smiled, though I could see she was frightened. "Hetman, if you would trust a stranger's word, and not your daughter's, you're a fool." By then the girl had edged near enough the door for me to see her eyes. "Come out, Harina," I said. "We won't hurt you." She stepped forward, a tall girl of 15, with long brown hair and a withered arm, no larger than an infant's. "Why were you spying on us, Harina?" She spoke, but I could not hear her.
"She wasn't spying," her father said. "She was gathering nuts. She's a good girl."
Sometimes, though only rarely, a man looks at something he has seen a score of times and sees it in a new way. When I, sulky Thekla, used to set up my easel beside some cataract, my teacher always told me to see it new. I never understood what he meant, and soon convinced myself he meant nothing. Now I saw Harina's withered arm not as a permanent deformity, as I had always seen such things before, but as an error to be righted with a few strokes of the brush. Bergandofera ventured, "It must be hard." Realizing she might give offense, she concluded, "Going out so early." I said, "I'll correct your daughter's arm, if you wish it." The hetman opened his lips to speak, then shut them again. Nothing in his face seemed to have changed, but there was fear there. "Do you wish it?" I asked. Yes, of course." His eyes and the unseen stares of all the other villagers oppressed me. I said, "She must come with me. We won't go far, and it won't take long." He nodded slowly. "Harina, you must go with us here." I suddenly realized how rich the clothes I had taken from the stateroom must have looked to these people. "Be a good girl, and remember that your mother and I will always—" He turned away. She walked before me, back along the path until the village was out of sight. The place where her withered arm joined her shoulder was concealed under her tattered smock. I told her to take it off. She did so, drawing it over her head. I was conscious of the crimson and gold leaves, the pink-tinged brown of her skin, as I might have been of the jeweled colors of some microcosm at which I peered through an aperture. Bird song and water music were as remote and as sweet as the tinkling of an orchestrion in a courtyard far below. I touched Harina's shoulder, and reality itself was clay to be smoothed and stretched. With a pass or two I molded her a new arm, the mirror image of the other. A tear that struck my fingers as I worked felt hot enough to scald them. The girl trembled. "I'm finished," I said. "Put on your smock." I was in the microcosm again, and again it seemed the world to me. She turned to face me. She was smiling, though her cheeks were streaked with tears. "I love you, my lord," she said, and at once knelt and kissed the toe of my boot. I asked, "May I see your hands?" I myself could no longer believe what I had done. She held them out. "They'll take me now to be a slave far away. I don't care. No, they won't. I'll go to the mountains and hide." I was looking at her hands, which seemed perfect to me in every detail, even when I pressed them together. It is rare for a person to have hands as precisely the same size, the hand used most being always the largest. Yet hers were. I muttered, "Who'll take you, Harina? Is your village raided by Cultelarii?" "The assessors, of course." "Just because you have 2 good arms now?" "Because I haven't anything wrong now." She stopped, stricken by a new possibility, eyes wide. "I don't, do I?" It was no time for philosophy. "No, you're perfect. A very attractive young woman." "Then they'll take me. Are you all right?" "A little weak, that's all. I'll be better in a moment." I used the hem of my cloak to wipe my forehead, just as I had when I was a torturer. "You don't look all right." "It was mostly Urth's energies that corrected your arm, I think. But they had to come through me. I suppose they must have carried off some of my own with them." "You know my name, my lord. What's yours?" "Severian." "I'll get you food at my father's house, Lord Severian. There's still some left." A wind sprang up that sent the brightly colored leaves swirling about our faces as we walked back. Chapter 29. Among the Villagers. My life has held many sorrows and triumphs, but few pleasures outside the simple ones of love and sleep, clean air and good food, the things anyone may know. Among the greatest I count the village hetman's expression when he saw his daughter's arm. Such a mixture of wonder, fear, and delight it was that I would have shaved his face for him in order to see it better. Harina, I think, enjoyed it as much as I, but when she had feasted upon it to the full, she hugged him and told him she had promised us refreshment, and ducked through the doorway to embrace her mother. As soon as we were inside, too, the villagers' fear turned to curiosity. A few of the boldest men pushed their way in and squatted silently behind us as we sat on mattings around the little table where the hetman's wife, weeping and biting her lips all the while, spread our feast. The rest merely peered through the doorway and peeped through chinks in the windowless walls. There were fried cakes of pounded maize, apples somewhat damaged by frost, water, and, as a great delicacy, and one at which some of the silent onlookers slavered openly, the haunches of 2 hares, boiled, pickled, salted, and served cold. The hetman and his family did not partake of these. I have called it a feast, for so these people thought it, but the simple sailor's dinner we had eaten on the tender a few watches before had been a banquet compared with it. I found I was not hungry, though I felt tired and very thirsty. I ate one of the cakes and picked at the meat while drinking copious draughts of water, then decided that the higher courtesy might consist in leaving the hetman's family some of their food, since they plainly had so little, and began to crack nuts. This, it appeared, was the signal that my host might speak. He said, "I am Bregwin. Our village is called Vici. My wife is Sinya. Our daughter is Harina. This woman," he nodded to indicate Bergandofera, "says that you are a good man." "My name is Severian. This woman is Bergandofera. I am a bad man, trying to be a good one." "We of Vici hear little of the far world. Perhaps you will tell us what chance has brought you to our village." He said this with an expression of polite interest, and no more, yet it gave me pause. It would have been easy enough to put off these villagers with some tale of trade or pilgrimage, and indeed, if I had told him we hoped to return Bergandofera to her home beside the ocean, it would not have been wholly a lie. But had I the right to say such things? I had told Bergandofera earlier that these were the people I had gone to the end of the universe to rescue. I glanced at the hetman's toil-worn, tearful wife, and at the men with their grizzled beards and hard hands. What right did I have to treat them like children? "This woman," I said, "is from Liti. Perhaps you know of it?" The hetman shook his head. "The people there are fishers. She hopes to find her way back." I drew a deep breath. The hetman leaned forward ever so slightly as I groped for words. "I have been able to help Harina, to make her more whole. You know that." "We are grateful," he said. Bergandofera touched my arm. When I looked at her, her eyes told me that what I was doing might be perilous. I knew it already. "Urth herself is not whole." The hetman and all the other men who squatted with their backs to the walls of the hut edged closer. I saw a few nod. "I have come to make her whole." As though the words were forced from him, one of the men said, "It snowed before the corn was ripe. This is the 2nd year." Several others nodded, and the man who sat behind the hetman, and thus facing me, said, "The Sky People are angry with us." I tried to explain. "The Sky People, the Hierogyls and Hierarchs, do not hate us. It is only that they are remote from us, and they fear us because of things we did before, long ago when our race was young." I have gone to them. I watched the villagers' expressionless faces, wondering whether any of them would believe me. I have effected a conciliation, brought them nearer us, and us nearer them, I think. They've sent me back. That night, while Bergandofera and I lay in the hetman's hut, which he and his wife and daughter had insisted on vacating for us, she had said, "He'll kill us eventually, you know." I had promised her, "We'll leave here tomorrow." "They won't let us," she had replied, and morning showed that we had both been correct, in some fashion. We left, indeed, but the villagers told us of another village, called Gergusti, a few leagues away, and accompanied us there. When we arrived, Herina's arm was exhibited and aroused much wonder, and we, not only Bergandolfera and I, but Herina, Bregwin, and the rest, were treated to a feast much like the last, save that fresh fish were substituted for the hares. Afterward I was informed of a certain man who was a very good man and very valuable to Gergusti, but who was now very ill. I told his fellow villagers that I could not guarantee anything, but that I would examine him and help him if I could. The hut in which he lay seemed as old as the man himself, reeking of disease and death. I ordered the villagers who had crowded into it after me to get out. When they were gone, I rummaged about until I found a piece of ragged matting large enough to block the doorway. With it in place, the hut was so dark I could scarcely see the sick man. As I bent over him, it seemed to me at first that my eyes were growing accustomed to the darkness. After a moment I realized it was no longer quite so dark as it had been. A faint light played across him, moving with the movements of my eyes. My first thought was that it came from the thorn I kept in a little leather sack Dorcas had sewn for the claw, though it seemed impossible that it could shine through the leather and my shirt in such a way. I took it out. It was as dark as it had been when I had tried to light the corridor outside my cabin with it, and I put it away again. The sick man opened his eyes. I nodded to him and tried to smile.
"Have you come to take me?" he asked. It was no more than a whisper.
"I'm not Death," I told him, "though I've been mistaken for him often enough."
"I thought you were, sieur. You look so kind."
"Do you want to die? I can manage that in a moment, if you wish it."
"Yes, if I can't be well."
His eyes closed again. I pulled down the homespuns that had covered him and found he was naked beneath them. His right side was swollen, the lump the size of a child's head. I smoothed it away, thrilling to the power that surged out of Urth, through my legs and out my fingers. Suddenly the hut was dark again, and I was sitting on its pounded earthen floor, listening spell-caught to the sick man's breathing. It seemed that a long time had passed. I stood, tired and feeling I might soon be ill. It was just the way I had felt after I had executed Ageless. I took down the matting and stepped out into the sunshine. Bergandolfera embraced me. "Are you all right?" I told her I was, and asked whether we could not sit down somewhere. A big man with a loud voice, I suppose he was one of the sick man's relations, elbowed his way through the crowd, demanding to know whether the clan would recover. I said I did not know, all the while trying to force my way through the press in the direction Bergandolfera indicated. It was after noons, and the autumn day had grown warm, as such days sometimes do. If I had felt better, I would have found the milling, sweating peons comic. They were just such an assembly as we had terrified when we had performed Dr. Talus's play at Ctesiphon's Cross. Now I was suffocated by them.
"Tell me,"
the big man shouted in my face,
"will he be well?"
I turned on him. "My friend, you think that because your village has fed me, I'm obligated to answer your questions. You are mistaken." Others pulled him away, and I think knocked him down. At least I heard the sound of a blow. Herina took my hand. The crowd opened before us, and she led me to a spreading tree where we sat on smooth, bare ground, no doubt where the village elders met. Someone came bowing up to ask whether I required anything. I wanted water. A woman brought it, cold from the stream, in a dew-drenched stone jar capped with a cup. Herina had seated herself on my right, Bergandolfera on my left, and we passed the cup among us. The hetman of Gergusti approached. Bowing, he indicated Bregwin and said, "My brother has told me how you came to his village in a ship that sailed the clouds, and that you have come to reconcile us with the powers in the sky. All our lives we have gone to the high places and sent the smoke of offerings to them, yet the sky people are angry and send frost. Men in Nessus say the sun grows cold." Bergandolfera interrupted. "How far is it?" "The next village is Os, my lady. From there one may take a boat to Nessus in a day." "And from Nessus
we can get passage to Liti,
Berkendofera hissed to me. The hetman continued. Yet the monarch taxes us as before, taking our children when we cannot give him grain. We have gone to the high places as our fathers did. We of Gurgusti burned our best ram before the frost came. What is it we should do instead? I tried to tell them how the Hierogils feared us because we had spread through the worlds in the ancient times of Earth's glory, extinguishing many other races and bringing our cruelty and our wars everywhere. We must be one, I said. We must tell only the truth, that our promises may be relied upon. We must care for Earth as you care for your fields. He and some of the rest nodded, as though they understood, and perhaps they did, or perhaps they at least understood some part of what I had said. There was a disturbance at the back of the crowd, shouts and the sounds of rejoicing and weeping. Those who had sat leaped up, though I was too tired to do so. After more yelling and confused talk, the sick man was led forward, still naked except for a cloth, a length of homespun I recognized as one of his coverings, knotted around his waist. "This is Declan," someone announced. "Declan, explain to the sieur how you came to be so well." He tried to speak, but I could not hear him. I gestured to the rest to be quiet.
"Well, I lay in my bed, my lord. A seraph appeared, clothed all in light."
There were chuckles from the peons, who nudged one another as he spoke.
"He asked me whether I desired to die. I told him I wished to live, and I slept. And when I woke again, I was as you see me now."
The peons laughed, and several said, "It was the sieur here who cured you," and the like. I shouted at them, "This man was there, and you were not. You make yourselves fools when you claim to know more than a witness." It was the fruit of the long days I had spent in Thrax, listening to the proceedings of the Archon's court, and still more of those spent sitting in judgment as autarch, I fear. Though Berkendofera wanted to continue to Oss, I was too fatigued to go farther that day, and I had no desire to sleep in a stuffy hut again. I told the villagers of Gurgusti that Berkendofera and I would sleep under their council tree, and that they should find places in their homes for those who had come with me from Vichy. They did so, but when I woke in the watches of the night, it was to find that Harina lay with us. Chapter 30. Ceryx. When we left Gurgusti, many of its peons would have come with us, as would a few of those who had brought us from Vichy. I forbade them, not wanting to be carted about like a relic. They objected at first, but when they saw I was adamant, contented themselves with lengthy, often repetitious, speeches of thanks and the presentation of gifts, a tangled staff for me, the frantic work of the two best wood-carvers in the place, a shawl embroidered with coloured wool for Berkendofera, that must have been the richest item of feminine apparel there, and a basket of food for us both. We ate the food on the road and threw the basket into the stream, but we kept the other things, I liking the staff for walking, and she delighted with her shawl, which relieved the masculine severity of her slop-chest clothes. At twilight, just before the gates were shut, we entered the little town of Oss. It was here that the stream we had followed emptied into Giol, and here there were Zebex, Ceryx, and feluccas tied up along the river-front. We asked for their captains, but all had gone ashore on missions of business or pleasure, and the sullen watchmen left to guard their vessels assured us we would have to return in the morning. One recommended the chowder pot. We were on our way there when we happened upon a man robed in Tyrian and green, who stood upon an inverted tub, addressing an audience of 100 or so.
"Buried treasure! Everything hidden, revealed. If there are 3 birds in a bush, the third may not know of the first, but I know. There is a ring, even as I speak, beneath a pillow of our ruler, the wise, the transcendent. Thank you, my good woman. What is it you wish to know? I know it, to be sure, but allow these good folk to hear it. Then I shall reveal it."
A fat townswoman had handed him a few ice. Berkendofera said,
"Come on, I'd like to sit down and get something to eat."
"Wait," I told her. I stayed in part because the mountebank's patter reminded me of Dr. Talos, and in larger part because something in his eyes recalled Abundantius. Yet there was another thing more fundamental than either, though I am not certain I can explain it. I sensed that this stranger had travelled as I had, that we had gone far and returned in a way that even Berkendofera had not, and that, though we had not gone to the same place, or returned with the same gain, we had both known strange roads.
The fat woman muttered something. The mountebank announced,
"She begs to be informed as to whether her husband will find a new site for his stew, and whether the venture will succeed."
He threw his arms above his head, clasping a long wand with both hands. His eyes remained open, rolling upward until the whites showed like the skins of two boiled eggs. I smiled, expecting the crowd to laugh, yet there was something terrible about his blind, invocatory figure, and no one did. We heard the lapping of the river and the sigh of the evening breeze, though it blew too gently to stir my hair. Abruptly his arms fell, and his snapping black eyes were back in place.
"The answers are yes, and yes. The new bathhouse will stand not half a league from where we are now."
"Easy enough," Bergendorfer whispered. "The whole town can't be a league across."
"And you shall have more from it than you ever had from the old," the mountebank promised. "But now, my dear friends, before the next question, I wish to tell you something more. You think I prophesied for the money this good woman gave me."
He had retained the ice in his hand. Now he tossed them up in a dark little column against the darkening sky.
"Well, you're wrong, my friends. Here!"
He flung them to the crowd, a good deal more than he had received from the woman, I think. There was a wild scramble. I said, "All right, let's go." Bergendorfer shook her head. "I want to listen to this."
"These are bad times, friends. You are hungry for wonders, for thaumaturgical cures and apples from pine trees. Why, only this afternoon I learned that some quacksalver has been touring the villages up the Fluminus and was headed our way." His gaze locked with mine. "I know that he is here now. I dare him to step forward. We shall hold a competition for you, friends, a trial of magic. Come, fellow, come to Ceryx."
The crowd stirred and murmured. I smiled and shook my head.
"You, my good man," he leveled a finger at me, "do you know what it is to train your will until it's like a bar of iron, to drive your spirit before you like a slave, to toil ceaselessly for an end that may never come, a prize so remote that it seems it will never come?"
I shook my head.
"Answer! Let them hear you."
"No," I said. "I haven't done those things."
"Yet they are what must be done, if you would seize the sceptre of the Increate."
I said, "I know nothing of seizing that sceptre. To tell the truth, I'm certain it could not be done. If you wish to be as the Increate is, I question whether you can do it by acting as the Increate does not." I took Bergendorfer by the arm and drew her away. We had passed one narrow side street when the staff I had been given in Gergusti snapped with a loud report. I tossed the half that had remained in my hand into the gutter, and we continued up the steep slope that led from the embankment to the chowder pot. It seemed a decent enough inn. I noticed that those who had gathered in its public rooms seemed to be eating almost as much as drinking, which was ever a favourable sign. When the host leaned across his bar to speak to us, I asked whether he could provide us with supper and a quiet room.
"Indeed I can, sieur. Not equal to your station, sieur, but as good as you'll find in Os."
I got out of one of Idas's chrysos. He took it, stared at it for a moment as though surprised, and said,
"Of course, sieur. Yes, of course. See me in the morning, sieur, and I'll have your change for you. Perhaps you'd like your supper served in your room?"
I shook my head.
"A table, then. You'll want to be far from the door, the bar, and the kitchen, I understand. Over there, sieur. The table with a cloth. Would that suit you?"
I told him it would.
"We've all manner of fresh-water fish, sieur. Freshly caught, too. Our chowder's quite famous. Sole and salmon, smoked or salted. Game, beef, veal, lamb. Fowl?"
I said, "I've heard food's hard to come by in this part of the world." He looked troubled.
"Crop failures, yes, sieur. This is the third in a row. Bread's very dear. Not for you, sieur, but for the poor. Many a poor child will go to bed hungry tonight, so let's give thanks that we don't have to."
Bergendorfer asked, "You've no fresh salmon?"
"Only in the spring, I'm afraid. That's when they run, my lady. Otherwise they're sea-caught, and they won't stand the trip so far up the river."
"Salt salmon, then?"
"You'll like it, my lady. Put down in our own kitchen not 3 months ago. You needn't trouble about bread, fruit, and so on now. We'll bring everything, and you may choose when you see it. We've bananas from the north, though the rebellion makes them dear. Red wine or white?"
"Red, I think. Do you recommend it?"
"I recommend all our wines, my lady. I won't have a cask in my cellar I can't recommend."
"Red, then."
"Very good, my lady. And for you, sir?"
A moment before I would have said I was not hungry. Now I found I salivated at the mere mention of food. It was impossible to decide what I wanted most.
"Pheasant, sir. We've a fine one in the spring house."
"All right. No wine, though. Maté. Do you have it?"
"Of course, sir."
"Then I'll drink that. It's been a long time since I've tasted it."
"It should be ready at once, sir. Will there be anything more for you?"
"Only an early breakfast tomorrow. We'll be going to the quay to arrange passage to Nessus. I'll expect my change then."
"I'll have it for you, sir, and a good hot breakfast in the morning, too. Sausages, sir, ham and—"
I nodded and waved him away. When he was gone, Bergendorfera asked,
"Why didn't you want to eat in our room? It would have been much nicer."
"Because I have hopes of learning something, and because I don't want to be by myself, to have to think."
"I'd be there."
"Yes, but it's better when there are more people."
"What?"
I motioned her to silence. A middle-aged man, who had been eating alone, had stood and tossed the last bone on his trencher. Now he was carrying his glass to our table.
"Name's Hadlin," he said. "Skipper of Alcyone."
I nodded. "Sit down, Captain Hadlin. What can we do for you?"
"Heard you talking to Chiron. Said you wanted passage down the river. Some others are cheaper, and some can give you better quarters. I mean bigger and more ornaments. There's none cleaner. But there's nothing faster than my Alcyone, except the patrols, and we sail tomorrow morning."
I asked how long it would take him to reach Nessus, and Bergendorfera added,
"And to the sea."
"We should make Nessus day after, though it depends on wind and weather. Wind's generally light and favourable this time of year, but if we get an early storm we'll have to tie up."
I nodded. "Certainly."
"Otherwise it should be day after tomorrow, about vespers or a bit before. I'll land you anywhere you want, this side of the Khan. We'll tie up there 2 days to load and unload, then go on down. Nessus to the Delta generally takes a fortnight or a bit less."
"We'll have to see your ship before we take passage."
"You won't find anything I'm ashamed of, sir. Reason I came over to talk is we'll be leaving early, and if it's speed you want, we've got it. In the run of things, we'd have sailed before you got to the water. But if you and her will meet me here soon as you can see the sun, we'll eat a bite and go down together."
"You're staying in this inn tonight, Captain?"
"Yes, sir. I stay on shore when I can." "Most of us do. We'll tie up somewhere tomorrow night, too, if that be the will of the Pancreator."
A waiter came with our dinners, and the innkeeper caught Hadlin's eye from across the room.
"Excuse me, sir," he said. "Chiron wants something, and you and her will want to eat. I'll see you right here in the morning."
"We'll be here," I promised.
"This is wonderful salmon,"
Bergendorfera told me as she ate.
"We carry salt fish on the boats for the times when we don't catch anything, but this is better. I didn't know how much I missed it."
I said I was glad she was enjoying it.
"And now I'll be on a ship again. Think he's a good captain? I bet he's a demon to his crew."
By a gesture I warned her to be quiet. Hadlin was coming back. When he had pulled out his chair again, she said,
"Would you like some of my wine, Captain? They brought a whole bottle."
"Half a glass, for sociability's sake."
He glanced over his shoulder, then turned back to us, a corner of his mouth up by the width of 3 hairs.
"Chiron's just warned me against you. Said you gave him a Chrysos like none he'd seen."
"He may return it if he wishes. Do you want to see one of our coins?"
"I'm a sailor. We see coins from extern lands. And, too, there's some from tombs sometimes. Plenty of tombs up in the mountains, I suppose?"
"I have no idea." I passed a Chrysos across the table. He examined it, bit it, and gave it back to me.
"Gold, all right. Looks a trifle like you, except he seems to have got himself cut up. Don't suppose you noticed?"
"No," I said. "I never thought of it." Hadlin nodded and pushed back his chair.
"A man doesn't shave himself sidewise. See you in the morning, sir, madame."
Upstairs, when I had hung my cloak and shirt on pegs and was washing my face and hands in the warm water the inn servants had brought, Bergendorfera said,
"He broke it, didn't he?"
I knew what she meant and nodded.
You should have contended with him.
I'm no magus, I told her, but I was in a duel of magic once. I was nearly killed.
You made that girl's arm look right.
That wasn't magic. A conch blared outside, followed by the confused clamor of many voices. I went to the window and looked out. Ours was an upper room, and our elevation gave me a good view over the heads of the crowd to its center, where the mountebank stood beside a bier, supported on the shoulders of 8 men. I could not help thinking for a moment that by speaking of him, Bergendofera had summoned him. Seeing me at the window, he blew his conch a second time, pointed to draw attention to me, and when everyone was staring, called, "Raise up this man, fellow! If you cannot, I will. The mighty Ceryx shall make the dead walk earth once more." The body he indicated lay sprawled in the grotesque attitude of a statue overthrown, still in the grip of rigor. I called, "You think me your competitor, mighty Ceryx, but I've no such ambition. We're merely passing through Os on our way to the sea. We're leaving tomorrow." I closed the shutters and bolted them.
"It was him,"
Bergendofera said. She had stripped and was crouched beside the basin. "Yes," I said. I expected her to reproach me again, but she only said,
"We'll be rid of him as soon as we cast off. Would you like me tonight?"
"Later, perhaps. I want to think." I dried myself and got into our bed.
"You'll have to wake me, then," she said. "All that wine's made me sleepy."
The voice of Ceryx came through the shutters, lifted in an eerie chant. "I will," I told her, as she slipped beneath the blankets with me. Sleep was just closing my eyes when the dead man's axe burst open the door, and he stalked into the room. Chapter 31. Zama. I did not know it was the dead man at first. The room was dark, the cramped little hall outside nearly as dark. I had been half asleep. I opened my eyes at the first blow of the axe, only to see the dim flash of steel when its edge broke through with the second. Bergendofera screamed, and I rolled out of bed, fumbling for weapons I no longer possessed. At the third blow the door gave way. For an instant the dead man was silhouetted in the doorway. His axe struck the empty bed. Its frame broke, and the whole affair collapsed with a crash. It seemed the poor volunteer I had killed so long ago in our necropolis had returned, and I was paralyzed with terror and guilt. Cutting the air, the dead man's axe mimicked the hiss of Hildegund's spade as it swung past my head, then struck the plaster wall with a thud like the kick of a giant's boot. The faint light from the doorway was extinguished for a moment as Bergendofera fled. The axe struck the wall again, I think not a cubit from my ear. The dead man's arm, as cold as a serpent and scented with decay, brushed my own. I grappled with him, moved by instinct, not thought. Candles appeared, and a lantern. A pair of nearly naked men wrestled the dead man's axe away, and Bergendofera held her knife to his throat. Adeline stood beside her, with a cutlass in one hand and a candlestick in the other. The innkeeper held his lantern up to the dead man's face and dropped it. "He's dead," I said. "Surely you've seen such men before. So will you and I be, in time." I kicked the dead man's legs from under him, as Master Gerlos had once taught us, and he fell to the floor beside the extinguished lantern. Bergendofera gasped.
"I stabbed him, Severian, but he didn't—"
Her mouth snapped shut with the effort not to weep. The hand that held her bloodied knife shook. As I put my arm about her, someone shouted, "Look out!" Slowly the dead man was getting to his feet. His eyes, which had been closed while he lay on the floor, opened, though they still held the unfocused stare of a corpse, and one lid drooped. A narrow wound in his side oozed dark blood. Adeline stepped forward, his cutlass raised. "Wait," I said, and held him back. The dead man's hands reached for my throat. I took them in my own, no longer afraid of him, or even horrified by him. I felt instead a terrible pity for him and for us all, knowing that we are all dead to some degree, half sleeping as he was wholly asleep, deaf to the singing of life in us and around us. His arms dropped to his sides. I stroked his ribs with my right hand, and life flowed through it, so that it seemed each finger was to unfold petals and bloom like a flower. My heart was a mighty engine that would run forever and shake the world with every beat. I have never felt so alive as I did then, when I was bringing life to him. And I saw it. We all saw it. His eyes were no longer dead things, but the human organs by which a man beheld us. The cold blood of death,
The bitter stuff that stains the sides of a butcher's block stirred again in him and gushed from the wound Bergandofera had made. That closed and healed in an instant, leaving only a crimson stain upon the floor and a white line on his skin. Blood rose in his cheeks until they were no longer sallow, but brown, and held the look of life. Before that moment I would have said a man of middle age had died. The youth who stood blinking before me was no more than 20. Recalling Miles, I put my arm about his shoulders and told him that we welcomed him once more to the land of the living, speaking softly and slowly as I would have to a dog. Hadlin and the others who had come to aid us backed away, their faces filled with fear and wonder, and I thought then, as I think now, how strange it was that they should have been so brave when they faced a horror, but such cowards when confronted by the palinode of fate. Perhaps it is only that when we contend with evil we are engaged against our brothers. For my own part I understood then something that had puzzled me from childhood, the legend that in the final battle whole armies of demons will fly from the mere sight of a soldier of the Increate. Captain Hadlin was last out the door. He paused there, mouth agape, seeking the courage to speak, or perhaps merely seeking the words, then spun about and bolted, leaving us in darkness. "There's a candle here someplace," Bergandofera muttered. I heard her searching for it. A moment later I saw her as well, wrapped in a blanket, stooped over the little table that stood beside the ruined bed. The light that had come to the sick man's hut had come again, and she, seeing her own shadow traced black by it before her, turned and saw it and ran shrieking after the rest. There seemed little to be gained by running after her. I blocked the doorway as well as I could with chairs and the wreck of the door, and by the light that played wherever I directed my eyes, dragged the torn mattress to the floor, so the man who had been dead and I might rest. I said rest and not sleep, because I do not think either of us slept, though I dozed once or twice, waking to hear him moving about the room on journeys not confined by our four walls. It seemed to me that whenever I shut my eyes, they flew open to watch my star burning above the ceiling. The ceiling had become as transparent as tissue, and I could see my star hurling itself toward us, yet infinitely remote, and at last I rose and opened the shutters and leaned out of the window to look at the sky. It was a clear night and chill. Each star in heaven seemed a gem. I found I knew where my own star hung, just as the grey salt geese never fail of their landing, though we hear their cry through a league of fog. Or rather, I knew where my star should be. But when I looked, I saw only the endless dark. Rich-strewn stars lay in every other corner of the sky, like so many diamonds cast upon a master's cloak, and perhaps belonged every star to some foolish messenger as forlorn and perplexed as I. Yet none were mine. Mine was there, somewhere, I knew, though it could not be seen. In writing such a chronicle as this, one wishes always to describe a process. But some events have no process, taking place at once. They are not, then are. So it was now. Imagine a man who stands before a mirror. A stone strikes it, and it falls to ruin, all in an instant. And the man learns that he is himself, and not the mirrored man he had believed himself to be. So it was with me. I knew myself the star, a beacon at the frontier of Yasad and Briah, coursing through the night. Then the certainty had vanished, and I was a mere man again, my hands upon a window-sill, a man chilled and soaked with sweat, shaking as I listened to the man who had been dead move about the room. The town of Oss lay in darkness, green Loon just vanishing behind the dark hills beyond Black Gial. I looked at the spot where Ceryx had stood with his audience, and in the dim light it seemed I could make out some traces of them still. Moved by an impulse I could not have explained, I stepped back into the room and dressed myself, then sprang over the sill and down onto the muddy street below. The jolt was so severe that for a moment I feared I had broken an ankle. On the ship I had been as light as Lanugo, and my new leg had given me perhaps more confidence than it could support. Now I learned that I would have to learn to jump on Urth again. Clouds had come to veil the stars, so that I had to grope for the objects I had seen from above, but I found that I had been correct. A brass candle-pan held the guttered remains of a candle no bee would have acknowledged. The bodies of a kitten and a small bird lay together in the gutter. As I was examining them, the man who had been dead leaped down beside me, managing his jump better than I had mine. I spoke to him, but he did not reply. As an experiment, I walked a short distance down the street. He followed me docilely. I was in no mood for sleep by then, and the fatigue I had felt after I restored him to life had been sponged away by a sensation I am not tempted to call unreality. The exultation of knowing that my being no longer resided in the marionette of flesh people were accustomed to call Severian, but in a distant star, shining with energy enough to bring 10,000 worlds to flower. Watching the man who had been dead, I recalled how far Miles and I had walked when neither of us should have walked at all, and I knew that things were now otherwise. "Come," I said. "We'll have a look at the town, and I'll stand you a drink as soon as the first dram shop unbars its door." He answered nothing. When I led him to a patch of starlight, his face was the face of one who wanders amid strange dreams. If I were to describe all our ramblings in detail, reader, you would be bored indeed. But it was not boring for me. We walked along the hilltops, north until we were halted by the town wall, a tumble-down affair that seemed to have been built as much from pride as fear. Turning back, we made our way down cozy, crooked lanes lined with half-timbered houses to reach the river just as the first light of the new day peeped over the roofs behind us. As we strolled along, admiring the many-masted vessels, an old man, an early riser and doubtless a poor sleeper, as so many old people are, stopped us.
"Why, Zama!" exclaimed. "Zama, boy, they said you was dead."
I laughed, and at the sound of my laughter the man who had been dead smiled. The old man cackled.
"Why, you never looked better in your life."
I asked, "How did they say he'd died?"
"Drowned. Pinion's boat foundered up by Ulo Island. That's what I heard."
"Does he have a wife?" When I saw the old man's curious glance, I added, "I only met him last night when we were out drinking, and I'd like to drop him off someplace. He's stowed a little more than's good for him, I'm afraid."
"No family. He's boarding with Pinion. Pinion's old woman takes it out of his pay."
He told me how to get there, and how to recognize the house, which sounded squalid enough.
"Not that I bring him to 'em so early. With him shipping water, Pinion'll beat the cake out of him, sure as scullin'."
He shook his head in wonder.
"Why, everybody heard they'd fished out Zama's remains and brought 'em back with 'em."
Not knowing what else to say, I told him, "You never know what to believe," and then, moved by this wretched old man's clear delight at finding a strong young man still alive, I put my hand upon his head and mumbled some set phrases about wishing him well in this life and the next. It was a blessing I had occasionally given as autarch. I had intended to do nothing at all, and yet the effect was extraordinary. When I took away my hand, it seemed that the years had covered him like dust, and unseen walls had fallen to let in the wind. His eyes opened so that they looked as big as dishes, and he fell to his knees. When we were some distance away, I glanced back at him. He was kneeling there still and staring after us, but no longer an old man. Nor was he a young one, but simply a man in essence, a man freed of the gyre of time. Though Zama did not speak, he put his arm about my shoulders. I put mine over his, and in that fashion we strolled up the street Bergendofera and I had taken the evening before, and found her at breakfast with Hadlin in the public room of the Chowder Pot. Chapter 32. To the Alcyone. They had expected neither of us. There were no extra places set at the table. I pulled up a chair for myself, and then, when he only stood and stared, another for Zama.
"We thought you were gone, sir,"
Hadlin said. His face and hers told plainly enough where Bergendofera had spent the night. "I was," I said, speaking to her, not to him. "But I see you got into our room all right to get your clothes."
"I thought you were dead,"
Bergendofera said.
When I did not reply, she added, "I thought this man had killed you. The doorway was blocked up with stuff I had to push over, but the shutters had been broken open."
"Anyway, sir, you're back."
Hadlin tried to sound cheerful and failed.
"Still going down river with us?"
"Perhaps," I said, "when I've seen your craft."
"Then you will be, sir, I think."
The innkeeper appeared, bowing and forcing himself to smile. I noticed he had a butcher knife thrust through his belt behind his leather apron. "Fruit for me," I told him. "Last night you said you had some. Bring some for this man, too. We'll see whether he eats it. Maté for both of us."
"Immediately, sir."
"After I've eaten, you and I can go up to my room. It's been damaged, and we'll have to decide by how much."
"That won't be necessary, sir. A trifle. Perhaps we can agree upon an orichalk as a token payment?"
He tried to rub his hands in the way such people often do, but their tremors made the gesture ridiculous. "5, I should think, or 10. A broken door, a damaged wall, and a broken bed. You and I shall go up and make a reckoning." His lips were trembling too, and suddenly it was no longer pleasant to terrify this little man who had come with his lantern and his stick when he heard one of his guests attacked. I said, "You shouldn't drink so much," and touched his hands. He smiled, chirped, "Thank you, sir. Fruit, yes, sir," and trotted away. It was all tropical, as I had half expected. Plantains, oranges, mangoes, and bananas brought overland to the upper river by trains of sumpters and shipped south. There were no apples and no grapes. I borrowed the knife that had stabbed Zama to peel a mango, and we ate in silence. After a time Zama ate too, which I thought a good sign.
"Something more, sir?" the innkeeper asked at my elbow. "We've plenty."
I shook my head.
"Then perhaps—"
He nodded toward the stair, and I rose, motioning for the others to remain where they were. Bergendofera said, "You should have kept him frightened. It would have been cheaper." The innkeeper shot her a glance of raw hatred. His inn, which had looked small enough the night before when I had been tired, and it was wrapped in darkness, I saw to be tiny now, 4 rooms on our floor, and 4 more, I suppose, on the floor above. The room itself, which had seemed capacious enough when I lay upon the torn mattress listening to Zama move about, was hardly larger than the cabin Bergendofera and I had shared on the tender. Zama's axe, old and worn and intended for wood, stood in one corner.
"I didn't want you to come so I could get money from you, sir," the innkeeper told me. "Not for this or anything. Not any time."
I looked about at the destruction. "But you'll have it."
"Then I'll give it away. There's many a poor man in Oss these days."
"I imagine so." I was not really listening to what he said, or to what I said myself, but examining the shutters. It was to see them that I had insisted on coming upstairs. Bergendofera had mentioned that they had been broken, and she was right. The wood had split away from the screws that had held the bolt. I recalled bolting them, and later opening them. When I retraced my actions in memory, I found that I had merely touched them, and they had flown open.
"It would be wrong, sir, for me to take anything after what you've brought me."
"Why, the chowder pot will be famous forever all up and down the river." His eyes stared off into some heaven of notoriety invisible to me.
"Not that we're not known already, the best inn in Oss, but some'll come and stay here just to see this."
Inspiration seized him.
"I won't have it fixed, not nothing. I'll leave it just like it is."
I said, "Charge them to come in."
"Yes, sir, you have it. Not patrons, to be sure, but I'll charge the others, yes, indeed."
I was about to order him to do no such thing, to have the damage repaired instead, but when I had opened my mouth to speak, I shut it again. Was it to snatch away this man's good fortune, if good fortune it was, that I had returned to Urth? He loved me now as a father loves a son he admires without understanding. What right had I to harm him?
"My patrons were talking last night." "I don't suppose, sir, you know what happened after you brought poor Zama back."
"Tell me," I said. When we were downstairs again, I insisted on paying him, though he did not want to accept the money. "Dinner last night for the woman and me, lodging for Zama and me, 2 orichalks for the door, 2 for the wall, 2 for the bed, 2 for the shutters. Breakfast for Zama and me this morning. Put the woman's lodging and breakfast to Captain Hadlin's score and see what mine comes to." He did, writing out a full list on a scrap of brown paper with a sputtering and much chewed quill, then counting out neat stacks of silver, copper, and brass for me. I asked whether he was sure I had so much due.
"It's the same prices for everybody here, sir. We don't charge by what a man has, but by what he's had, though I don't like charging you at all."
Hadlin's bill was settled with much less calculation, and the four of us left. Of all the inns at which I have stayed, I think I most regret leaving the Chowder Pot, with its good food and drink, and its company of honest rivermen. Often I have dreamed of going back, and perhaps sometime I shall. Certainly more guests came to our aid when Zama broke our door than there was any reason to expect, and I would like to think that one or even several of them were myself. Indeed, it sometimes seems to me that I caught a glimpse of my own face in the candlelight that night. However that may be, I had no thought of it as we stepped out into the morning fresh street. The first hush of dawn was past, and carts rumbled along its ruts. Women with their heads wrapped in kerchiefs paused on their way to market to stare at us. A flyer like a great locust thrummed overhead. I watched it until it was out of sight, feeling the ghost of the strange wind blown from the pentadactyls that had attacked our cavalry at Orithia.
"You don't see many any more, sir,"
Hadlin remarked, with a gruffness I had not yet learned to recognize as deference.
"Most won't fly now."
I confessed I had never seen any like that at all. We turned a corner and had a fine view down the hill, the dark stone quay and the ships and boats moored there, and broad Giol beyond, its water glittering in the sun and its farther bank lost behind shining mist. "We must be well below Thrax," I said to Bergendorfera, confusing her for a moment with Gunny, to whom I had told something of Thrax. She turned, smiling, and attempted to take my arm. Hadlin said,
"A good week, unless the wind's with you all the way. Safe here. Surprised you know of a country place like that."
By the time we reached the quay, a crowd trailed after us, keeping well back for the most part, but whispering and pointing at Zama and me. Bergendorfera tried to drive them off, and when she failed, appealed to me to do it. "Why," I said, "we'll sail soon enough." An old woman cried out to Zama and rushed up to embrace him. He smiled, and it was clear she meant no harm. A moment later I saw him nod when she begged to know if he was all right, and I asked whether she was his grandmother. She made a countrified curtsy.
"Oh, no, sir. But I knew her and all the children in the old days. When I heard Zama was dead, I felt like a piece of mead died with him."
"So it had," I told her. Sailors came to take our sarsens, and I realized I had been watching Zama and the old woman so intently I had never spared a glance for Hadlin's vessel. She was a xebec and looked handy enough. I have always been lucky in my ships. Already aboard, Hadlin motioned to us. The old woman clung to Zama, tears rolling down her cheeks. As I watched, he wiped one away and said, "Don't cry, Mafalda." It was the only time he spoke. Your Tok'thons say that their cattle can speak, but do not, knowing that to speak is to call up demons, all our words being only curses in the tongue of the Empyrean. Zama's seemed so, in fact. The crowd parted as waves separate for the terrible jaws of a chronosaur, and Ceryx advanced through it. His iron-shod staff was topped with a rotting human head, his lean frame draped in raw man-skin, but when I saw his eyes, I wondered that he bothered with such trumpery, as one wonders to see a lovely woman decked with glass beads and gowned in false silk. I had not known him so great a mage. Impelled by the training of my boyhood, I took the knife Bergendorfera put into my hand, and saluted him before the increate should judge between us, the flat of the blade before my face. No doubt he thought I meant to kill him, as Bergendorfera was demanding. He spoke into his left hand and made ready to cast the poisoned spell. Zama changed. Not slowly, as such things occur in tales, but with a suddenness more frightful. He was again the dead man who had burst into our room. There was a cry from the crowd, like the shriek of a troop of apes. Ceryx would have fled, but they closed before him like a wall. Perhaps someone held him, or obstructed him intentionally, I do not know. In an instant Zama was upon him, and I heard his neck break as a bone snaps in the jaws of a dog. For a breath the two lay together, the dead man on the dead man. Then Zama rose, living once more, and now alive fully, or so it appeared. I watched him recognize the old woman in me, and his lips parted. Half a dozen blades pierced him before he could speak. By the time I reached him he was less a man than a gobbet of bleeding flesh. Blood spurted in weakening streams from his throat. No doubt his heart still beat under its welter of blood, though his chest had been opened with a billhook. I stood over him and tried to call him to life yet again. The eyes of the head on Ceryx's fallen staff rolled in their putrid sockets to stare at me. Sickened, I turned away, wondering to find myself a torturer grown so cruel. Someone took my hand and led me toward the ship. As we went up the shaky gangplank, I discovered it was Bergendothera. Hadlin received us among hurrying sailors.
"They got him that time, sieur. Last night we were all afraid to strike first. Daylight makes a difference."
I shook my head. They killed him because he was no longer dangerous to them, Captain.
Bergendothera whispered, "He ought to lie down. It takes a great deal out of him."
Hadlin pointed to a door under the sun deck.
"If you'll go below, sieur, I'll show you the cabin.
It's not big, but—" I shook my head again. There were benches on either side of the door, and I asked to rest there. Bergendothera went to look at the cabin while I sat trying to wipe the image of Zama's face from my eyes and watching the crew make ready to cast off. One of the sun-browned rivermen seemed familiar, but I, who can forget nothing, sometimes have difficulty in bringing the quarry to bay in a memory that grows ever more vast. Chapter 33. Aboard the Alcyone. She was a xebec, low in the water and narrow at the waist. Her foremast carried an immense lateen sail, her pole mainmast 3 square sails that could be dropped to the main deck for reefing, and her mizzen a gaffsail, with a square topsail above it. Her gaffsail boom was lengthened by a flagstaff, so that on festive occasions, and such it appeared Hadlin considered our departure to be, an overwrought banner could be hung over the water. Flags of like design, representing no nation on earth, so far as I knew, flapped from the tops. In truth, there is something irresistibly festive about a sailing, provided it takes place in daylight and good weather. At every moment it seemed to me that we were about to depart, and at every moment my heart grew lighter. I felt it was wrong to be happy, that I should be miserable and exhausted, as indeed I had been when I looked down at poor Zama's body, and for some time after. Yet I could not continue so. I pulled up the hood of my cloak, as I had once drawn up the hood of my guild cloak when I strode smiling down the waterway to exile, and although this cloak, which I had taken from my stateroom on Zadkiel's ship upon a morning that now seemed as remote as the first dawn of Urth, was Phrygian purely by chance, I smiled once more at the realization that the waterway stretched along this very river, and the water lapping our sides must soon wash its dark curbs. Afraid Bergendothera might return, or that some sailor would glimpse my face, I climbed the few steps to the quarter-deck and discovered we had put out while I sat alone with my thoughts. Oss was already far behind us, and would have been out of sight had not the atmosphere been as clear as Hyalite. Its wretched lanes and vicious people I knew well enough, but the sparkling morning air made its staggering wall and tumble-down towers seem those of just such an enchanted town as I had seen in Thekla's brown book. I remembered the story, of course, as I remember everything, and I began to tell it to myself, leaning over the railing and whispering the words as I watched the fading town, lulled by the easy rocking of our vessel, which heeled scarcely at all under the slightest of breezes. The tale of the town that forgot Fauna. Long ago, when the plough was new, 9 men journeyed up a river in search of a site upon which to establish a new city. After many a day of weary rowing through mere wilderness, they came upon a place where an old woman had built a hut of sticks and planted a garden. There they beached their boat, for the supplies they had carried with them were gone, and for many days they had eaten only such fish as they could catch in the river, and drunk only river water. The old woman, whose name was Fauna, gave them mead and ripe melons, beans, white, black, and red, carrots and turnips, cucumbers as thick as your arm, and apples, cherries, and apricots. That night they slept before her fire, and in the morning, as they walked over the land eating its grapes and strawberries, they saw that everything needed to build a great city was there, where stone could be floated down from the mountains upon rafts of logs, where there was good water in abundance, and the rich soil engendered a green birth from every seed. Then they held a council. Some urged that they should kill the old woman, others more merciful that they should only drive her away. Still others proposed that they should trick her by this means or that. But their leader was a pious man who said, If we do any of these evil things, you may be sure the Increate will not permit it to pass without notice, for she has welcomed us and given us of all she possesses except her land. Let us offer our money for that. It may be she will accept it, not knowing the value of what she has." So they polished each brass or copper bit, put them into a bag, and offered it to the old woman. But she refused, for she loved her home. "Let her be tied and laid into one of her own tubs," some said. "Then we will only have to push the tub into the current, and we will be rid of her, and which of us will have her blood upon his hands?" Their leader shook his head. "Surely her ghost would haunt our new town," he told them, and so they added their silver to the money in a sack and offered it again. But the old woman refused as before. "She is old," one said, "and in the course of nature she must die soon. I will remain here to care for her while you return to your families. When she is dead, I will return also, bearing the news." At this the leader shook his head, for he saw murder in the speaker's eyes, and at last they added their gold, which was not much, to the money already in the bag, and offered that to the old woman as well. But she who loved her home refused, just as before. Then their leader said, "Tell us what you will take for this place, for I warn you we will have it by one means or another, and I cannot much longer restrain the rest." At that the old woman thought long and hard, and at last she said, "When you build your town, you must put a garden in the midst of it, with trees that blossom and fruit, and humble plants likewise. And in the center of this garden you must erect a statue of me made of precious stuffs." To this they readily agreed, and when they returned to the place with their wives and children, the old woman was no more to be seen. Her hut, her dovecotes, and her rabbit hutches they used for firewood, and they feasted on her produce while they built their town. But in the center of it, as they had sworn, they made a garden, and though it was not a large garden, they promised to make it bigger by and by. In the middle of this garden they erected a statue of painted wood. Years passed. The paint peeled away, and the wood cracked. Weeds sprang up in the flower-beds, though there were always a few old women who pulled them out and planted marigolds and hollyhocks, and scattered crumbs for the doves that perched on the shoulders of the wooden figure. The town gave itself a grand name and grew walls and towers, though its walls were but little walls to keep out beggars, and owls nested in the empty guard-rooms of its towers. Its grand name was not used by travelers or farmers, the former calling the place Pestis, and the latter Urbis. Yet many merchants and many outlanders settled there, and it grew until it reached the heels of the mountains, and the farmers sold their fields and meadows and were rich. At last a certain merchant purchased the weedy little garden in the center of the old quarter, and built godowns and shops upon its flower-beds. He burned the gnarled old apples and mulberries in his own fireplaces, for wood was dear, and when he burned the wooden woman, ants fled from her to explode among the coals. When the harvest was poor, the town fathers took what corn there was and shared it out at the price paid the year before. But a year came when the harvest failed. The merchants demanded to know by what right the fathers of the town did this, for they desired to sell what corn there was for the price it would bring. Prompted by the merchants, the town's many poor asked too, demanding bread at public cost. Then the town fathers recalled that their own fathers had taught them the name by which they governed the town, but none could lay tongue to it. There was fighting and many fires, but no bread, and before the last fire had smoldered out, many had left the town to search for berries and hunt rabbits. That town lies in ruins now, all its towers cast down. Yet it is said that one old woman remains, who has made a garden at its center among the tumbled walls. When I murmured the words I have just written here, Oss had nearly vanished, but I remained where I was, leaning on the rail of the little quarter-deck near the stern-post, looking back along the upper river that lay gleaming to the north and east. This part of Giol, below Thrax but above Nessus, is as different from that below Nessus as can be imagined. Though it carries already its burden of silt from the mountains, it flows too swiftly to foul its channel, and because it does not, and is hemmed by rocky hills on either side, it runs as straight as a spar for 100 leagues. Our sails had brought us to the center of the flood, where the current will bear a vessel 3 leagues in a watch. Close hauled, they gave us just enough way for the rudder to bite the swirling water.
The upper world was fair and smiling and full of sunshine, though in the farthest east there was a patch of black no bigger than my thumb. From time to time the breeze that filled our sails died away, and the strange, stiff flags ceased their uneasy stirring and fell lifelessly to the masts. I had been aware of 2 sailors crouched nearby, but had assumed they were on watch, waiting to trim the mizzen, our mizzen-mast extended through the sun-deck, if the need arose. When I turned at last, thinking to go to the bow, they were looking up at me, and I recognized both.
"We've disobeyed you, sieur," de Clan muttered, "but we did it because we love you for our lives. We beg you to forgive us." He could not meet my eyes. Harina nodded. "My arm ached to follow you, sieur. It will cook and wash and sweep for you. Do whatever you order it to do."
When I said nothing, she added,
"It's only my feet that rebel. They won't stand idle when you go away."
De Clan said, "We heard the doom you laid on us. I can't write, sieur, but I remember it all, and I'll find someone who can. Your curse upon that evil city won't be forgotten." I sat on the deck before them. "It isn't always good to leave your native place." Harina held out her cupped hand, the hand I had shaped for her, then turned it upside down.
"How can it be good to find the master of Urth and lose him again? Besides, I'd have been taken if I'd stayed with Mother, but I'd follow you anywhere, though an optimate waited to wed me."
"Did your father follow me too? Or any others? You can't remain with me unless you'll tell me the truth."
"I'd never lied to you, sieur. No others. I would have known them."
"Did you really follow me, Harina? Or did you and de Clan run ahead of us, just as you ran ahead of us after you'd seen us land from the flying ship?" De Clan said, "She didn't mean to lie, sieur. She's a good girl. It was just a manner of speaking." "I know that. But did you go ahead of me?"
De Clan nodded. "Yes, sieur, we did. She told me the woman had been talking about going to Oss the day before. So when you wouldn't let any of us go with you yesterday—" He paused, rubbing his grizzled chin and ruminating on the decision that had caused him to leave his native village. "We went first, sieur," Harina finished simply. "You said nobody but the woman was to come with you, and nobody could follow you. But you didn't say we couldn't go to Oss at all. We left while Anian and Chilak were making a staff for you."
"So you arrived before we did, and you talked to people, didn't you? You told them what had happened in your villages."
"We didn't mean any harm, sieur," Harina said. De Clan nodded. "I didn't. That's what she should say. It wasn't really her that talked, not until they asked her. It was me, though I've always been so slow with my words. Only I'm not sieur when I'm talking about you." He drew in breath, then burst out, "I've been beaten before, sieur. Twice by the tax-gatherers, once by the law. The second time I was the only man in Gergirsti that fought, and they left me for dead. But if you want to punish me, all you have to do is tell me. I'll jump into the water right now, if you tell me to, though I can't swim." I shook my head.
"You meant no harm, de Clan. Thanks to you, Ceryx learned about me, and poor Zama had to die a second death, and a third. But whether all that came to good or evil, I don't know. Until we reach the end of time, we don't know whether something's been good or bad. We can only judge the intentions of those who acted." "How did you learn that I was going to take this ship?" The wind was rising. Harina drew her stola more closely around her.
"We'd gone to sleep, sieur."
"In an inn?"
De Clan cleared his throat.
"No, sieur. It was in a tun. We thought it would keep the rain off if it rained. Then, too, I could sleep at the open end and her in the butt, so there couldn't anyone get at her without passing me. There was some people that didn't want us to, but when I had explained how it was to them, they let us."
"He knocked 2 of them down," Harina said, "but I don't think he hurt them, sieur. They got back up and ran away."
"Then, sieur, when we'd been asleep for a while, a boy came and woke me. He was a pot-boy, sieur, at the inn where you were, and he wanted to tell me about how you were staying there, and he'd served you, and you'd brought back a dead man. So then she and I went up to see. There was a lot of people in the tap-room, all talking about what had gone on, and some that knew us because we'd told them about you before, like the pot-boys, sieur. They stood us ale because we didn't have any money, and we got boiled eggs and salt that was free to drinkers there. And she heard a man say you and the woman was going on the Alcyone tomorrow."
Harina nodded. "So this morning we came. Our tun wasn't far from the dock, sieur, and I got de Clan up as soon as it was light. The captain wasn't there yet, but there was a man he'd left in charge, and when we said we'd work if they'd take us, he said all right, and we helped carry things. We saw you come, sieur, and what happened on the bank, and we've tried to stay close to you ever since."
I nodded, but I was looking toward the bow. Hadolin and Berkendofera had come up and were standing on the forecastle deck. The wind pressed her ragged sailor clothes against her, and I wondered to see how slender she was, remembering Gunny's heavy, muscular body. The clan whispered hoarsely,
"That woman down under this floor here, sir, with the captain."
"I know," I told him. "They lay together last night, too, at the inn. I have no claim on her. She's free to do as she wishes." Berkendofera turned for a moment, glancing up at the sails, which were full now, as though big with child, and laughing at something Hadolin had said to her. Chapter 34. Saltus Again. Before noon we were racing along like a yacht. The wind sang in the rigging, and the first big drops of rain spattered the ship like paint flung at her canvas. From my position by the quarter-deck rail I watched the mizzen-top and main topgallant struck, and the remainder of our hamper reefed again and again. When Hadolin came to me, excessively polite, to suggest I go below, I asked him if it would not be wise to tie up.
"Can't, sir. There's no harbour between here and Saltus, sir. Wind'd beach us if I tied to the bank, sir. A blow's coming, sir, it is indeed. We've rowed out worse, sir."
He dashed away to belabor the mizzen-gang and shout obscenities at the helmsman. I went forward. I knew there was a chance I would soon be drowned, but I was enjoying the wind and found I did not greatly care. Whether my life had come to its end or not, I had both succeeded and failed. I had brought a new son that could not possibly cross the gulf of space in my lifetime, nor in that of any infant born in mine. If we reached Nessus, I would reclaim the Phoenix throne, scrutinize the acts of the suzerain who had replaced Father Iniri, for I felt sure the Monarch mentioned by the villagers could not be Iniri, and reward or punish him as his conduct deserved. I would then live out the remainder of my life amid the sterile pomp of the House Absolute or the horrors of battlefields. And if I ever wrote an account of it, as I had the account of my rise, whose final disposal began this narrative, there would be little of interest in it once I had described the termination of this voyage. The wind snapped my cloak like a banner, and made our lateen foresail flap like the wings of some monstrous bird, as the tapered yard bent again and again to spill the blasts. The foresail had been reefed to the last point, and with every gust Alcyone shied toward Gial's rocky shore like a skittish steed. The mate stood with one hand on the backstay, watching the sail and cursing as monotonously as a barrel-organ. When he caught sight of me, he stopped abruptly and mouthed, "May I speak with you, sir?" He looked absurd, doffing his cap in that wind. I smiled as I nodded. "I suppose you can't furl the foresail without making her harder to steer?" It was just at that moment that the full fury of the storm descended on us. Though so much of her hamper had been struck or reefed, Alcyone was laid on her beam-ends. When she righted herself, and to the glory of her builders she did right herself, the water all around us was boiling with hail, and the drumming of the hailstones on her decks was deafening. The mate sprinted for the overhang of the sun-deck. I followed him, and was startled to see him fall to his knees as soon as he had gained its shelter.
"Sir, don't let her sink. I don't want it for me, sir. I got a wife, 2 babies, only married last year, sir.
I asked, "What makes you think I can save your ship?"
"It's the captain, ain't it, sir? I'll see to him soon as it gets dark."
He fingered the hilt of the long dirk at his side.
"I got a couple hands that's sure to stand by me, sir. I'll do it. I swear it to you, sir."
"You're talking mutiny," I said. "And nonsense." The ship rolled again until one end of the main yard was under water. "I can no more raise storms." I was addressing no one. He had bolted from beneath the overhanging deck and vanished into the hail and pouring rain. I seated myself once more on the narrow bench from which I had watched the ship loaded. Or rather, I rushed through the void as I had been rushing through the void since Berkendofera and I had leaped into the black emptiness under that strange dome on Yesod. And as I did, I made the lay figure I moved with strings that might have strangled half Briah,
sit upon the bench. In the space of a dozen breaths, or 100, the mate returned with Harina and Declan. He knelt again while they crouched at my feet.
"Stop the storm, sieur," Harina pleaded. "You were kind to us before. You won't die, but we will. Declan and me. I know we've offended you, but we meant well, and we beg you to forgive us."
Declan nodded mutely. I told them all, "Violent thunderstorms are common in autumn. This one will soon pass, like other storms." Declan began.
"Sure."
"What is it?" I asked him. "There's no reason you shouldn't speak."
"We saw you. She and I did. We were up there where you left us when the rain came. The mate here, he ran. You walked, sieur. You walked, and the hail didn't hit you. Look at my clothes, sieur, or hers."
"What do you mean, Declan?"
The mate mumbled.
"They're soaked, sieur. So am I. But feel your cloak, sieur. Feel your cheeks."
I did, and they were dry. When it is confronted with the incredible, the mind flies to the commonplace. The only explanation I could think of was that the fabric was of some extern weave that could not be wet, and that my face had been shielded by the hood. I pushed it back and stepped out into the waste. With my face turned to the wind, I could see rain streaming toward my eyes and hear the whizzing hail as it passed my ears, but no hailstone ever struck me, and my face and hands and cloak remained dry. It was as though the words, the foolish words, as I had always believed, of the Munis had become truth, and all I saw and heard was mere illusion. Almost against my will, I whispered to the storm. I had thought to speak as men speak to men, but I found that my lips produced the sounds of soft wind, of distant thunder rolling among the hills, and of the gentle timpanation of the rain of Yasod. A moment passed, then another. The thunder rumbled away, and the wind fell. A few hailstones, like pebbles flung by a child, plopped into the river. I knew that with those few words I had called the storm back into myself, and the feeling was indescribable. Earlier I had somehow sent forth my feelings, and they had become a monster as wild as I was then, a monster with the strength of 10,000 giants. Now they were only feelings again. And I was angry again, as I had been angry before, and not least angry because I was no longer certain where the line ran between this strange, sordid world of earth and myself. Was the wind my breath? Or was my breath the wind? Was it the rush of my blood, or the song of Gial that sounded in my ears? I would have cursed, but I feared what my curse might do.
"Thank you, sieur. Thank you."
It was the mate, kneeling again and ready to kiss my boot, if I had been ready to permit it. I made him rise instead, and told him that there was to be no murder of Captain Hadlin. In the end I was forced to make him swear it, because I could see that he, like Declan or Harina, would cheerfully have acted in what he felt to be my cause, in direct disobedience to my orders. I had become a miracle-monger, whether I liked it or not, and miracle-mongers are not obeyed, as are autarchs. Of the remainder of that day, as long as the light lasted, there is little to say. I thought much, but I did nothing but wander once or twice from the quarter-deck to the forecastle deck and back, and watch the river-bank slide by. Harina and Declan, and indeed all the crew, left me strictly alone. But when Urth seemed about to touch the red sun, I called Declan to me, and pointed toward the eastern shore, now brilliantly illuminated. "You see those trees?" I asked. "Some are in ranks and files like soldiers, some in clusters, and some in triangles, interlaced. Are those orchards?"
He shook his head sadly.
"I'd mine own trees, sieur. Nothing from them this year but green apples for cooking."
"But those are orchards?" He nodded. "And on the west bank, too, are those orchards as well?"
"The banks are too steep for fields, sieur. If you plough them, the rain washes everything away. But they do well enough in fruit trees."
Half to myself, I said, "Once I stopped at a village called Saltus. There were a few fields and a few cattle, but it wasn't until I got farther north that I saw much fruit." Hadlin's voice surprised me.
Strange you should mention that. Dark at Saltus and half a watch, here.
He looked like a boy who knows he is to be beaten. I sent Declan away, and told Hadlin he had nothing to fear, that I had indeed been angry with him, and with Bergandofera too, but that I was angry no longer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
He turned aside for a moment, then looked back, meeting my eyes, and said something that required as much moral courage as anything I have ever heard.
You must think we were laughing at you, sir. We weren't. In the chowder pot we thought you'd been killed. Then down in your cabin we couldn't help it. We were pulled together. She looked at me, and me at her. It happened before we knew. Thought we were going to die after, and I suppose we nearly did.
I told him, "You have nothing more to worry about."
I'd best go below and talk to her, then.
I went forward, but soon discovered that, close-hauled as we were, the view was actually better from the quarter-deck, which was higher. I was standing there, studying the northwestern bank, when Hadlin came back, this time bringing Bergandofera. When she saw me, she released his hand and went to the farther side of the deck.
If you're looking for the spot where we're going to dock, sir, it's just coming into sight. Can you see it? Look for the smoke, sir, not the houses.
I see it now.
They'll be fixing dinner for us in Saltus, sir. A good inn's there.
I answered, I know, thinking, as I did, how Jonas and I had walked there through the forest after the Ulans had scattered our party at the Piteous Gate, or finding the wine in our ewer, and many other things. The village itself seemed larger than I remembered. I had thought most of the houses stone. These were wood. I looked for the stake to which Morwenna had been chained when I had first spoken with her. As the crew struck our sails and we glided into the little bay, I found the patch of waste ground where it had stood, but there were no stake and no chain. I searched my memory, which is perfect, except perhaps for a few slight lapses and distortions. I recalled the stake and the soft clinking of the chain when Morwenna raised her hands in supplication, the way the midges buzzed and bit, and Barnock's house, all built of mine stone.
It's been a long time, I told Hadlin.
Sailors loosed the halyards, sail after sail dropped to the deck, and with the way remaining to her, the Alcyone slid toward her berth. Hands with boat-hooks stood on the grating decks that extended behind the sun-deck and beyond the forecastle, ready to fend us from the wharf or draw us to it. They were hardly needed. Half a dozen loungers scurried out to catch our lines and make them fast, and the helmsman laid us alongside so smoothly that the fenders of old cordage hanging from Alcyone's quarter merely kissed the timbers.
"Terrible storm today, Captain," one of the loungers called. "Just cleared away a bit ago. Water up over the street here. You're lucky you missed it."
"We didn't," Hadlin said.
I went ashore half convinced that there were two villages with the same name, perhaps Saltus and New Saltus, or something of the sort. When I reached the inn, it was not as I recalled it, yet it was not so very different either. The courtyard and its well were much the same, so were the wide gates that let in riders and carts. I took a seat in the public room and ordered supper from an innkeeper I did not recognize, wondering all the while whether Bergandofera and Hadlin would sit with me. Neither did, but after a time Harina and Declan came to my table, bringing with them the brawny sailor who had manned the aft boat-hook, and a greasy, close-faced woman they said was the ship's cook. I invited them to sit down, which they did only reluctantly, and after making it quite clear that they would not permit me to buy them food or wine. I asked the sailor, who I assumed must have stopped here often, if there were no mines in the area. He told me a shaft had been driven into a hillside about a year ago, upon the advice of a hatif that had whispered in the ears of several of the principal citizens of the village, and that a few interesting and valuable items had been brought to the surface. From the street outside we heard the tramp of booted feet, halted by a sharp command. They reminded me of the Kilau, who had marched singing from the river through that Saltus to which I had come as an exiled journeyman, and I was about to mention them in the hope of leading the conversation to the war with Asia, when the door burst open and a gaudily uniformed officer stalked in, followed by a squad of fusiliers. The room had been abuzz with talk,
It fell deathly still. The officer shouted to the innkeeper, "Show me the man you call the Conciliator." Bergendofera, who had been sitting with Hadlin at another table, rose and pointed to me. Chapter 35. Nessus Again. When I lived among the torturers, I often saw clients beaten, not by us, for we inflicted only such punishments as had been decreed, but by the soldiers who conveyed them to us and took them from us. The more experienced shielded their heads and faces with their arms, and their bellies with their shins. It leaves the spine exposed, but little can be done to protect the spine in any case. Outside the inn, I tried to fight at first, and it seems probable that the worst of my beating took place after I lost consciousness, or rather when the marionette I manipulated from afar had. When I became aware of Urth again, the blows still rained down, and I tried to do as those unlucky clients had. The Fusiliers used their boots, and, what were much more dangerous, the iron-shod butts of their fusils. The flashes of pain I felt seemed remote. I was aware mostly of the blows, each sudden, jolting, and unnatural. At last it was over, and the officer ordered me to rise. I floundered and fell, was kicked, tried again, and fell again. A rawhide noose was slipped around my neck, and I was lifted with that. It strangled me, yet helped me balance, too. My mouth was full of blood. I spit it out again and again, wondering whether a rib had punctured my lungs. 4 Fusiliers lay in the street, and I recalled that I had wrested his weapon from one, but had been unable to release the catch that would have allowed it to fire. On such small matters do our lives turn. Some comrades of the 4 examined them, and found that 3 were dead. "You killed them!" the officer shouted at me. I spat blood in his face. It was not a rational act, and I expected another beating for it. Perhaps I would have received one, but there were 100 people or more around us, watching by the light that streamed from the windows of the inn. They muttered and stirred, and it seemed to me that a few of the soldiers felt as they did, reminding me of the guardsmen in Dr. Talus's play, who had sought to protect Alcyone, who was Dorcas, and the mother of us all. A litter was contrived for the injured Fusilier, and 2 village men pressed into service to carry it. A cart filled with straw sufficed for the dead. The officer, the remaining Fusiliers, and I walked ahead of them to the wharf, a distance of a few hundred paces. Once, when I fell, 2 men dashed out of the crowd to help me up. Until I was again on my feet, I supposed that they were Declan and the sailor, or perhaps Declan and Hadlin, but when I gasped my thanks to them, I found that they were strangers. The incident seemed to enrage the officer, who fired his pistol into the ground at their feet to warn them away when I fell a second time, and kicked me until I rose again with the aid of the noose and the Fusilier who held it. The Alcyone lay at the wharf, just as we had left her. But alongside her was such a craft as I had never seen before, with a mast that looked too slight to carry sail, and a swivel gun on her foredeck, far smaller than the Samru's. Seeing the gun and the sailors manning it seemed to put new heart into the officer. He made me stop and face the crowd, and ordered me to point out my followers. I told him I had none, and that I knew none of the people before me. He struck me with his pistol then. When I got up once more, I saw Bergendofera near enough to have touched me. The officer repeated his demand, and she vanished into the darkness. Perhaps he struck me again when I refused again, but I do not recall it. I rode above the horizon, futilely directing my vitality toward the broken figure sprawled so far away. The void put it at naught, and I channeled Earth's energies instead. His bones knit, and his wounds healed, but I noted with dismay that the cheek torn by the pistol sight was that which Aegea's iron claw had once torn too. It was as if the old injury had reasserted itself, only slightly weakened. It was still night. Smooth wood supported me, but leaped and pounded as though lashed to the back of the most graceless destrier that ever galloped. I sat up and found I was aboard a ship, and that I had lain in a puddle of my own blood and spew. My ankle was chained to a staple. A Fusilier stood nearby with one hand on a stanchion, keeping his balance with difficulty on that wild deck. I asked him for water.
As I had learned when I marched through the jungle with Vodalis, when one is a captive, it does no harm to ask favors. They are not often granted, but when they are refused, nothing is lost. This principle was confirmed when, to my surprise, my guard lurched off toward the stern and returned with a bucket of river water. I stood, cleaned myself and my clothing as thoroughly as I could, and began to take an interest in my surroundings, which were, in fact, novel enough. The storm had cleared the sky, and the stars shone on Gial as though the new sun had been flourished across the Empyrean like a torch, leaving a trail of sparks. Green Loon peered from behind towers and domes silhouetted on the western bank. Without sails or oars, we skipped like a thrown stone down the river. Feluccas and caravels with all sails set appeared to ride at anchor in mid-channel. We darted among them as a swallow flits between megaliths. Aft, 2 gleaming plumes of spray rose as high as the barren mast, silver walls erected and demolished in a moment. Not far away I heard guttural, half-formed sounds that might almost have been words. It was as if some suffering beast sought to speak, and then to whisper. Another man lay on the deck near where I had lain, and a third crouched over him. My chain would not let me reach them. I knelt to add the length of my calf to it, and thus got close enough to see them as well as they could be seen in the darkness. Both were Fusiliers. The first lay on his back, unmoving, yet twisted as if in agony, his expression a hideous grimace. When he noticed me, he tried to speak again, and the other man murmured, "It's right, Eskel. Doesn't matter now." I said, "Your friend's neck has been broken." He answered, "You should know, Vatis." "I broke it, then. I thought so." Eskel made some strangled sound, and his comrade bent over him to listen. "He wants me to kill him," he told me when he straightened up again. "He's been asking for the last watch, ever since we put out." "Do you intend to do it?" "I don't know." His fusil had been across his chest. As he spoke, he laid it on the deck, holding it there with one hand. I saw light glint on the oiled barrel. "He'll die soon, no matter what you do. You'll feel better afterward if you let him die naturally." I would have said more, perhaps, but Eskel's left hand was moving, and I fell silent to watch it. Like a crippled spider, it crept toward the fusil, and at last closed on it and drew it toward him. His comrade could have taken it back easily, but he did not, and seemed as fascinated as I. Slowly, with an infinity of pain and labor, Eskel lifted and turned it until its barrel was directed toward me. Dimly, by starlight, I watched his stiff fingers fumbling. As the striker, so the stricken. Earlier, I might have saved myself if only I could have discovered the catch that would have permitted the weapon to fire. He who knew so well where it was and how it operated would have killed me, could only he have made his numb fingers release it. Impotent both, we stared at each other. At last his strength could no longer support the weight of the fusil. It fell clattering to the deck, and I felt that my heart would burst for pity. In that moment I would have pulled the trigger myself. My lips moved, but I scarcely knew what it was I said. Eskel sat up and stared. As he did, our vessel slowed. The deck sank until it was nearly level, and the plumes of water behind us vanished as a wave does that breaks on the beach. I stood up to see where we were. Eskel stood too, and soon the friend who had nursed him and my guard joined us. The embankment of Gial rose to our left, cutting off the night sky like the blade of a sword. We drifted along it almost in silence, the roaring of whatever engines they had been that had propelled us with such speed, muffled now. Steps descended to the water, but there were no friendly hands to tie us up. A sailor leaped from the bow to do it, and another threw him our mooring line. A moment more, and the gangplank stretched from ship to stair. The officer appeared at the stern, flanked by Fusiliers with torches. He halted to stare at Eskel, then called all 3 soldiers to him. They held a long conference in tones too faint for me to hear. At last the officer and my guard approached me, followed by the men with torches.
After a breath or two, the officer said,
"Take off his shirt."
Eskel and his friend came to stand beside us. Eskel said, "You must remove your shirt, sir. If you don't, we'll have to tear it off." To test him, I asked, "Would you do that?" He shrugged, and I unfastened the fine cloak I had taken from the ship of Tzadkiel and let it fall to the deck, then pulled the shirt over my head and dropped it on the cloak. The officer came nearer and made me turn so that he could examine my ribs on both sides.
"You should be nearly dead," he muttered, and then, "It's true, what they tell of you."
"Since I don't know what's been said, I can neither confirm nor deny it."
"I'm not asking you to. Dress yourself again. I advise it."
I looked around for my cloak and shirt, but they were gone.
The officer sighed. "Somebody's filched them. One of the sailors, I suppose."
He glanced toward Eskel's friend.
"You must have seen it, Tonko."
"I was looking at his face, sir, not at his clothes. But I'll try to find them."
The officer nodded. "Take Eskel with you." At a gesture from him, one of the torch-bearers handed his torch to the other and bent to free my leg. "They won't find them," the officer told me. "There are 1,000 hiding holes on a boat like this, and the crew will know them all." I told him I was not cold. The officer slipped off his uniform cape.
"The man who took them will cut them up and sell the pieces, I imagine. He should make something from them. Wear this. I've got another one in my cabin."
I disliked taking his cape, but it would have been foolish to refuse his generosity.
"I must fetter your hands. Regulations."
The manacles gleamed like silver in the torchlight. Still, they bit into my wrists, like others. The four of us crossed the gangplank to water stairs that seemed nearly new, mounted them, and marched in single file up a narrow street bordered with little gardens and rambling houses, mostly of a single story. A torch-bearer first, I following him, the officer behind me with his drawn pistol hanging at his side, and the second torch-bearer bringing up the rear. A laborer on his way home stopped to stare at us. Other than he, there was no one about. I looked over my shoulder to ask the officer where he was taking me.
"To the old port. One of the hulks there has been fitted up to hold prisoners."
"And then?" I could not see him, but I could visualize his shrug.
"I don't know. My orders were to arrest you and bring you here."
So far as I could see, here was a public garden. Before we walked into the darkness beneath the trees, I looked up and beheld myself through their frost-blighted leaves. Chapter 36. The Citadel Again. It was my hope to see the old sun rise before I was locked away. That was not to be. For a long time, or at least for what felt like a long time, we climbed a gentle hill. More than once our torches set fire to raddled leaves overhead that ignited a few others, releasing the pungent smoke that is the very breath of autumn before they smoldered out. More leaves strewed the path we trod, but they were sodden with rain. At last we came to a brooding wall, so lofty that the light of our torches failed to reveal its summit, so that for a moment I took it for the wall of Nessus. A man in half-armor leaned on the shaft of his vouge before the dark and narrow archway of a sally-port in the wall. When he caught sight of us, he did not straighten his stance or show any other sign of respect for the officer, but when we had traced the path almost to his feet, he pounded the iron door with the steel-shod butt of his weapon. The door was open from within. As we passed through the thickness of the wall, which was great, but not nearly so great as that of the wall of Nessus, I stopped so suddenly that the officer behind me collided with me. The guard within was armed with a long, double-edged sword, whose squared tip he permitted to rest upon the paving stones.
"Where am I?"
I asked the officer. "What is this place?"
"Where I told you I would bring you," he answered. "There is the hulk."
I looked and saw a mighty tower, all of gleaming metal. The guard drawled, "He's afraid of my blade. She has a good edge, fellow. You'll never feel it."
The officer snapped, "You will address this prisoner as Sieur."
"While you're here, Sieur, perhaps." What the officer might have said or done to him then, I do not know.
While they spoke, a woman had come out of the tower, followed by a serving boy with a lantern. The officer saluted this woman, who by the richness of her uniform was of superior rank, in the most negligent fashion, and said, "You find sleep difficult, I see." "Not at all. Your message said you would come, and I know you for a man of your word. I prefer to inspect our new clients personally. Turn about, fellow, and let me see you." I did as she bid. "A fine specimen, and you haven't marked him at all." He didn't resist. The officer said, "We present you with a tabula rasa." When he added nothing further, one of the soldiers with torches whispered, "He fought like a devil, Madam Prefect." The officer shot him a glance that indicated he would pay for the remark. "With such a docile client," the woman continued, "I'll hardly need you and your men to get him to a cell, I suppose?" The officer said, "We'll lock him up for you if you wish." "But if you don't, you'll have to have his irons now." He shrugged. "I've signed for them." "Take them, then." She turned to her serving boy. "He may try to escape us. Ricci, if he does, give me your lantern and retake him." The officer murmured, "Don't," as he freed my hands, then stepped away and made me a quick salute. The man with the sword grinned and swung back the narrow sally-port door. The officer and his torch-bearers filed out, and the door shut with a crash. I felt I had lost my only friend. "That way, 102, the woman said, and pointed toward the doorway through which she had come. I had been looking about, at first with a hope of escape, then with a numb astonishment I cannot possibly describe. Words burst from me. I could no more have held them back than I could have silenced my heart. "That's our Madichin Tower. That one's the Witch's Keep, but it's straight now, and there's the Bear Tower." "You're called a holy man," she said. "I see you're wholly deranged." As she spoke, she held out her hand so I could see she was not armed, and gave me a twisted smile that would have been enough warning if the officer had not warned me already. It was plain the ragged boy had no weapon, and posed no threat. She, I imagined, had a pistol or something worse under her rich uniform. Most do not know it, but it is difficult to learn to strike another human being with all one's force. Some ancient instinct makes even the most brutal soften the blow. Among the torturers I had been taught not to do so. I struck her, the heel of my hand, against her chin as hard as I have ever struck anyone in my life, and she crumpled like a doll. I kicked the lantern, which went out as it flew from the boy's hand. The guard at the sally-port raised his sword, but only to bar the way. I whirled and made off toward the broken court. The pain that struck me at that moment was like the pain of the revolutionary, the only pain I have ever felt that could be compared with it. I was being torn apart, and the separation of each limb was prolonged and prolonged until being quartered with a sword would have been nothing to it. The ground seemed to leap and reel under me, even when that hideous flash of pain was gone and I lay in the dark. All the great guns of the Battle of Orothaya were thundering together. Then I had returned to the world of Yasad. Its pure air filled my lungs, and the music of its breezes soothed my ears. I sat up and found that it was only Urth, as she seemed to one who had suffered Abaddon. As I rose, I thought of all the aid I had sent this ruined body, yet my arms and legs were stiff and cold, and pain lingered in every joint. I had lain upon a cot in a room that seemed oddly familiar. The door, which I felt sure had been of solid metal when I had last seen it, was a lattice of bars. It looked out into a narrow hall whose twistings I had known from childhood. I turned back to study the odd shape of the room. It was the bedchamber Roche had occupied as a journeyman, and it was to this very room that I had come to don lay clothing on the evening of our excursion to the house Azure. I stared at it in astonishment. Roche's bed, a trifle wider, had stood just where my cot was now. The position of the port, I recalled how surprised I had been to find Roche had a port, and that I myself had later been given a room without one, and the angles of the bulkheads were unmistakable. I went to the port, It was open, admitting the breeze that had awakened me. No bars crossed it, but of course no one could have climbed down the smooth walls of the tower, and only a very small man could have squeezed his shoulders through the port. I thrust out my head. Below me lay the old yard, just as I recalled it, basking in the late summer sunshine. Its cracked flagstones looked a trifle newer, perhaps, but otherwise they were the same. The Witch's Keep now leaned awry, precisely as it had always leaned in the recesses of my memory. The wall lay in ruins, exactly as in my day, its unsmeltable metal slabs half in the old yard and half in the necropolis. A lone journeyman, so I already thought him, lounged at the corpse door, and though he wore a strange uniform and clasped a sword, as Brother Porter had not, he stood at the spot where Brother Porter used to stand. Soon a boy, just such a ragged apprentice as I myself had been, crossed the old yard on some errand. I waved and shouted to him, and when he looked up I recognized him and called his name. "Ricci! Ricci!" He waved in return and went on about his business, clearly afraid to be seen speaking to a client of his guild. His guild, I write, but I was sure by then that it had been mine too. Long shadows told me it was still early morning. They were confirmed a few moments later by the slamming of doors and the footsteps of the journeyman bringing my atole. My door lacked the slot it ought to have had, so that he was forced to stand aside, holding his stack of trays, while another journeyman, with a vouge, looking almost like a soldier, unlocked for him. "You seem well enough," he said, as he put my tray on the floor inside the doorway. I told him that at times I had felt better. He edged closer. "You killed her." "The woman called Madame Prefect?" He nodded, as did the other journeyman. "Broke her neck." "If you'll take me to her," I told them, "I may be able to restore her." They exchanged a glance and went away, slamming the barred door behind them. So she was dead. And from the looks I had seen, she had been hated. Once Syriaca had asked me whether my offer to free her was not a final torment. The latticed summer-house floated from the depths of memory, to stand, complete with twining vines and green moonlight, in my morning-bright cell. I had told her that no client would believe us, but I had believed Madame Prefect, believed at least that I could escape from her, though I had known she did not. And all the while some weapon had been trained upon me from the Matachin Tower, perhaps from this very port, though more likely from the gun-room near the top. My reverie was interrupted by the arrival of still another journeyman, this time accompanied by a physician. My door was thrown open once again. The physician stepped inside, and the journeyman locked it behind him and stood back, ready to fire through the bars. The physician sat on my cot and opened a leather case. "How do you feel?" "Hungry." I tossed aside my bowl and spoon. "They brought me this, but it's mostly water." "Meat is for the Monarch's defenders, not for subversives." "You were hit by the convulsor?" "If you tell me so. I know nothing about it." "You were not, in my opinion. Stand up." I stood, then moved my arms and legs as he ordered, let my head roll back and to each side, and so forth. "You weren't hit. You're wearing an officer's cape. Were you an officer?" "If you like. I was a general, at least by courtesy. Not recently." "And you don't tell the truth. That's a junior officer's, for your information. These idiots think they hit you. I hear the man who fired at you swears it." "Then question him." "To listen to him denying what I know already? I'm not such a fool." "Shall I explain what happened?" I told him I wished someone would. "Very well. The earthquake came as you fled from Madame Prefect Prisca, at the instant this idiot on the gun-deck fired. He missed, as anyone would, but you fell and struck your head, and he thought he'd hit you. I've seen a good many of these supposedly wonderful happenings. They're always quite simple once you realize that the witnesses are confusing cause and effect." I nodded. "There was an earthquake?" "Certainly, and a big one. We're fortunate to have got off as lightly as we did. Haven't you looked outside yet? You must be able to see the wall from here." He stepped over to the port and looked out himself, then pointed, as people do, as if I had. A big section fell next to the zoetic transport there. Lucky the ship didn't fall, too. You don't think you knocked that down yourself, do you?" I told him I had never had any notion of why it had fallen. "This coast is quake-prone, as the old records indicate clearly enough. Praise to our Monarch, by the way, for having them brought here, but there hasn't been one since the river changed its course, so most of these fools think there'll never be another," he chuckled. "Though after last night a few have changed their minds, I imagine." He was already on his way out as he spoke. The journeyman banged my door closed and locked it again. I thought of Dr. Tolos's play, in which the ground shakes and Jahi says, "The end of Urth, you fool. Go ahead and spear her. It's the end for you anyway." How little I had talked with him upon the world of Yasad. Chapter 37. The Book of the New Sun. As in my time, we prisoners were fed twice a day, and our water carafes replenished at the evening meal. The apprentice carried my tray, gave me a wink, and returned when the journeyman was no longer about, with cheese and a loaf of fresh bread. The evening meal had been as scanty as the morning one. I began to eat what he had brought me, while I thanked him for it. He squatted in front of my cell door. "May I talk to you?" I said I did not govern his acts, and he was likely to know the rules of the place better than I. He flushed, his dark cheeks growing darker still. "I mean, will you talk with me?" "If it won't get you a beating." "I don't think there'll be any trouble, at least not now. But we ought to keep our voices down. Some of the others are probably spies." "How do you know I'm not?"
"Because you killed her, of course. The whole place is turned upside down. Everybody's glad she's dead, but there's sure to be an investigation, and no telling who'll be sent to take her place."
He paused, seeming to think deeply about what he would say next.
"The guards say you said you might be able to bring her back."
"And you don't want me to." He waved that away.
"Could you have? Really?"
"I don't know. I'd have to try. I'm surprised they told you."
"I wait around and listen to them talk, shine boots or run errands for money."
"I have none to give you. Mine was taken from me by the soldiers who arrested me."
"I wasn't after any."
He stood up and dug in one of the pockets of his ragged trousers.
"Here, you better take these."
He held them out. They were worn brass tokens of a design unfamiliar to me.
"Sometimes you can get people to bring you extra food or whatever."
"You brought me more food, and I gave you nothing."
"Take them," he said. "I want to give them to you. You might need them."
When I would not extend my hand, he tossed them through the bars and disappeared down the corridor. I picked up these coins and dropped them into one of my own pockets, as puzzled as I have ever been in my life. Outside, afternoon had become chill evening, with the port still open. I pushed the heavy lens shut and dogged it down. Its broad, smooth flanges, of a shape I had never considered, had clearly been intended to hold the void at bay. As I finished my bread and cheese, I thought of our passage back to Urth on the tender, and my exultation aboard Zadkiel's ship. How marvelous it would be to send this old Madichin tower hurtling among the stars! And yet there was something sinister about it, as about all things perverted from a noble purpose to a shameful one. I had grown to manhood here, feeling nothing of that. The bread and cheese gone, I wrapped myself in the cape the officer had given me, shut out the light with one arm, and tried to sleep. Morning brought more visitors. Bergendofera and Hadlin arrived, escorted by a tall journeyman who saluted them with his weapon and left them outside my door. My surprise was no doubt written on my face. "Money can do wonders," Hadlin said. His twisted mouth showed how painful the amount had been, and I wondered whether Bergendofera had concealed the wages she had brought from the ship, or if he considered that money his own now. Bergendofera told me, "I needed to see you one last time, and Hadlin arranged it for me." She wanted to say more, but the words caught in her throat. Hadlin said, "She wants you to forgive her." "For leaving me for him, Bergendofera? There's nothing to forgive. I had no right to you."
"For pointing you out when the soldiers came. You saw me. I know you saw me."
Yes, I said, remembering. I didn't think. I was afraid. Afraid of me? She nodded. Hadlin said,
They'd have got you just the same. Somebody else would have pointed you out.
I asked him, You? He shook his head and stepped back from the bars. When I had been autarch, supplicants had often knelt before me. Now Bergendofera knelt, and it seemed hideously inappropriate. I had to talk to you, Severian. One last time. That was why I followed the soldiers to the wharf that night. Won't you forgive me? I wouldn't have done it, but I was so afraid. I asked whether she remembered Gunny. Oh, yes, and the ship, except that it seems like a dream now. She was you, and I owe her a great deal. For her sake, your sake, I forgive you. Now and at every other time. Do you understand? I think so, she said, and instantly she was happy, as if a light had been kindled in her. Severian, we're going down the river to Liti. Hadlin goes there often and will buy a house where I'll live when I'm not with him on Alcyone. We want to have children. When they come, can I tell them about you? Although I believed at the time that it was only because I could see Hadlin's face as well as hers, a strange thing took place as she spoke. I grew conscious of her future, as I might have been of the future of some blossom that Valeria had plucked in the gardens. I told her, It may be, Bergendofera, that you will have children as you wish. If you do, you may tell them anything you like about me. It may also be that in a time to come you'll want to find me again. If you look, you may, or you may not. But if you look, remember you aren't looking because I've told you to, or because I've promised you'll find me. When they had gone, I thought for a moment about her and about Gunny, who had once been Bergendofera. We say that a man is as brave as an Atrix, or that a woman is as lovely as a red roe, as Bergendofera was. But we lack any such term for loyalty, because nothing we know is truly loyal, or rather because true loyalty is found only in the individual, and not in the type. A son may be loyal to his father, or a dog to its master, but most are not. As Thecla, I had been false to my autarch, as Severian to my guild. Gunny had been loyal to me, and to Urth, not to her comrades. And perhaps we are unable to advance some paragon of loyalty to an apothem only because loyalty, in the final analysis, is choice. Yet how strange that Gunny should sail the empty seas of time to become Bergendofera again. A poet would sing that she searched for love, I suppose, but it seemed to me she searched for the illusion that love is more than it is, though I would like to believe that it was for some higher love which has no name. Another visitor soon came, but was no visitor at all, since I could not see his face. A whisper that seemed to originate in the empty corridor asked, Are you the Theurgist? If you say it, I answered. But who are you, and where are you?
Canog, the student. I'm in the cell next to you. I heard the boy talking to you and the woman and the captain just now.
I asked, How long have you been here, Canog? Hoping he might advise me upon certain matters.
Nearly 3 months. I'm under sentence of death, but I don't think it'll be carried out. Usually they're not, after such a long time. Probably the old Frontisarian has interceded for her erring child, eh? At least I hope so.
I had heard much such talk in my own day. It was strange to find it unchanged. I said, You must know the ways of the place by now?
Oh, it's just as the boy told you, meaning not so bad if you've a little money. I got them to give me paper and ink, so now I write letters for the guards. Then, too, a friend brought a few of my books. I'll be a famous scholar if they keep me here long enough.
Having always asked the question when I toured the dungeons and oubliettes of the Commonwealth, I asked why he was imprisoned. He was silent for a time. I had opened the port again, but even with a breath of wind coming through it, I was conscious of the reek from the slop jar under my cot as well as the general stench of the place. The cawing of rooks rode upon the breeze, Through my barred door came the endless tramping of boots upon metal. At last he said, "We don't pry into those matters here." "I'm sorry I have offended you, but you asked such a question of me. You asked if I was the Theurgist, and it's as a Theurgist that I have been imprisoned." Another long pause. "I killed a fool of a shopkeeper. He'd been asleep behind his counter. I knocked over a brass candlestick, and up he came, roaring, with a pillow sword in his hand. What else could I do? A man has a right to save his own life, doesn't he?" "Not under every circumstance," I said. I had not known the thought was in me until I had expressed it. That evening the boy brought my food, and with it Harina, the clan, the mate, and the cook I had seen briefly in the inn of Saltus. "I got them inside, sire," the boy said. He tossed back his wild black hair with a gesture fit for any courtier. "The guard owes me a few favors." Harina was weeping, and I pushed my arm between the bars to stroke her shoulder. "You're all in danger," I told them. "You may be arrested because of me. You mustn't stay here long." The mate said, "Let them come for me with their sweet-arsed soldier boys. They'll find no virgin." The clan nodded and cleared his throat, and I realized with some astonishment that he was their leader.
"Sire," he began in his deep, slow voice, "it's you who are in danger. They kill people in this place as we do pigs at home."
"Worse," the boy put in.
"We mean to speak to the magistrate on your behalf, sire. We waited there this afternoon, but we weren't admitted. Poor people wait for days, they say, before they get to speak with him. But we'll wait as long as we have to. Meantime, we mean to do what we can in other ways."
Alcyone's cook looked at him with a significance I did not understand. Harina said, "But now we want you to tell all of us about the new sun's coming. I've heard more than the others, and I've tried to tell them what you told me, but that was only a little. Will you tell us everything now?" "I don't know whether I can explain so you'll understand it," I said. "I don't know that I understand it myself." "Please," the cook said. It was the only word I was ever to hear from her. "Very well, then. You know what's happening to the old sun. It is dying. I don't mean that it's about to go out like a lamp at midnight. That would take a very long time. The wick, if you can think of it so, has been trimmed by only the width of a hair, and the corn has rotted in the fields. You don't know it, but the ice in the south is already gathering new strength. To the ice of 10 Chiliads will be added the ice of the winter now almost upon us, and the two will embrace like brothers and begin their march upon these northern lands. Great Erebus, who has established his kingdom there, will soon be driven before them, with all his fierce pale warriors. He will unite his strength with Abiah's, whose kingdom is in the warm waters. With others less in might, but equal in cunning, they will offer allegiance to the rulers of the lands beyond Earth's waste, which you call Asia, and, once united with them, will devour them utterly. But everything that I said to them is much too long to be written here, each word a word. I told them all I knew of the history of the old sun's dying, and what that would do to Earth, and I promised them that at last someone would bring a new sun. Then Harina asked, "Aren't you the new sun yourself, sire?" "The woman who was with you when you came to our village said you were." I told her I would not speak of that, fearing that if they knew it, yet saw me imprisoned, they would despair. The clan wished to know how Earth would fare when the new sun came, and I, understanding little more than he did himself, drew upon Dr. Tollis's play, never thinking that in a time yet to come Dr. Tollis's play would be drawn from my words. When they had gone at last, I realized I had not so much as touched the food the boy had brought me. I was very hungry, but when I reached for the bowl, my fingers brushed something else. A long and narrow bundle of rags, so placed that it lay in shadow. The voice of my neighbor floated through the bars. "That was a fine tale. I took notes as fast as I could, and it should make a capital little book whenever I'm released." I was unwinding the rags and scarcely heard him. It was a knife, the long dirk the mate had worn aboard the Alcyone. Chapter 38. To the Tomb of the Monarch. For the remainder of the evening I gazed at the knife. Not in fact, of course. I had rewrapped it in its rags and hidden it under the mattress of my cot. But as I lay upon that mattress, staring up at the metal ceiling that was so like the one I had known in the apprentice's dormitory as a child, I felt the knife below my knees. Later it revolved before my closed eyes, luminant in the darkness and distinct from hilt of bone to needlepoint. When I slept at last, I found it among my dreams as well. Perhaps for that reason I slept badly. Again and again I woke and blinked at the cell light glowing above my head, rose and stretched and crossed to the port to search for the white star that was another self. At those times I would gladly have surrendered my imprisoned body to death if I could have done it with honor, and fled streaming through the midnight sky to unite my being. In those moments I knew my power, that could draw whole worlds to me and incremate them as an artist burns his earths for pigments. In the brown book, now lost, that I carried and read so long that at last I had committed to memory its whole contents, though they had once seemed inexhaustible, there is this passage: "Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. The sun and the moon and 11 stars made obeisance to me." Its words show plainly how much wiser the peoples of ages long past were than we are now. Not for nothing is that book titled The Book of the Wonders of Earth and Sky. I, too, dreamed a dream. I dreamed that I called the power of my star down upon myself, and rising crossed, Thecla as well as Severian, to our barred door, and grasping its bars, bent them until we could easily have passed between them. But when we bent them, it seemed we parted a curtain, and beyond it beheld a second curtain, and Tzadkiel, neither larger than ourselves nor smaller, with the dirk afire. When the new day, like a flood of tarnished gold, poured at last through the open port, and I waited for my bowl and spoon, I examined those bars, and though most were as they ought to have been, those at the center were not quite so straight as the rest. The boy carried in my food, saying, "Even if I only heard you once, I learned a lot from you, Severian. I'll be sorry to see you go." I asked whether I was to be executed. As he set down my tray, he glanced over his shoulder at the journeyman guard leaning against the wall. "No, it's not that. They're just going to take you somewhere else. A flyer's coming for you today, with Praetorians." "A flyer?" "Because it can fly over the rebel army, I suppose. Have you ever ridden in one? I've only watched them taking off and landing. It must be terrific." "It is. The first time I flew in one, we were shot down. I've ridden in them often since, and even learned to operate them myself. But the truth is that I've always been terrified."
The boy nodded. "I would be, too, but I'd like to try it."
Awkwardly, he offered his hand.
"Good luck, Severian, wherever they take you."
I clasped it. It was dirty, but dry, and seemed very small. "Ricci," I said. "That's not your real name, is it?"
He grinned. "No. It means I stink."
"Not to my nose."
"It's not cold yet," he explained, "so I can go swimming. In the winter I don't have much chance to wash, and they work me pretty hard."
"Yes, I remember. But your real name is—"
"Imar?" He withdrew his hand. "Why are you looking at me like that?"
"Because when I touched you, I saw the flash of gems about your head. Imar, I think I'm beginning to spread out, to spread through time, or rather to be aware that I am spread through time, since all of us are. How strange that you and I should meet like this." I hesitated for a moment, my voice bewildered among so many swirling thoughts. Or perhaps it isn't really strange at all. Something governs our destiny, surely. Something higher even than the hierogrammates.
"What are you talking about?"
Imar, some day you will become the ruler. You'll be the monarch, although I don't think you'll call yourself that. Try to rule for Urth, and not just in Urth's name, as so many have. Rule justly, or at least as justly as circumstances permit. He said, "You're teasing me, aren't you?" "No," I told him. "Even though I know no more than that, you will rule, and some day sit disguised beneath a plane tree. But those things I do know." When he and the journeyman were gone, I thrust the knife into the top of my boot and covered it with my trouser leg. As I did, and afterward, while I sat waiting on my cot, I speculated upon our conversation. Was it not possible Imar had reached the Phoenix throne only because some epopt, myself, had prophesied he would? So far as I am aware, history holds no record of it, and perhaps I have created my own truth. Or perhaps Imar, now feeling he rides his destiny, will fail to make the cardinal effort that would have won him a signal victory. Who can say? Does not Zadkiel's curtain of uncertainty veil the future, even from those who have emerged from its mists? The present, when we leave it before us, becomes the future once more. I had left it, I knew, and waited deep in a past that was, in my own day, scarcely more than myth. Watch followed weary watch as ants creep through autumn to winter. When at last I had concluded beyond question that Imar's information had been mistaken, that the Praetorians would come not that day but the next, or not at all, I glanced out the port, hoping to amuse myself with the errands of those few persons who chanced to cross the old yard. A flyer rode at anchor there, as sleek as a silver dart. I had no sooner seen it than I heard the measured tread of marching men, broken as they mounted the stair, resumed when they reached the level at which I waited. I rushed to the door. A bustling journeyman led the way. A bemedalled Chiliarch sauntered after him. Thrust well into his sword-belt, his thumbs proclaimed him not a subordinate, but one infinitely superior. Behind them, in a single file maintained with the disciplined precision of hand-colored troops, commanded by a child, though they were less visible than smoke, tramped a squad of guardsmen in the charge of a vintner. As I watched, the journeyman waved in the direction of my cell with his keys. The Chiliarch nodded tolerantly and strolled nearer to inspect me. The vintner bellowed some order, and the boots of the squad halted with a crash, succeeded at once by a second bellow and a second crash, as the 10 phantom guardsmen grounded their weapons. The flyer differed scarcely at all from the one in which I had once inspected the armies of the Third Battle of Orathaia, and indeed it may have been the same device, such machines being maintained by generation after generation. The vintner ordered me to lie on the floor. I obeyed, but asked the Chiliarch, a hatchet-faced man of 40 or so, whether I might not look over the side as we flew. This permission was refused, he doubtless fearing I was a spy, as in some sense I was. I had to content myself with imagining Imar's farewell wave. The 11 guardsmen who lined the seat astern, fading like so many ghosts into its Pointier upholstery, owed their near invisibility to the catoptric armor of my own Praetorians. And I soon realized they were my own Praetorians, in fact, their armor, and, what was more important, their traditions, having been handed down from this unimaginably early day to my own. My guards had become my guards, my jailers. Because our flyer hurtled through the sky, and I sometimes glimpsed streaking clouds, I expected our journey to be short, but a watch at least elapsed, and perhaps another, before I felt the flyer drop and saw the landing line cast. Dismal walls of living rock rose upon our left, reeled, and were lost to sight. When our pilot retracted the dome, the wind that lashed my face was so chill that I supposed we had flown south to the ice-fields. I stepped out and looked up to see instead a towering ruin of snow and blasted stone. All around us ragged, faceless peaks loomed through pent clouds. We were among mountains, but mountains that had not yet put on the carven likenesses of men and women, such unshaped mountains, then, as are to be seen in the oldest pictures. I would have stood staring at them until dusk, but a cuff on the ear knocked me sprawling. I rose, consumed with impotent rage. I had suffered such abuse after I had been taken at Saltus, and had succeeded in making that officer my friend. Now I felt I had accomplished nothing, that the cycle had begun again, that it was fated to persist, and perhaps to continue to my death. I resolved it would not. Before the day was over, the knife thrust into the top of my boot would end a life. Meanwhile, my own streamed from my clangor's ear, hot as though from the kettle where it drenched my chilled flesh. I was driven into a stream, far greater, of vast hurrying wains burdened with yet more shattered rock, wains that rolled forward without oxen or slaves to draw them, no matter how steep the gradient, launching dense clouds of dust and smoke into the shining air, and bellowing like bulls when we crossed their path. Far up the mountain, a giant in armor dug stone with his iron hands, looking smaller than a mouse. The hurrying wains gave way to hurrying men as we went among the plain and even ugly sheds, whose open doorways revealed curious tools and machines. I asked the Kiliarch I intended to kill where he had brought me. He motioned to the vintner, and I got another blow from the vintner's gauntlet. In a round structure larger than the rest, I was driven down aisles lined with cabinets and seats until we reached a circular curtain like the one of an indoor tent or pavilion at its center. I had recognized the building by then. "You are to wait here," the Kiliarch instructed me. "The Monarch will speak to you. When you leave, you will—" A voice from the other side of the curtain, thick with wine, and yet familiar still, called, "Loose him." "Obedience and obeisance!" The Kiliarch jerked erect, and he and his guardsmen saluted. For a moment all of us stood like so many images. When that voice was not heard again, the vintner freed my hands. The Kiliarch whispered, "When you leave this place, you will say nothing of what you may have heard or seen. Otherwise you will die." "You are mistaken," I told him. "It is you that will die." There was sudden fear in his eyes. I had been reasonably sure he would not dare signal the vintner to strike me there under the unseen gaze of his monarch. Nor was I wrong. For the space of a heartbeat we stared at each other, slayer and slain by both accounts. The vintner barked a command, and his squad turned their backs to the curtain. When the Kiliarch had assured himself that none of the guardsmen would be able to see what lay beyond the curtain when it parted, he told me, "Go through." I nodded and advanced to it. It was of crimson triple silk, luxurious to the touch. As I pushed it aside, I saw the faces I had expected. Seeing them, I bowed to their owner. Chapter 39. The Claw of the Conciliator Again. The two-headed man lounging upon the divan beyond the crimson curtain raised his cup to acknowledge my bow. "I see you know to whom you come." It was the head on the left that spoke. "You're Typhon," I said. "The monarch, the sole ruler, or so you think, of this ill-starred world, and of others as well. But it wasn't to you I bowed, but to my benefactor, Phaeton." With a mighty arm that was not his, Typhon brought the cup to his lips. His stare across its golden rim was the poisoned regard of the Yellowbeard. "You have known Phaeton in the past?" I shook my head. "I'll know him in the future." Typhon drank and set his cup upon a small table. "What is said of you is true, then. You maintain that you are a prophet." "I hadn't thought of myself in that way. But yes, if you like. I know that you'll die on that couch. Does that interest you? That body will lie among the straps you no longer need to restrain Phaeton, and the implements you no longer need to force him to eat. The mountain winds will dry his stolen body until it is like the leaves that now die too young, and whole ages of the world will stride across it before my coming reawakens you to life." Typhon laughed, just as I had heard him laugh when I bared Terminus Est.
"You're a poor prophet, I fear. But I find that a poor prophet is more amusing than a true one. If you had merely told me that I would lie, should my death ever occur, which I've begun to doubt, among the funeral breads in the skull cavity of this monument, you would only have told me what any child could. I prefer your fantasies, and it may be that I can make use of you. You're reported to have performed amazing cures. Have you true power?"
"That's for you to say." He sat up, the muscular torso that was not his, swaying.
"I am accustomed to having my questions answered. A call from me and 100 men of my own division would be here to cast you—" he paused and smiled to himself— "from my sleeve. Would you enjoy it? That's how we treat workmen who won't work. Answer me, Conciliator. Can you fly?"
"I can't say, having never tried."
"You may have an opportunity soon."
"I will ask twice." He laughed again.
"It suits my present condition, after all. But not thrice. Do you have power? Prove it, or die."
I allowed my shoulders to rise a finger's width, and fall again. My hands were still numb from the gyves. I rubbed my wrists as I spoke. "Would you allow that I have power if I could kill a certain man who had injured me just by striking this table before us?" The unfortunate Phaeton stared at me, and Typhon smiled.
"Yes, that would be a satisfactory demonstration."
"Upon your word?" The smile grew broader.
"If you like," he said. "Prove it."
I drew the dirk and drove it into the tabletop. I doubt that there were provisions for the confinement of prisoners on the mountain, and as I considered those made for me, it occurred to me that my cell in the vessel that would soon be our Madigan Tower must have been a makeshift as well, and a shift made not very long ago. If Typhon had merely wished to confine me, he might easily have done it by emptying one of the solidly built sheds and locking me inside. It was clear he wished to do more, to terrify and suborn me, and thus win me to his cause. My prison was a spur of rock, not yet cut from the robe of the giant figure that already bore his face. A little shelter of stones and canvas was set up for me on that wind-swept spot, and to it were brought meat and a rare wine that must have been stored for Typhon himself. As I watched, a timber nearly as thick as the Alcyone's mizzenmast, though not so high, was set into the rock where the spur left the mountain, and a Smilodon chained to its base. The Chiliarch hung from the top of this timber on a hook passed between his hands, which were manacled as my own had been. For as long as the light lasted, I watched them, though I soon realized that a battle raged at the foot of the mountain. The Smilodon appeared to have been starved. From time to time it sprang up and sought to grasp the Chiliarch's legs. Always he lifted them, so it fell a cubit short, and its great claws, though they grooved the wood like chisels, would not support it. In that one afternoon I had as much vengeance as I wish ever to have. When night came, I carried food to the Smilodon. Once on my journey to Thrax with Dorcas and Jolenta, I had freed a beast bound much as the Chiliarch was now. It had not attacked me, perhaps because I bore the gem called the Claw of the Conciliator, perhaps only because it had been too weak to do so. Now this Smilodon ate from my hands and licked them with its broad, rough tongue. I touched its curving tusks, like the ivory of the mammoths, and I scratched its ears, as I would have Triskeles, saying, "We have borne swords. We know, do we not?" I do not believe the beasts can comprehend more than the simplest and most familiar phrases, yet I felt the massive head nod. The chain was fastened to a collar with 2 buckles as wide as my hand. I loosed it, and set the poor creature free. but it remained at my side. The Kiliarch was not so readily released. I was able to climb the timber easily enough, locking my knees around it as I once had locked them around the pines in the necropolis as a boy. By then the horizon had dropped far below my star, and I could easily have lifted him free from his hook and flung him into the gulf below, but I dared not drop him for fear he would fall into it, or that the Smilodon would attack him. Although the light was too faint for me to see it, its eyes gleamed as it stared up at us. In the end I looped his hands about my neck and clambered down as well as I could, nearly slipping and half choking, but reaching the safety of the rock at last. When I carried him to the shelter, the Smilodon followed and lay at our feet. By morning, when 7 guardsmen arrived with food, water, and wine for me, and torches lashed to poles with which to drive back the Smilodon, their Kiliarch was fully conscious, and had eaten and drunk. The consternation on the soldiers' faces when they saw that he and the Smilodon were gone entertained us, but it was nothing compared to their expressions when they discovered both in my shelter. "Come ahead," I told them. "The beast won't harm you, and your Kiliarch will discipline you only if you have been false to your duty, I feel sure." They advanced, though hesitantly, eyeing me with almost as much fear as the Smilodon. I said, "You saw what your monarch did to your Kiliarch because he permitted me to retain a weapon. What will he do to you when he learns you've permitted your Kiliarch to escape?"
The Ventnor answered, "We'll all die, sire."
"There'll be a couple more stakes, and 3 or 4 of us hung from each." The Smilodon snarled as he spoke, and all 7 stepped back. The Kiliarch nodded.
"He's right. I'd order it myself if I retained my office."
I said, "Sometimes a man is broken by losing such an office."
"Nothing's ever broken me," he replied. "This won't either."
I think that was the first time I looked at him as a human being. His face was hard and cold, but full of intelligence and resolution. "You're right," I told him. "Sometimes, indeed. But not this time. You must flee and take these men with you. I put them under your orders." He nodded again.
"Can you release my hands, Conciliator?"
The Ventnor said, "I can, sire."
He stepped forward with the key, and the Smilodon voiced no protest. When the manacles fell to the rock upon which we sat, the Kiliarch picked them up and tossed them over the edge. "Keep your hands clasped behind you," I told him. "Cover them with your cape. Have these men march you to the flyer. Everyone will think you're being taken elsewhere for further punishment. You'll know where you can land with safety better than I."
"We'll join the rebels. They should be glad to get us."
He rose and saluted, and I rose too and returned his salute, having been habituated to it during my time as autarch. The Ventnor asked, "Conciliator, can't you free Urth from Typhon?" "I could, but I won't unless I must. It's easy, very easy, to slay a ruler, but it's very difficult to prevent a worse one from coming to his place."
"Rule us yourself."
I shook my head. "If I say I have a mission of greater importance, you'll think I'm joking. Yet it's the truth." They nodded, clearly without comprehension. "I'll tell you this. This morning I've been studying this mountain, and the speed with which the work here is going forward. From those things I know Typhon has only a short time to live. He'll die on the red couch where he lies now, and without his word no one will dare to draw aside the curtain. One after another will creep away. The machines that dig like men will return for fresh instructions, but they won't receive them. And in time the curtain itself will fall to dust." They were staring at me, open-mouthed. I said, "There will never be another ruler like Typhon, a monarch over many worlds. But the lesser ones who will follow him, of whom the best and greatest will be named Emar, will imitate him until every peak you see around us wears a crown. That's all I'll tell you now, and all I can tell you. You must go." The Kiliarch said,
"We'll stay here and die with you, Conciliator, if you desire it."
"I don't," I told them, "and I won't die." I tried to reveal the workings of time to them, though I do not understand them myself. Everyone who has lived is still alive, some when. But you are in great danger. Go. The guardsmen backed away. Their Chiliarch said, Won't you give us some token, Conciliator, some proof that we once encountered you? I know my hands are profaned with your blood, and so are Gaudentius's. But these men never harmed you. The word he had used suggested the token he received. I took off the thong and the little sack of manskin Dorcas had sewn for the claw, which now held the thorn I had plucked from my arm beside unresting ocean, the thorn upon which my fingers had closed aboard Zadkiel's ship. This has been drenched in my blood, I told them. With one hand on the Smilodon's head, I watched them walk the promontory that held my shelter, their shadows still long in the morning light. When they reached the mass of rock that was fast becoming Typhon's sleeve, the Chiliarch concealed his wrists under his cape as I had suggested. The Vantner drew his pistol, and 2 soldiers aimed their weapons at the Chiliarch's back. Thus disposed, prisoner and guard, they descended the stair on the farther side and were lost to me in the bustling roadways of that place I had not yet named, the accursed town. I had sent them away lightly enough, but now that they were gone I knew once more what it was to lose a friend. For the Chiliarch, too, had become my friend. And my heart, though it may be, as some have said, as hard as metal, felt ready to crack at last. And now I must lose you too, I told the Smilodon. In fact, I should have sent you away while it was still dark. It made a deep rumbling that must have been its purr, surely a sound seldom heard by man and woman. That thunderous purr was echoed faintly from the sky. Far across the lap of the colossal statue, a flyer lifted into the air, rising slowly at first, as those vessels always do when they rely upon the repulsion of Urth alone, then streaking away. I recalled the flyer I had seen when I had parted from Vodalus, after the occurrence I placed at the very beginning of the manuscript I cast into the ever-changing universes. And I resolved then that if ever leisure should come to me again, I would pen a new account, beginning, as I have, with the casting away of the old. Whence comes this unslakable thirst to leave behind me a wandering trail of ink, I cannot say, but once I referred to a certain incident in the life of Emar. Now I have spoken with Emar himself, yet that incident remains as inexplicable as the desire. I would prefer that similar incidents in my own life not suffer a similar obscurity. The thunder that had been so distant sounded again, nearer now, the voice of a column of night-black cloud that outreached even the arm of Typhon's colossal figure. The Praetorians had laid down the food and drink they had brought at some distance from my little shelter. Such service is the price of undying loyalty. Those who profess it seldom labor quite so diligently as a common servant whose loyalty is to his task. I went out, the Smilodon with me, to carry it back to whatever protection we could give it. The wind had already begun her storm-song, and a few raindrops splattered the rock before us, as big as plums and icy cold. "This is as good a chance as you'll ever have," I told the Smilodon. "They're running for shelter already. Go, now." It leaped away as though it had been awaiting my consent, clearing 10 cubits at every bound. In a moment it had vanished over the edge of the arm. In a moment more it reappeared, a tawny streak darkening to rain-wet brown, from which workers and soldiers fled like conies. I was glad to see that, for all the weapons of beasts, no matter how terrible they seem, are merely toys compared to the weapons of men. Whether it returned safely to its hunting grounds I am unable to say, though I trust it did. As for myself, I sat under my shelter for a time, listening to the storm and munching bread and fruit, until at last the wild wind snatched the canvas from over my head. I rose. When I looked through the curtains of the downpour, I saw a party of soldiers cresting the arm. Astonishingly, I also saw places without rain or soldiers. I do not mean that these newly seen places now spread themselves where the abyss had stretched. Its aching emptiness remained, rock dropping a league at least like a cataract, with the dark green of the high jungle far below, the jungle that would hold the village of sorcerers through which the boy Severian and I would pass. Rather, it seemed to me that the familiar directions of up and down, forward and back, left and right, had opened like a blossom, revealing petals unguessed, new Sephiroth, whose existence had been hidden from me until now. One of the soldiers fired. The bolt struck the rock at my feet, splitting it like a chisel. Then I knew they had been sent to kill me, I suppose because one of the men who had gone with the Kiliarch had rebelled against his fate and reported what had transpired, though too late to prevent the departure of the rest. Another leveled his weapon. To escape it, I stepped from the rain-swept rock into a new place. Chapter 40. The Brook Beyond Briah. I stood in flower-spangled grass, sweet-smelling and softer than any other I have known. Overhead the sky was azure, racked with clouds that hid the sun and barred the upper air with indigo and gold. Faintly, very faintly, I could still hear the roar of the storm that swept across Mount Typhon. Once there came a flash, or rather the shadow of a flash, if such a thing can be imagined, as if lightning had struck the rock or one of the Praetorians had fired again. When I had taken 2 steps, these things were no longer to be discerned. Yet it seemed not so much that they were gone as that I had lost the ability, or perhaps only the will, to detect them, as when grown we no longer see things that interested us as children. Surely, I thought, this cannot be what the Green Man called the corridors of time. There are no corridors here, but only hills and waving grass and a sweet wind. As I went farther, it seemed to me that everything I saw was familiar, that I walked in a place where I had been before, though I could not recall what it was. Not our necropolis with its mausoleums and cypresses, not the unfenced fields where I had once walked with Dorcas and so come upon Dr. Tollis's stage. Those fields had cowered beneath the wall of Nessus, and there were no walls here. Not the gardens of the House Absolute, full of rhododendrons, grottos, and fountains. Closest, I thought, to the pampas in spring, but for the color of the sky. Then I heard the song of rushing water, and a moment later I saw its silver gleam. I ran to it, remembering as I ran how once I had been lame, and how I had drunk from a certain stream in Orthaia, then seen the pug marks of a Smilodon. I smiled to myself between draughts to think that they would not frighten me now. When I lifted my head, it was not a Smilodon I saw, but a minute woman with brightly colored wings who was wading upon the water-washed stones some distance upstream as though to cool her legs. "Zodkiel!" I shouted. Then I fell mute with confusion, having recalled the place at last. She waved and smiled, and most astonishingly leaped from the water and flew, her gay wings rippling like dyed fail. I knelt. Still smiling, she dropped to the bank beside me. "I don't think you've seen me do that before." "Once I saw you, a vision of you, hanging with wide wings in the vacancy between the stars." "Yes, I can fly there, because there's no attraction. Here I must be quite small. Do you know what a gravity field is?" She waved an arm no longer than my hand to the meadow, and I said, "I see this one, mighty hierogrammate." She laughed at that, a music like the tintinnabulation of tiny bells. "But it seems we have met." "Mighty hierogrammate, I am the least of your slaves." "You must be uncomfortable there on your knees. And you've met another self of mine since I parted from her. Sit down and tell me about it." And so I did. And it was pleasant indeed to sit upon that bank, occasionally refreshing my labouring tongue with the cold, clean water of the brook, and recount to Zodkiel how I had seen her first between the pages of Father Eniri's book, and how I had helped to capture her aboard her own ship, and how she had been male and called herself Zack, and how she had cared for me when I was injured. But you, who are my reader, know all these things, if indeed you exist, because I have written them here, omitting nothing, or at least very little. When I spoke to Zodkiel beside the brook, I strove to be as brief as I could, but she would not allow it, urging me down this byway and that one, until I had told her of the small angel of whom I had read in my brown book, who had met Gabriel, and of my childhoods in the Citadel, at my father's villa, and in the village called Famulorum, near the House Absolute. And at last, when I had paused for breath for perhaps the 1000th time, Zadkiel said, "No wonder I accepted you." In all those words there was not one lie.
"I've told lies when I thought there was need of them, and even when there was none."
She smiled and made no answer.
I said, "And I'd lie to you now, mighty Hierogrammate, if I thought my lies would save Urth."
"You've saved her already. You began aboard my ship, and you completed your task in our sphere, upon and within the world you call Yesod, too. It must have appeared to Agelus and Typhon, and to many of the others who struggled against you, that the fight was an unequal one. If they had been wise, they would have known the fight was over already, somewhere and some time. But if they had been wise, they would have known you for our servant, and not fought against you at all."
"Then I cannot fail?"
"No, you have not failed. You could have on the ship and later, but you couldn't die before the test, nor can you now until your task is accomplished. If it weren't so, the beating would have killed you, and the weapon in the tower, and much else. But your task will be accomplished soon. Your power is from your star, as you know. When it enters your old sun and brings the birth of the new—"
I said, "I've boasted too often of not fearing death to tremble at the thought today." She nodded.
"That's well. Briah's no enduring house."
"But this place is Briah, or part of it. It's a passage in your ship, the one you showed me when you led me to my stateroom."
"If that is so, you were near Yesod when you were with me on our ship. This is the brook Madrigot, and it runs from Yesod to Briah."
"Between universes?" I asked. "How can that be?"
"How could it not be? Energy gropes for some lower state always, which is merely to say that the Increate tosses all the universes between his hands."
"But it's a stream," I protested, "like the streams of Urth."
Zadkiel nodded. "Those, too, are of energy seeking a lower state, and what is perceived is dictated by the instrument. If you had other eyes, or another mind, you would see all things otherwise."
I thought about that for a time, and at last I said, "And how would I see you, Zadkiel?"
She had been sitting upon the bank beside me. Now she lay down in the grass, her chin in her hands, and her bright wings rising above her back like fans with painted eyes. "You called these fields of gravity, and so they are, among other things. Do you know the fields of Urth, Severian?"
"I've never followed the plough, but I know them as well as a city man can."
"Just so. And what is found at the edges of your fields?"
"Fences of split wood or hedges to keep out cattle. In the mountains, walls of dry-laid stones to discourage deer."
"And nothing else?"
"I can think of nothing," I said, "though perhaps I saw our fields with the wrong instrument."
"The instruments you have are the right instruments for you, because you've been shaped by them. That's another law. Nothing else?"
I recalled the hedgerows, and a sparrow's nest I had once seen in one. Weeds and wild things.
"Here, too. I myself am such a wild thing, Severian. You may think I've been stationed here to help you. I only wish it were so, and because I do, I'll help you if I can. But I'm a part of myself that was banished long ago, long before the first time you met me. Perhaps some day the giantess you called Zadkiel, although that's my name too, will want me to be a part of her again. Until then I will remain here, between the attractions of Yesod and Briah. To answer what you asked, if you had some other instrument, you might see me as she does. Then you could tell me why I've been exiled. But until you can see such things, I know no more than you. Do you wish now to return to your world of Urth?"
"I do," I replied, "but not to the time I left. As I told you, when I got back to Urth, I thought it must freeze before the new sun came. No matter how fast I drew my star to me, it was so distant that whole ages of the world would pass before it reached us. Then I realized I was in no age I knew, and I thought I'd have to wait in weariness. Now I see—"
"Your whole face brightens when you talk of it," the small Tzadkiel interrupted me. "I understand how they knew you for a miracle. You will bring the new sun before you sleep."
"If I can, yes."
"And you want my help." She paused to stare at me with as serious a face as ever I was to see her wear. "I've many times been called a liar, Severian, but I would help you if I could."
"Yet you cannot."
"I can tell you this. Madrigal flows from the glory of Yesod," she pointed upstream, "to the destruction of Briah. Down that way." She pointed again. "Follow the water, and you'll be at a time nearer the coming of your star."
"If I'm not there to guide—" "But I'm the star, too. Or at least I was. I can't— It's as if that part of myself is numb."
"You're not in Briah now, remember. You'll know your new son again when you return there, if he still exists."
"He must," I said. I will need my eyes and ears to tell him what passes on Earth."
"Then it would be best," the small Tzadkiel remarked, "not to go too far downstream. A few steps, perhaps."
"When I came here, I wasn't in sight of it. I may not have walked straight toward it."
Her little shoulders moved up and down, carrying her tiny, perfect breasts with them. "Then there's no telling, is there? So this is as good a place as any."
I stood, recalling the brook as I had first seen it. "It went straight across my path," I told her. "No, I think I'll take a few steps with the water, as you suggested." She rose too, leaping into the air.
"No one can say just how far a step will take him."
"Once I heard a fable about a cock," I said. "The man who told it said it was only a foolish tale for children, but there was some wisdom in it, I think. 7, it said, was a fortunate number. 8 carried the little cock too far." I took 7 strides.
"Do you see anything?" the small Tzadkiel asked.
"Only you, the brook, and the grass."
"Then you must walk away from it. Don't jump across it, though, or you'll end in another place. Go slowly."
I turned my back to the water and took a step.
"What do you see now? Look down the stems of the grass to the roots."
"Darkness."
"Then take another step."
"Fire! A sea of sparks."
"Another!" She fluttered beside me like a painted kite.
"Only stems, as of common grass."
"Good. A half step now."
I edged forward cautiously. During the whole time we had talked in that meadow, we had been in shadow. Now it seemed some blacker cloud obscured the face of the sun, so that a band of darkness stood before me, no wider than my outspread arms, yet deep.
"What now?"
"Twilight before me," I said. And then, though I sensed rather than saw it, a shadowy door. "Must I go through?"
"That's for you to decide."
I leaned closer, and it seemed to me that the meadow was strangely tilted, just as I had seen it from my shelter on the mountain. Though it was only 3 steps behind me, the music of the madrigal sounded far away. Dim letters floated in the darkness. It was a moment before I realized they were reversed, and that the largest spelled my name. I stepped into the shadow, and the meadow vanished. I was lost in night. My groping hands felt stone. I pushed at it, and it moved, reluctantly at first, then smoothly, yet with the resistance of great weight. As though at my ear I heard the crystal chiming of the small Tzadkiel's laughter. Chapter 41. Severian from His Cenotaph. A cock crowed, and as the stone swung back I saw the starry sky and the single bright star, blue now with its velocity, that was myself. I was whole once more, and near. Fair-skulled, rising with the dawn, was not so brilliant and did not show so broad a disk. For a long time, or at least for a time that seemed long to me, I studied my other self, still far beyond the circle of Dis. Once or twice I heard the murmur of voices, but I did not trouble to see whose they were, and when at last I looked around me, I was alone. Or nearly so.
An antlered buck watched me from the crest of a little hill to my right, his eyes faintly gleaming, his body lost in the deeper dark beneath the trees that crowned the hill. On my left a statue stared with sightless eyes. A last cricket chirped, but the grass was jewelled with frost. As I had in the meadow about Madrigal, I had the feeling of being in a familiar place, without being able to identify it. I was standing upon stone, and the door I had pushed back was of stone also. 3 narrow steps led to a clipped lawn. I went down them, and the door swung silently behind me, changing its nature, or so it seemed, as it moved, so that when it had shut, it appeared no door at all. I stood in the slightest of dells, 1,000 paces or more from lip to lip, set among gentle hills. There were doors in these, some no wider than those of private rooms, some greater than the stone doorway and the obelisk behind me. The doors and the flagged paths that led from them told me I stood upon the grounds of the House Absolute. The long shadow of the obelisk was not born of the plenilune moon, but of the first crescent of the sun, and that shadow pointed to me like an arrow. I was in the west. In a watch or less the horizon would rise to conceal me. For a moment I regretted that I had given the claw to the Kiliarch. I wanted to read the inscription on the stone door. Then I remembered how I had examined Declan in the darkness of his hut, and I stepped nearer it and used my eyes. To the honor of Severian the Great, autarch of our commonwealth, by right the first man of Urth, memorabilis. It was a lofty shaft of blue chalcedony, and something of a shock. I was thought dead, so much was clear, and this pleasant vale had been appointed my proxy resting-place. I would have preferred the necropolis beside the citadel, the place where I must indeed repose at last, or at least be thought to, or the stone town, to which the first remark would apply with greater force. That led me to wonder just where on the grounds I was, as well as to speculate on whether Father Eniri or some other had been the erector of my monument. I shut my eyes, allowing my memory to rove at will, and, to my astonishment, found the little stage that Dorcas, Baldanders, and I had cobbled together for Dr. Talos. Here was the very spot, and my absurd memorial stood where at another time I had feigned to think the giant Nod a statue. Recalling the moment, I glanced at the one I had seen upon stepping back into Briah, and found it was, just as I had supposed, one of those harmless, half-living creatures. It was moving slowly toward me now, its lips curved in an archaic smile. For a breath I admired the play of my own light on its pale limbs, but it seemed to me it had been only 2 watches or 3 since daylight had come to the slopes of Mount Typhon, and the vitality I felt now put me in no mood to contemplate statues or seek rest in one of the secluded arbours scattered throughout the gardens. A hidden archway, not far from where the buck had stood, gave access to the secret house. I ran to it, murmured the word that mastered it, and went in. How strange, and yet how good it was to thread those narrow passages once more. Their suffocating constriction and padded ladder-like steps summoned up 1,000 memories of gambades and trysts, coursing the white wolves, scourging the prisoners of the antechamber, re-encountering Oringa. Had it been true, as Father Eniri had originally intended, that these tortuous passageways and cramped chambers were known only to himself and the reigning autarch, they would have been fully as dull as any dungeon, and, if anything, less pleasant. But the autarchs had revealed them to their paramours, and those paramours to their own gallants, so that they soon held at least a round dozen intrigues on any fine spring evening, and perhaps at times 100. The provincial administrator, who brought to the House Absolute certain dreams of adventure or romance, seldom realized that they stole past on slippered feet within an ell of his sleeping head. Entertaining myself with such reflections as these, I had walked perhaps half a league, halting from time to spy out both public halls and private apartments through the oilets the place provided, when I stumbled over the body of an assassin. He lay, as he had surely lain, for a year at least, upon his back. The sere flesh of his face had begun to fall away from his skull, so that he grinned as though at discovering death was but a jest in the end. His outstretched hand had lost its grip upon the venom-daubed batardeau lying across its palm. As I bent to inspect it and him, I wondered whether he had contrived to nick himself. Far stranger things have taken place within the secret house. More probably, I decided, he had fallen victim to some defense of his intended victims, waylaid perhaps when his mission was betrayed, or felled by some wound before he could reach safety. For a moment I considered taking his batardeau to replace the knife I had lost so many Chiliads ago, but the thought of wielding a poisoned blade was repugnant. A fly buzzed about my face. I waved it away, then watched in amazement as it burrowed into the dry flesh, followed by a score of others. I stepped back. Before I could turn away, all the hideous stages of putrefaction presented themselves in order reversed, like urchins at an almshouse who thrust the youngest of their company to the front. The wrinkled flesh swelled and seethed with maggots, retreated to the lividity of death, and finally resumed the coloration and almost the appearance of life. The flaccid hand closed on the corroded steel hilt of the batardeau until it gripped it like a vice. Recalling Zama, I was ready to run when the dead man sat up, or to wrest his weapon from him and kill him with it. Perhaps these impulses cancelled each other. In the event, I did neither, merely stood aside to watch him. He rose slowly and stared at me with empty eyes. I said, "You had better put that away before you hurt someone." Such weapons are usually sheathed with a sword, but there was a scabbard for his at his belt, and he did as I suggested. "You are confused," I told him. "It would be wise for you to stay here until you come to yourself. Don't follow me." He made no reply, nor did I expect any. I slipped by him and walked away as quickly as I could. When I had gone 50 strides or so, I heard his faltering steps. I began to run, making as little noise as possible, and dodging down this turning and that. How far it was, I cannot say. My star was still ascendant, and it seemed to me I might have dashed around the whole circuit of Earth without tiring. I ran by many strange doors without opening any, knowing that all would lead from the secret house to the house absolute by one means or another. At last I came to an aperture, closed by no door. A strong draught from it carried the sound of a woman's weeping, and I halted and stepped through. I found myself in a loggia, with arches on 3 sides. The woman's sobs seemed to come from my left. I went to one of the arches and peered out. It overlooked that wide and windy gallery we called the Path of Air. The loggia was one of those constructions that appear merely ornamental, though they serve the needs of the secret house. Shadows on the marble floor far below me showed that the woman was ringed by 6 scarcely visible Praetorians, one of whom supported her by the elbow. At first I could not see her eyes, which were bent toward the floor and lost in her raven-dark hair. Then, I cannot tell by what chance, she glanced up at me. Hers was a lovely face, of that complexion called olive, and as smoothly oval as an olive, too, with something in it that tore my heart. And though it was strange to me, I had the sensation of return once again. I felt that in some lost life I had stood just where I was standing then, and that in that life I had seen her beneath me in just that way. She and the shadows of the Praetorians were soon almost out of sight. I shifted from one arch to the next to keep them in view, and she stared back at me until she was looking over the shoulder of her pale gown, when I last glimpsed her. She was as lovely and as unknown at that final glimpse as at the first. Her beauty was reason enough for any man to stare at her, but why did she stare at me? If I had understood her expression at all, it had been one of mingled hope and fear, and perhaps she too had some sense of a drama being played upon a second occasion. 100 times I reviewed my scrapes and escapes in this secret house, whether as Thecla alone, or as Severian and Thecla united, or as the old autarch. I could not find the moment, yet it existed, and I began, as I walked on, to search those veiled lives that lie behind the last, memories that I have scarcely mentioned in this narrative, that dim as they grow stranger, and stretch backward, perhaps, to Emar, and behind Emar to the age of myth. Yet overwhelming all these shadowy lives, and incomparably more vivid, as a mountain may be seen to the very expression in its eyes when the forest about its base has sunk into a green haze, hurtled the white star that was myself. I was there also, and I saw before me, seemingly still very distant, though I knew it was much nearer than it appeared, the crimson sun that was to be, after so many centuries, simultaneously my destruction and my apotheosis. To its left and right, brave Scold and sullen Vertandi seemed inconsequential moons. The night, dark dot of earth crept across its face, nearly lost among its mottlings, and in the dying moments of that night I wandered, bewildered and wondering, underground. Chapter 42. Ding, Dong, Ding. When I had entered the secret house, I had scarcely known where I was bound, or rather I had scarcely been conscious of it. Unconsciously, I had been directing my steps toward the Hypogeum Amaranthin. As I at length realized, I intended to learn who it was who sat the Phoenix throne, and to reclaim it if I could. When the new sun arrived, our commonwealth would require a ruler who understood what had taken place. So I thought. A certain door of the secret house opened behind the velvet arras that hung behind the throne. I had sealed it with my word in the initial year of my reign, and I had hung the narrow space between the arras and the wall with bells, so that no one could walk there without making some sound that would be overheard by the occupant of the throne. Now the door opened smoothly and silently at my command. I stepped out and closed it after me. The little bells, suspended upon silk threads, tinkled softly. Above them larger bells, from whose tongues the threads hung, whispered with brazen voices and let fall a shower of dust. I stood motionless, listening. At last the bells ceased their jingling, though not before I had heard the laughter of the small Zadkiel in it. "What is that ringing?" It was an old woman who spoke, her tones thin and cracked. Another spoke in a man's deep voice. I could not make out his words. "Bells!" the old woman exclaimed. "We heard bells! Are you grown so deaf, Kiliarch, that you didn't hear them too?" Now I wished indeed for the batardeau with which I might have slit the arras and so peered out. As the deep voice spoke again, it struck me that others who had stood where I stood must have had the same thought, and sharp knives to boot. I searched the arras with my fingertips. "They rang, we tell you. Send someone to inquire." Perhaps there were many such rents, for I found one in a breath, made by some watcher only a trifle below my own height. Applying my eye to it, I saw that I stood 3 strides to the right of the throne. Only the hand of the occupant was visible to me, where it lay upon the arm, as thin as that of an anatomy, a hand webbed with blue veins and spangled with gems. Before the throne, head bent, crouched a form so vast that for a moment I thought it was that Zadkiel who had commanded the ship. Its disordered hair was caked with blood. Behind it stood a cluster of shadowy guardsmen, and beside it a helmetless officer whose insignia and virtually invisible armor marked him as the Kiliarch of the Praetorians, though he was not, of course, the Kiliarch who had held the post during my reign, nor the one whom I had carried down from the upright timber in an epoch now unimaginably distant. Before the throne, and thus almost out of my field of view, a ragged woman leaned upon a carven staff. She spoke just as I realized that she was there, saying, "They ring to welcome the new sun, Autarch. The whole of earth prepares for his coming." "In our childhood," the old woman on the throne muttered, "we had little to do but read history. Thus we know that there have been 1,000 prophets such as you, my poor sister. No, say 100,000. 100,000 crazed paupers who fancied themselves great rhetors, and sought to make themselves great rulers as well." "Autarch," answered the ragged woman, "won't you hear me? You speak of thousands and hundreds of thousands. 1,000 times at least I have heard objections such as you bring. But you have not yet heard what I will say. Go on. the woman on the throne told her. "You may speak as long as you amuse us." "I haven't come to amuse you, but to tell you that the new sun has come often before, seen perhaps by only a single person or a few. You must recall the claw of the Conciliator, for it vanished in our time." "It was stolen," muttered the old woman who sat the throne. "We never saw it." "But I did," the ragged woman with the staff said. "I saw it in the hands of an angel, when I was just a girl and very ill. Tonight, as I was coming here, I saw it again in the sky. So did your soldiers, although they are afraid to tell you. So did this giant who has come, as I have, to warn you, and has been savaged for it. So would you see it, Autarch, if you would quit this tomb." "There have been such portents before. They have portended nothing. It would take more than the sight of a bearded star to change our mind." I thought of stepping onto the stage then to end the play, if I could, and yet I remained where I was, wondering for whose entertainment such plays are staged. For it was a play, and in fact a play I had seen before, though never from the audience. It was Dr. Tolos's play, with the old woman on the throne in a role the doctor had taken for himself, and the woman with the staff in one of the roles that had been mine. I have just written that I chose not to step forth, and it is true, but in the very act of making my decision I must have moved a trifle. The little bells laughed again, and the larger bell, from whose tongue they depended, struck once, though ever so softly. "Bells!" the old woman exclaimed again. "You, sister, you witch, or whatever you call yourself, go out! There's a guard at our door. Tell their lockage we wish to know why the bells ring." "I will not leave this place at your command," the woman said. "I have answered your question already." The giant looked up at that, parting his lank hair with blood-smeared hands.
"If bells ring, they're ringing because a new sun is coming," he rumbled in a voice almost too deep to be understood. "I do not hear them, but I do not need to hear them."
Though I doubted my eyes, it was Baldanders himself. "Are you saying we are mad?"
"My hearing is not acute. Once I studied sound, and the more one learns of that, the less one hears it. Then, too, my tympanic membranes have grown too wide and thick. But I have heard the currents that scour the black trenches and the crash of the waves upon your shore."
"Silence!" the old woman commanded.
"You can't order the waves to be silent, madam," Baldanders told her. "They are coming, and they are bitter with salt."
One of the Praetorians struck the side of his head with the butt of his fusil. It was like the blow of a mallet. Baldanders seemed unaffected.
"The armies of Erebus follow the waves," he said, "and all the defeats they suffered at your husband's hands will be avenged."
From those words I knew the identity of the Autarch, and the shock of seeing Baldanders once more was as nothing to that. I must have started, because the small bells rang loudly, and a larger one spoke twice. "Listen!" Valeria exclaimed in her cracked voice. The Kiliarch looked stricken.
"I heard them, Autarch," Baldanders rumbled. "I can explain them. Will you hear also what I say?"
"And I," the woman with the staff told Valeria. "They ring for the new sun, as the giant has already announced to you." Valeria muttered, "Speak, giant."
"What I am about to say is not important, but I will say it in order that you will listen to what is important afterward. Our universe is neither the highest nor the lowest. Let matter become overdense here, and it bursts into the higher. We see nothing of that because everything runs from us. Then we talk of a black hole. When matter grows overdense in the universe below us, it explodes into ours. We see a burst of motion and energy, and we speak of a white fountain. What this prophetess calls the new sun is such a fountain.
Valeria murmured,
"We have a fountain in our garden that foretells, and I heard someone call it the White Fountain many years ago." "But what has any of this to do with the bells?"
"Be patient," the giant told her. "You learn in a breath what I learned in a lifetime."
The woman with the staff said,
"But well, only breaths remain to us. 1,000 or so it may be."
The giant glared at her before he spoke again to Valeria.
"Things opposite unite and appear to disappear. The potential for both remains. That is one of the greatest principles of the causes of things. Our sun has such a black hole as I described to you at its core. To fill it, a white fountain has been drawn across the void for millennia. It spins as it flies, and in its motion emits waves of gravitation."
Valeria exclaimed,
"What? Waves of dignity? You're mad, just as this Kiliarch has told us."
The giant ignored her interruption.
"These waves are too slight to render us giddy. Yet ocean feels them, and breeds new tides and fresh currents. I heard them, as I have already told you. They brought me here."
The Kiliarch snarled,
"And if the Autarch orders it, we'll toss you back." "Bells feel them in the same way. Like ocean, their mass is delicately poised. Thus they ring, just as this woman says, pealing the coming of the new sun."
I was about to step out, but I saw that Baldanders was not yet finished.
"If you know anything of science, madam, you must know that water is but ice given energy."
I could not see her head from my vantage point, but Valeria must have nodded.
"The legend of the mountains of fire is more than a legend. In ages when men were only higher beasts, there were indeed such mountains. Their spew of fire was rock rendered incandescent by energy, as water is ice made fluid. A world below this, charged with too much energy, flared into our own, as with universes, so with worlds. In those ages the young earth was little more than a falling drop of that watery rock. Men and women lived upon its floating scum and thought themselves secure."
I heard Valeria sigh.
"When we were ourselves young, we nodded over such prosy stuff for endless days, having nothing better to do. But when our Autarch came for us, and we woke to life, we found no agnation in all that we had studied."
"It has arrived at last, madam. The force that made your bells sound has warmed the cold heart of earth once more. Now they toll the death of continents."
"Is that the news you have come to tell us, giant? If the continents die, who will live?"
"Those on ships, possibly. Those whose ships are in the air or in the void, certainly. Those who live under the sea already, as I have now for 50 years. But it matters nothing." "What?"
Baldander's solemn voice was interrupted by the banging of a door some distance down the Hypogeum Amaranthine, and the tattoo of running feet. A junior officer sprinted up to the Kiliarch, saluting while Baldanders and the woman with the staff turned to stare. "Sieur!" The man faced his commander, but could not keep his frightened eyes from wandering toward Valeria.
"What is it?"
"Sieur, another giant!"
"Another giant?"
Valeria must have leaned forward at that. I saw a flash of gems and a wisp of grey hair beneath it.
"A woman, Autarch! A naked woman!"
Although I could not see her face, I knew Valeria must be addressing Baldanders when she asked,
"And what can you tell us about this? Is it your wife, perhaps?"
He shook his head, and I, recalling the crimson chamber in his castle, speculated upon his living arrangements in thalassic caverns I could scarcely conceive. "The lockage is bringing the giant woman for questioning," the young officer said. His Kiliarch added,
"Do you wish to behold her, Autarch? If not, I can conduct the interrogation."
We are tired. We will retire now. In the morning, tell us what you have learned.
She says, the young officer stammered, that certain Kakagins have landed a man and a woman from one of their ships. For a moment I imagined it was to be Bergendofera and myself that this referred, but Abaya and his Undines were not likely to be in error by whole ages.
And what else? Valeria demanded.
Nothing else, Autarch. Nothing.
It is in your eyes. If it is not soon upon your tongue, it will be buried with you.
It's only a groundless rumor, Autarch. None of our men have reported anything.
Out with it!
The young officer looked stricken. They say Severian the Lame has been seen again, Autarch. In the gardens, Autarch. It was then or never. I lifted the arras and stepped from under it, as all the little bells laughed, and above them a great bell pealed 3 times. Chapter 43. The Evening Tide. "You are no more surprised to see me than I am to see you," I told them. And for 3 at least it was true. Baldanders, whom I had never expected to see again when he had dived into the lake, and yet whom I had seen again, looking just as I recalled him, when he fought for me before Zadkiel's seat of justice, was grown too large for me to think him human ever again, his face heavier still and more misshapen, his skin as white as that of the water-woman who had once saved me from drowning. The girl whose brother had begged for a coin outside their jacal had become a woman of 60 or more, and the grey of age overlay the leanness and brownness of long roads. Earlier she had propped herself with her staff in a way that showed it was more than her badge of office. Now she stood with shining eyes, as straight as a young willow. Of Valeria I will not write, save to say that I should have known her instantly anywhere. Her eyes had not aged. They were still the bright eyes of the girl who had come to me wrapped in furs across the atrium of time, and time had no power over them. The Kiliarch saluted and knelt to me, as the Castellan of the Citadel once had, and after a pause that grew embarrassingly long, his men and the young officer knelt too. I motioned for them to stand and to give Valeria time to recover herself, for I feared for a moment that she might faint or worse. I asked the Kiliarch whether he had been a junior officer when I sat the Phoenix throne. "No, Autarch, I was only a boy." "Yet clearly you recall me." "It's my duty to know the House Absolute, Autarch. There are pictures and busts of you in some parts of it."
They...
The voice was so weak I scarcely heard it. I turned to make sure it was indeed Valeria who spoke.
They don't really look as you did. They look the way I thought.
I waited, wondering. She waved a hand. It was a weak old woman's gesture.
As I thought you might when you came back to me, back to our family tower in the old Citadel. They look the way you do now."
She laughed and began to sob. Following hers, the giant's words sounded like the rumbling of cartwheels.
"You look as you always have," he said. "I do not remember many faces, Severian, but I remember yours."
"You're saying that we have a quarrel to settle. I would rather leave it unsettled, and give you my hand." Baldanders rose to take it, and I saw that he had grown to fully 2x my height. The Kiliarch inquired,
"Autarch, has he the freedom of the House Absolute now?"
"He does. He is indeed a creature of evil. But so are you, and so am I."
Baldanders rumbled, "I will do no evil to you, Severian. I never have. When I flung away your jewel, I did so because you believed in it. That did harm, or so I believed."
"And good. But that is all behind us. Let's forget those things if we can."
The prophetess said, "He has done harm too by saying here that you would bring destruction. I have told them the truth, that you would bring a rebirth, but they would not credit me."
I told her, "He has told the truth as well as you. If the new is to be born, the old must be swept aside. One who plants wheat kills grass. You are both prophets, although of different kinds, and each of you has prophesied as the Increate instructed you. Then the great doors of lapis lazuli and silver at the most distant end of the Hypogeum Amaranthine, doors used in my reign only for solemn processions and the ceremonial presentations of extern ambassadors, were flung wide, and this time it was not a lone officer who burst into the Hypogeum, but 200 troopers, each brandishing a fusil or a blazing spear. Their backs were turned even toward the Phoenix throne. For a moment they occupied my attention so completely that I forgot how many years had passed since Valeria had last seen me. For me, the time had not been years, but fewer perhaps than 100 days, all told. And so from the side of my mouth, in the old way I had often used when we stood together at some lengthy ritual, the stealthy way of talking that I had learned as a boy whispering behind Master Malrubius's back, I murmured, "This will be something worth seeing." Hearing her gasp, I glanced at her and saw her tear-stained cheeks and all the damage time had wrought. We love most when we understand that the object of our love has nothing else, and I do not think I have ever loved Valeria more than I did then. I put my hand upon her shoulder, and though that was not a time or place for intimate scenes, I have been glad since that I did, for there was time for nothing more. The giantess crawled through the doorway, her hand first like some 5-legged beast, then her arm. It was larger than the trunks of many trees that are counted as old, and as white as sea foam, but disfigured by a crusted burn that cracked and bled even as it appeared. I heard the prophetess mumble some prayer that ended with a mention of the Conciliator and the new sun. It is strange to hear yourself prayed to, and stranger still to realize that the supplicant has forgotten you are present. A gasp, then, and not just from Valeria, but from us all, I believe, save Baldander's. The Undine's face appeared with her other hand, and although they did not in reality fill all that wide door, so large were they, and the mass of brilliant green hair, that they appeared to. I have sometimes heard it said in hyperbole that eyes are as big as platters. Of her eyes it was so. They wept tears of blood, and more blood trickled from her nostrils. I knew she must have followed Gial from the sea, and from Gial traced its tributary, which wandered through the gardens where Jolenta and I had once floated upon it. I called to her, "How were you caught and driven from your element?" Perhaps because she was a woman, her voice was not so deep as I anticipated, though it was deeper even than Baldander's. Yet there was a lilt to it, as though she who struggled to pass the doorway, even as she spoke and was so clearly dying, had yet some vast joy that owed nothing to her own life or the sun's. She said, "Because I would save you." With those words her mouth filled with blood. She spat it out, and it seemed some drain had opened from an abattoir. I asked, "From the storms and fires that the new sun will bring? We thank you, but we have been warned already. Are you not a creature of Abaya's?" "Even so." She had dragged herself through the doorway to the waist. Now her flesh seemed so heavy it must be torn from her bones by its own weight. Her breasts hung like the haycocks a child sees, who stands upon his head. I understood that it would never be possible to return her to her water, that she would die here in the Hypogeum Amaranthine, and 100 men would be needed to dismember her corpse, and 100 more to bury it. The Chiliarch demanded, "And why shouldn't we kill you? You're an enemy of our Commonwealth." "Because I came to warn you." She had allowed her head to sink to the terrazzo, where it lay at so unnatural an angle that her neck might have been broken, yet she still spoke. "I can give you a more forcible reason, Chiliarch," I said, "because I forbid it. She saved me once when I was a boy, and I remember her face as I remember everything. I would save her now if I could." Looking at her face, a face of supernal beauty made hideous by its own weight, I asked, "Do you remember that?" "No, it hasn't yet occurred. It will, because you spoke." "What's your name? I've never known it." "Juturna. I want to save you. Not earlier. Save all of you." Valeria hissed, "When has Abaya sought our good?" "Always. He might have destroyed you,
For the space of 6 breaths she could not continue, but I motioned Valeria and the rest to silence.
"Ask your husband. In a day or a few days, he's tried to tame you instead. Catch Catadon. Cast out his carnation. What good? Briah would make of us a great people."
I was reminded then of what Famulus had asked me when I met her first. "Is all the world a war of good and bad? Have you not thought it might be something more?" And I felt myself upon the marches of a nobler world, where I should know what it might be. Master Malrubius had led me from the jungles of the north to ocean, speaking of hammer and anvil, and it seemed to me also that I sensed an anvil here. He had been an Aquastor, like those who had fought for me in Yasad, created from my mind. Thus he had believed, as I had, that the Undine had saved me because I would be a torturer and an autarch. It might be that neither he nor the Undine were wholly wrong. While I hesitated, lost among such thoughts, Valeria, the prophetess, and the Kiliarch had whispered among themselves. But soon the Undine spoke again.
"Your day fades. A new sun. And you are shadows."
"Yes," the prophetess seemed ready to leap for joy.
"We are the shadows cast by his coming. What more can we be?"
"Another comes," I said, for I thought I heard the patter of hurrying feet. Even the Undine lifted her head to listen. The sound, whatever it was, grew louder, and louder still. A strange wind whistled down that long chamber, fluttering its antique hangings so that they strewed the floor with dust and pearls. Roaring like the thunder, it flung back the double doors that had been propped open by the Undine's waist, and it carried that perfume, wild and saline, as fetid and fecund as a woman's groin, that once met can never be forgotten. So that at that instant I would not have been surprised to hear the crash of surf or the mewing of gulls. "It's the sea!" I called to the others. Then, as I tried to adjust my mind with what must surely have occurred, "Nessus must be under water." Valeria gasped.
"Nessus drowned 2 days ago."
As she spoke, I snatched her up. Her frail body seemed lighter than a child's. The waves came then, the uncountable white-maned destriers of ocean, foaming across the Undine's shoulders, so that for a breath I saw her as though I saw 2 worlds together, at once a woman and a rock. She lifted her heavy head higher at their coming, and cried out in triumph and despair. It was the wail a storm gives as it sweeps over the sea, and a cry I hope never to hear again. The Praetorians were clattering up the steps of the dais to escape the water. The young officer, who had seemed so frightened and feeble before taking Jader's sister, a prophetess no longer, for she had no more to prophesy, by the hand and drawing her up with him.
"I will not drown," bawled Anders rumbled, "and the rest do not matter. Save yourself if you can."
I nodded without thinking, and with my free arm jerked aside the arras. The Praetorians crowded forward, so that the bells that had pealed 3 times for me jangled madly and broke their cracked dry straps, falling clangorously. Not whispering, but shouting, for the word would never be of use again, I commanded the sealed door through which I had come. It flew open, and through it came the assassin, mute still, half unknowing, numbed by the memory of the ashen plains of death. I called to him to halt, but he had caught sight of the crown and Valeria's poor ravaged face beneath it. He must have been a swordsman of renown. No master-at-arms could have struck more quickly. I saw the flash of the poisoned blade, then felt the fiery pain of its thrust through my wife's poor raddled body into my own, where it reopened the wound that Aegilus's Avern leaf had made so many years before. Chapter 44. The Morning Tide. There was a shimmering azure light. The claw had returned, not the claw destroyed by Aetian artillery, nor even the claw I had given the Kiliarch of Typhon's Praetorians, but the claw of the Conciliator, the gem I had found in my sabre-tash as Dorcas and I walked down a dark road beside the wall of Nessus. I tried to tell someone, but my mouth was sealed, and I could not find the word. Perhaps I was too distant from myself, from the Severian of bone and flesh, born by Catherine in a cell of the oubliette under the Mattachin Tower. The claw endured, shining and swaying against the dark void. No, it was not the claw that swayed, but I, swaying gently, gently, while the sun caressed my back. The sunlight must have brought me to myself, as it would have raised me from my deathbed. The new sun must come, and I was the new sun. I lifted my head, opened my eyes, and spat a stream of crystal fluid like no water of Earth's. It seemed not water at all, but a richer atmosphere, corroborant as the winds of Yesod. Then I laughed with joy to find myself in paradise, and in laughing felt that I had never laughed before, that all the joy I had ever known had been but a vague intuition of this, sickly and misguided. More than life I had wished a new sun for Earth, and Earth's new sun was here, dancing about me like 10,000 sparkling spirits, and tipping each wave with purest gold. Not even on Yesod had I seen such a sun. Its glory eclipsed every star, and was like the eye of the Increate, not to be looked upon, lest the Paralator go blind. Turning from that glory, I cried out as the Undine had, in triumph and despair. Around me floated the wrack of Earth, trees uprooted, loose shingles, broken beams, and the bloated corpses of beasts and men. Here spread what the sailors who had fought against me on Yesod must have seen, and I, seeing it now as they had, no longer hated them for drawing work-worn knives against the coming of the new sun, but felt a fresh surprise that Gunny had defended me. Not for the first time I wondered, too, if she had tipped the balance. Had she fought against me, she would have fought me, and not the Eidolons. Such was her nature, and if I had died, Earth would have perished with me. For off I heard, or thought I heard, an answering cry over the murmur of the many-tongued waves. I started toward it, but soon halted, hampered by my cloak and boots. I kicked off the boots, though they were good ones, and nearly new, and let them sink. The junior officer's cloak soon followed, something I was later to regret. Swimming, running, and walking great distances have always made me conscious of my body, and it felt strong and well. The assassin's poisoned wound had healed like the poisoned wound Aegelus had made. Yet it was merely well and strong. The inhuman power that it had drawn from my star was gone, though it must surely have healed me while it remained. When I tried to reach the part of myself that had once been there, it was as though one who had lost a leg sought to move it. The cry came again. I answered, and dissatisfied with my progress as well as I could judge, each wave I breasted drove me back as far as I had swum forward. I took a deep breath and swam some distance under water. I opened my eyes almost at once, for it seemed to me that the water held no sting of salt, and as a boy I had swum with open eyes in the wide cistern beneath the bell-keep, and even in the stagnant shallows of Gial. This water appeared as clear as air, though blue-green at its depths. Vaguely, as we may see a tree above us mirrored in some quiet pool, I beheld the bottom, where something white moved in so slow and errant a fashion that I could not be sure whether it swam or merely drifted. The very purity and warmth of the water alarmed me. I grew fearful that I might somehow forget it was not air, in fact, and lose myself as I had once been lost among the dark and twining roots of the pale blue nenuphars. I breached then, shooting free of the waves by 2 cubits, and saw, still some way off, a ragged raft to which 2 women clung, and on which a man stood shading his eyes with his hand while he scanned the tossing surface. A dozen strokes carried me to them. The raft had been built of whatever floating stuff they could find, and bound together in any way that would serve. Its core was a large table, such as an exultant might have spread for an intimate supper in his suite, and the table's 8 sturdy legs, now pawing the air by pairs, seemed parodies of masts. When I had clambered on to the back of a cabinet, somewhat cumbered by the well-meant help I got, I saw that the survivors comprised a fat, bald man, and the 2 women, both fairly young, one short and blessed with the merry round face of a cheerful doll, the other tall, dark, and hollow-cheeked. "You see," the fat man said, "not all's lost. There'll be more, mark my word." The dark woman muttered, "And no water." "We'll get something, never fear. Meantime, none to share amongst 4s, but a bit worse than none to share amongst 3, provided it's doled out fairly." I said, "This must be fresh water all around us." The fat man shook his head.
"I fear it's the seas, here. High tides because of the day stars here, and they've swallowed up the countryside at present. Gial's mixed in with them, to be sure, so the water's not quite so salt as they say old ocean is here."
"Don't I know you? You seem familiar." He bowed as skilfully as any legate, all the while keeping a hand braced on one of the table legs.
Odilo, sir, Master Steward, sir, and charged by our benign autarch, who smiles on the hopes of our humble servants, sir, with the regulation of the whole of the Hypogeum Apotropaic in its entirety, sir. Doubtless you saw me there, sir, upon some visit you made to our house absolute, though I did not have occasion to wait upon you there, sir, I'm sure, as I would have recollected such an honour to the very day of my demise, sir. The dark woman said, "Which may be this." I hesitated. I did not want to feign to be the exultant Odilo plainly took me for, but to announce myself the autarch Severian would be awkward even if I were believed. The doll-faced woman rescued me. "I'm Pega, and I was the armed jet Pelagius Soubrette." Odilo frowned. "Hardly well-mannered for you to introduce yourself in such a way, Pega. You were her ancilla." And then to me, "She was a good servant, sir, I have no question. A trifle giddy, perhaps." The doll-faced woman looked chastened, though I suspected the expression was entirely assumed. "I did madam's hair and took care of her things, but she really kept me to tell her all the latest jokes and gossip, and to train Pico Picaro. That was what she said, and she always called me her soubrette." A fat tear rolled down her cheek, gleaming in the sun, but whether it was for her dead mistress or the dead bird I could not be sure. "And this, female will not introduce herself to Pega and me. That is, beyond her name, which is Thais." "I am enriched by this introduction," I said. By then I had remembered that I held honorary commissions in half a dozen legions and epitams, all of which I could employ as incognitos without a lie. "Hipparch Severian of the Black Tarentines." Pega's mouth shaped a tiny circle.
"Ooh, I must have seen you in the procession."
She turned to the woman who had called herself Thais.
"His men wore lacquered cuir bouilly with white plumes, and you never saw such destriers."
Odilo murmured, "You went with your mistress, I take it?" Pega made some response, but I gave it no heed. A corpse bobbing a chain from the raft had caught my eye, and I thought how absurd it was that I should squat on a dead man's furniture and dissemble to servants with Valeria rotting under water. How she would have mocked me! At a pause in the talk I asked Odilo whether his father had not been steward before him in the same place. He beamed with pleasure.
"He was indeed, sir, and gave the most complete satisfaction all his life. That was in the great days of Father Eniri, sir, when, if I may say so, sir, our Hypogeum Apotropaic was famous all across the Commonwealth. May I ask why you inquire, sir?"
I merely wondered. It's more or less the usual thing, I believe.
"It is, sir. The son's given an opportunity to show his mettle if he can, and if he does, he retains the office. You may not believe it, sir, but my father once encountered your namesake before he had become autarch. Do you know of his life indeed, sir?"
Not as much as I'd like to. Odilo?
"Graciously spoken, sir. Most graciously spoken indeed."
The fat steward nodded and beamed at the two women to make sure they appreciated the exquisite courtesy of my reply. Pega was studying the sky.
"It's going to rain, I believe. Maybe we won't die of thirst after all."
Thais said, "Another storm. We'll drown instead."
I told them I hoped not, and began to examine my emotional state before I remembered it could no longer be the power of my star that had summoned the clouds gathering in the east. Odilo was not to be deprived of his anecdote.
"It was late one night, sir, and my father was making his final rounds, when he saw someone attired in the Fuligian habiliments of a carnifex, though without the customary sword of execution. As was to be expected, his first thought was that the man was arrayed for a masque, of which there are always several in one part or another of the House Absolute on any given night. Yet he knew none was to take place in our Hypogeum Apotropaic, neither Father Eniri nor the then autarch having much fondness for those diversions."
I smiled, recalling the house azure. The dark woman shot me a significant glance and ostentatiously covered her lips with her hand. But I had no desire to cut Odilo's recital short. Now that I would no longer wander through the corridors of time, all that concerned the past or the future seemed infinitely precious to me.
His next thought, which had better been his first, sir, as he often owned to my mother and me as we sat by the fireside, was that this Carnifex had set out upon some sinister mission, supposing himself apt to pass unobserved. It was vital, sire, as my father understood at once, to learn if his errand served Father Eniri or some other. My father therefore approached him as boldly as if he'd a cohort of Hastarii at his back, and asked his business straight out.
Thais murmured,
If he had been set upon some evil errand, he would have owned it, no doubt.
Odilo said, My dear lady, I don't know whom you may be, as you have refrained from informing us even when our exalted guest obligingly made us privy to his own patrician identity. But you obviously know nothing of artifice, nor of the intrigues carried out daily and nightly among the myriad hallways of our house absolute. My father was well aware that no agent entrusted with an irrevealable commission would disclose it, however abrupt the demand. He hazarded that some involuntary gesture or fleeting expression might betray treachery, were such intended.
"Wasn't that Severian masked?" I asked. "You said he was dressed as a torturer."
I'm quite certain he wasn't, sire, as my father described him often, a most savage countenancier, severely scarred on one cheek.
I know,
Pega broke in.
I've seen his portrait and his bust. They're in the Hypogeum Absititius, where the Autarch put them when she married again. He looked like he'd cut your throat whistling.
I felt that someone had cut my own.
Quite apropos, Odilo approved. My father said much the same, though he never put it so succinctly that I can recall.
Pega was examining me.
He never had children, did he?
Odilo smiled. One would have heard of that, I imagine. Legitimate children. But he could have covered any woman in the house absolute, just by cocking an eyebrow. Exultants, all of them.
Odilo told her to hold her tongue, and said,
I do hope you will forgive Pega, sire. After all, it's rather a compliment.
To be told I look like a cutthroat? Yes, it's the kind I'm always getting. I spoke without reflection and continued in the same way, seeking at once to turn the talk to Valeria's remarriage, and to conceal the grief I felt. But wouldn't the cutthroat have to be my grandfather? Severian the Great would be 80 or more if he were alive, surely. Whom should I ask about him, Pega? My mother or my father? And don't you think there must have been something about him after all for him to command so many fine chatelaines when he'd been a torturer in his youth, even if the Autarch took a new husband? To fill the silence that followed my little speech, Odilo said, That guild is abolished, sire, I believe. Of course you do. That's what people always believe. The whole of the east was black already, and the motion of our improvised raft had grown perceptibly more lively. Pega whispered, I didn't mean to offend Hipparch. It's just that... Whatever it was lost in the breaking of the wave. No, I told her, you're right. He was a hard man, from all I know of him, and a cruel one, too, at least by reputation, though perhaps he wouldn't have owned to that. Quite possibly Valeria wed him for his throne, though I believe she's sometimes said otherwise. Her second husband made her happy, at least. Odilo chortled. Well put, sire, a distinct hit. You must take care, Pega, when you cross swords with a soldier. Thais stood, grasping a table leg with one hand and pointing with the other. Look! Chapter 45. The Boat. It was a sail lifted at times so high that we could glimpse the dark hull under it, at others nearly lost dipping and spinning down the trenches of the flood. We shouted till we were hoarse, all of us, and capered and waved our arms, and at last I lifted Pega onto my shoulder, balancing as precariously as I had in the tossing howdah of Odilus's Beluchither. The wind spilled from the gaff-rigged sail. Pega groaned. They're sinking. No, I told her. They're coming about. The little jib emptied and flapped in its turn, then filled again. I cannot say just how many breaths or how many beatings of my heart passed before we saw the sharp jib-boom stabbing the sky like a flagstaff set on a green hill. Time has seldom gone more slowly for me, and I feel they might have numbered several thousands. A moment more, and the boat lay within long bow-shot of us, with a rope trailing in the water.
I plunged in, not sure that the others would follow me, but feeling I would be better able to help them on board than on the raft. At once it seemed I had plunged into another world, more outlandish than the Brook madrigal. The unresting waves and clouded sky vanished as if they had never existed. I sensed a mighty current, yet I could not have said by what means I knew of it, for although the drowned pastures of my drowned nation slipped under me and its trees gestured to me with supplicating limbs, the water itself seemed at rest. It was as if I watched the slow rolling of earth across the void. At length I saw a cottage with its walls and stone chimney still standing. Its open door appeared to beckon me. I felt a sudden terror, and swam upward toward the light as desperately as when I had been drowning in Gial. My head broke the surface. Water streamed from my nostrils. For a moment it seemed that both raft and boat were gone, but a wave lifted the boat so that I glimpsed its weather-stained sail. I knew I had been under water a long time, even though it had not seemed so. I swam as fast as I could, but I was careful to keep my face in air as much as possible, and I closed my eyes when it was not. Odilo stood in the stern, with a hand on the tiller. When he saw me, he waved and shouted some encouragement I could not hear. In a moment or two, Pega's round face appeared above the gunwale, then another face, one I did not know, brown and wrinkled. A wave picked me up as a cat does her kittens, and I dove head first down its farther side, and found the floating rope in the trough. Odilo abandoned the tiller, which was held with a loop of cordage in any case, as I saw when I got on board, and joined in hauling me in. The little boat had only a couple of cubits of freeboard, and it was not difficult to brace my foot on the rudder and vault over the stern. Although Pega had first seen me less than a watch before, she hugged me like a stuffed toy. Odilo bowed as though we were being presented to each other in the Hypogeum Amaranthine.
"Sire, I feared that you had lost your life among these raging seas."
Odilo bowed again.
"Sire, it is my exceeding pleasant, as well as quite astonishing, sire, if I may say so, sire, to see you once again, sire."
Pega was more straightforward.
"All of us thought you were dead, Severian."
I asked him where the other woman was, then caught sight of her as a bucketful of water flew over the side and back into the flood. Like a sensible woman, she was bailing, and like a woman of sense, bailing downwind.
"She's here, sire. We are all here now, sire. I myself was the first to reach this craft."
Odilo inflated his chest with pardonable pride.
"I was able to assist the females a bit, sire, but no one had seen you at all, sire, not since we cast our lots with the waves, if I may phrase it thus, sire. We are most happy, sire, indeed we are quite delighted."
He recollected himself.
"Not that a young officer of your physique and undoubted prowess could be in much danger, sire, where such humble persons as we had come safely through, sire, though but narrowly, sire, very narrowly, sire. And yet the young women were concerned for you, sire, for which I hope and trust you'll forgive them."
"There's nothing to forgive," I told him. "I thank all of you for your help." The old sailor, whose boat it was, made some complex gesture, half concealed by his thick coat, that I was unable to follow, then spit to windward.
"Our rescuer," Odilo continued, beaming, "is—"
"Don't matter," the sailor snapped. "You get down there and trim that mainsail. Jib's fouled, too. You stamp now and stutter, or she'll capsize."
It had been 10 years and more since I had sailed on the Samru, but I had learned then how a fore-and-aft rig operates, and I do not forget. I had trimmed the gaff mainsail before Odilo and Pega had fathomed the mysteries of its simple rigging, and with a little help from the stay I freed the jib and paid out the sheet. For the remainder of the day we lived in fear of the storm, flying before the strong winds that preceded it, always escaping but never completely sure we had. By night the danger seemed to have lessened, and we hove to. The sailor gave each of us a cup of water, a round of hard bread, and a scrap of smoked meat. I had known I was hungry, but I discovered that I was ravenous, as was everyone else.
"We've got to keep both eyes open for something to eat," he directed Odilo and the women solemnly. "Sometimes when there's a wreck, you can find biscuit boxes or barrels of water. This is about the biggest wreck there ever was, I suppose."
He paused, squinting at his vessel and the surrounding flood, still lit by the lingering incandescence of Earth's new sun.
"There's islands, or there was, but we might not find them.
And we've not got food enough nor water neither to reach the Xanthic lands."
"I have observed," Odilo said, "that in the course of life events attain some nadir from which they are afterward elevated. The destruction of the House Absolute, the death of our beloved Autarch, if she has not, by the mercy of the Increate, somewhere survived—"
"She has," I told him. "Believe me." When he stared at me with his eyes filled with hope, I could only add weakly, "I feel it."
"I trust so, sire. Your feelings do you credit. But, as I was saying, circumstances then reached their worst for us all."
He looked about, and even Thais and the old sailor nodded.
"And yet we lived. I discovered a floating table, and thus was able to proffer my assistance to these poor women. Together we discovered still more furniture and constructed our raft, on which we were soon joined by our exalted guest, and at last you, Captain, rescued us, for which we are extremely grateful. That I should call a tendency. Our circumstances will incline toward the better for some time to come, I believe."
Pega touched his arm.
"You must have lost your wife and your family too, Odilo. It's admirable of you not to mention them, but we know how you must feel."
He shook his head.
"I never married. I'm glad of it now, though I've often regretted it. To be the steward of an entire hypogeum, and particularly, as I was in my youth, to be steward of my hypogeum apotropaic in the time of Father Veneri, requires the most unremitting effort. One has hardly a watch in which to sleep. Previous to my own father's lamented demise, there was a certain young person, the confidential servitrix of a chatelaine, if I may say so, to whom I hoped— but the chatelaine retired to her estates. For a time, the young person and I corresponded." He sighed. "Doubtless she found another, for a woman will always find another, if she wishes. I hope and trust that he was worthy of her."
I would have spoken then to relieve the tension if I could, but torn between amusement and sympathy as I was, I could think of nothing innocuous to say. Odilo's inflated manner rendered him ridiculous, and yet I was conscious it was a manner that had evolved over many years, through the reigns of many autarchs, as a means of preserving such people as Odilo had lately been from dismissal and death. And I was conscious, too, that I myself had been one of those autarchs. Pega had begun to talk to him in a low tone that was nearly a whisper, and although I could hear her voice above the slap of the waves against our side, I could not tell what was said, nor was I sure I wished to hear it. The old sailor had been rummaging under the little poop deck that covered the last couple of ells of the stern.
"Haven't but 4 blankets,"
he announced. Odilo interrupted Pega to say,
"Then I must do without. My clothing is dry now, and I should not be uncomfortable."
The sailor tossed a blanket to each of the women, and one to me, keeping the last for himself. I put mine in Odilo's lap. "I'm not going to sleep for a while. I have some things to think about." "Why don't you use it until I'm ready for it? When I get sleepy, I'll try to take it without waking you."
Thais began. And though I was not meant to, I saw Pega elbow her so sharply. She had to catch her breath.
Odilo hesitated. I could hardly make out his drawn face in the fading light, but I knew he must be very tired. At last he said,
"That is most kind, sire. Thank you, sire."
I had finished my bread and smoked meat long before. Not wishing to give him time to repent his decision, I went to the bow and stared out over the water. The waves still retained a twilight gleam from the sun, and I knew that their light was mine. I understood at that moment how the Increate must feel about his creation, and I knew the sorrow he knows because the things he creates pass away. I think it may be a law, binding even him, that is to say, a logical necessity, that nothing can be eternal in the future that is not rooted in eternity in the past, as he himself is. And as I contemplated him in his joys and sorrows, it came to me that I was much like him, though so much smaller. Thus an herb, perhaps, might think concerning a great cedar, or one of these innumerable drops of water about ocean. Night fell, and all the stars came out, so much the brighter for having hidden like frightened children under the gaze of the new sun. I searched them, not for my own star, which I knew I would never see again, but for the end of the universe. I did not find it, not upon that night, nor any night since. Yet surely it is there, lost among the myriad constellations. Virescent radiance peeped across my shoulder like a ghost, and I, remembering the coloured and many-faceted lanterns at the stern of the Samru, imagined we had hoisted a similar light. I turned to look, and it was the bright face of Lune, from which the eastern horizon had fallen like a veil. No man since the first had seen it as brilliant as I did that night. How strange to think that it was the same poor, faint thing I had seen only the night before beside the cenotaph. I knew then that our old world of Urth had perished, even as Dr. Tallis had foretold, and that our boat floated not there, but upon the waters of the Earth of the new sun, which is called Ushas. Chapter 46. The Runaway. For a long while I stood there in the bow, sifting the sentinels of the night as Ushas's swift motion revealed them. Our ancient commonwealth had drowned, but the starlight that touched my eyes was more ancient still, had been old when the first woman nursed the first child. I wondered if the stars would weep when Ushas herself was old, to learn of the death of our commonwealth. Certainly I, who had once been such a star, wept then. From this I was taken by a touch at my elbow. It was the old sailor, the captain of our boat. He who had seemed so aloof before now stood with his shoulder next to mine, staring across the flood waters as I did. It struck me that I had never learned his name. I was about to ask it when he said, "Think I don't know you?" "Possibly you do," I told him, "but if so, you have the advantage of me."
"The Kakajins. They can call up a man's thought and show it to him. I know that."
"You think I'm an Eidolon. I've met them, but I'm not one of them. I'm a man like you." He might not have heard me.
"All day I've been watching you. I've been lying awake watching you ever since we laid down. They say they can't cry, but it's not true, and I saw you crying, and remembered what they said and how it's wrong. Then I thought, how bad can they be? But it's bad luck to have them on a ship, bad luck to think too much."
"I'm sure that's true. But those who think too much cannot help it." He nodded.
"That's so, I suppose."
The tongues of men are older than our drowned land, and it seems strange that in so great a time no words have been found for the pauses in speech, which have each their own quality as well as a certain length. Our silence endured while 100 waves slapped the hull, and it held the rocking of the boat, the sigh of the night wind in the rigging, and pensive expectation.
"I wanted to say there's nothing you can do to her that'll hurt me. Sink her or run her aground, I don't care."
I told him I supposed I might do both, but that I would not do them intentionally.
"You never did me much harm when you were real," the sailor said after another long pause. "I wouldn't have met Maxilindus if it hadn't been for you. Maybe that was bad. Maybe it wasn't. We'd some good years together, Maxilindus and me."
I examined him from a corner of my eye as he stared blindly over the restless waves. His nose had been broken, perhaps more than once. In my mind I straightened it again, and filled in his lined cheeks.
"There was that time you pounded me. Remember, Severian? They'd just made you the captain. When it came my turn, I did the same thing to Timon."
"Eater!" Before I knew what I was doing, I had grabbed him and picked him up just as I used to when we had been apprentices together. "Eater, you little snot-nose! I thought I'd never see you again!" I spoke so loudly that Odilo moaned and stirred in his sleep. Eater looked startled. His hand went toward the knife at his belt, then drew away. I put him down. "When I reformed the guild, you were gone. They said you'd run away."
"I did."
He tried to swallow, or perhaps only to catch his breath.
"It's good to hear you, Severian, even if you're just a bad dream. What did you call them?"
"Eidolons."
I'll, then. If the Kakagins are going to show me somebody out of my head, I might have had worse company.
Ita, do you remember the time we were locked out of the necropolis? He nodded.
And Draught made me try to squeeze through the bars, but I couldn't do it. Then when the volunteers opened it, I ran off and left you and him and Roche to the crows. None of you seemed much afraid of Master Gurlows, but I was, back then.
We were too, but we didn't want to show it in front of you.
I suppose.
He was grinning. I could see his teeth flash in the green moonlight and the black smudge where one had been knocked out.
That's what boys are like the skipper said when he showed his daughter.
Wildly and momentarily it occurred to me that if Ita had not run, it might have been he who saved Votalus, he who did and saw all the things that I had seen and done. It may be that in some other sphere it happened so. Pushing away the thought, I asked, "But what have you been doing all this time? Tell me."
Not much to tell. When I was captain of apprentices, it was easy enough to slip away and see Maxilindis whenever her uncle's boat was docked somewhere around the Alzidonic quarter. I had talked to the sailors and learned to sail a bit myself, and so when it came feast time, I couldn't go through with it. Couldn't put on Philigen.
I said, "I did it only because I couldn't imagine living in any place except the Matachin Tower." Ita nodded.
But I could, see. I'd thought all that year about living on the boat and helping Maxilindis and her uncle. He was getting stiff, and they needed somebody spry and stronger than her. I didn't wait for the masters to call me in to choose. I just ran off.
And after that?
Forgot the torturers as fast as I could and as much as I could. Only lately I've started trying to remember what it was like living in the Matachin Tower when I was young. You won't believe this, Severian, but for years I couldn't look at Citadel Hill when we went up or down that reach. I used to keep my eyes turned away.
I do believe you, I told him.
Maxilindis' uncle died. There was a tap he used to go to way down south in the Delta in a place called Liti. You've probably never heard of it. Maxilindis and me came to get him one night, and he was sitting there with his bottle and glass, with one arm on the table and his head down on his arm. But when I tried to shake his shoulder, he fell out of the chair, and he was cold already.
Men to whom wine had brought death long before lay by springs of wine and drank still, too stupefied to know their lives were past.
What's that?
Ita asked. Just an old story, I said. Never mind, go on.
After that, just her and me worked the boat. The two of us could do it about as well as the three of us had before. We never really got married. When we both wanted to, we never had the money somehow. And when we had the money, there was always some kind of quarrel. After a couple of years, everybody thought we were married anyway.
He blew his nose, flinging the mucus over the side. Go on, I said again.
We did some smuggling, and one night we got stopped by a cutter. 8 or 10 leagues south of Citadel Hill, that was. Maxilindis jumped. I heard the splash. And I would have too, but one of the tacksmen threw a chico at my feet and took me up. You know what they are, I suppose?
I nodded. Was I autarch still? You might have appealed to me.
Nah. I thought about it, but I was sure you'd send me back to the guild.
I wouldn't have, I told him. But would that have been worse than what the law did to you?
It would have been for the rest of my life. That's what I kept thinking about. Anyway, they took me upriver with our boat in tow. I was held till the assize, and then the judge ordered me flogged and made me sign on a carrack. They kept me in irons till we were out of sight of the coast, and they worked me like a slave. But I got to see the Xanthic lands, and I went over the side there and stayed for 2 years. It's not such a bad place, if you've got some money.
I said, but you came back.
There was a riot, and this girl that I'd been living with got killed in it. They have them there every couple of years over the price of food in the market. The soldiers break heads, and I guess they broke hers. There was a caravel anchored off Blue Flower Island right then, and I went to see the captain, and he gave me a berth.
A man can be a terrible fool when he's young, and I thought maybe Maxilindis had got us another boat. But when I came back, she wasn't on the river. I've never seen her again. She died, I guess, the night the cutter got its grapple on us."
He paused, chin in hand.
"Maxilindis was almost as good a swimmer as I ever was. You remember I could swim almost as well as you and Drott. But maybe a Nixie pulled her down. That used to happen sometimes, especially on the lower reaches."
I said, "I know," remembering Juturna's huge face as I had glimpsed it as a boy, when I had almost drowned in Gial.
"Not much more to tell. I'd brought back a bit of money in a silk cestus I'd had a man make for me over there, and I got a little more when the caravel paid off. I bought this boat here on shares, and here I am. But I can still speak a little of the Xanthic tongue, and more will come to my mouth when I hear it in another one. Or it would if we had more water and a little more food."
I told him, "There are many isles in that sea. I saw them on a chart in the Hypotherm classes once." He nodded.
"I guess a couple hundred, and a lot more that don't show on any chart I've seen. You'd think a ship couldn't miss them all, but it can. Unless you're pretty lucky, you can pass right between them without ever knowing they're there. A lot depends on when it's night and when it's day, and a lot more on how high up your lookout stands. If he's in the main top of a carrack or the bow of my little boat."
I shrugged. "We can only hope."
"That's like the frog said when he seen the stork. But his mouth was dry and he couldn't quite get the word out."
Ita paused for a moment, studying me instead of the waves.
"Severian, do you know what's happened to you? Even if you're just a dream from the Cacagins?"
"Yes," I said. "But I'm not a phantom. Or if I am, it's Zadkiel, the hierogrammate, you should blame for me."
"And tell me what happened to you, just like I told you everything that's happened to me."
"All right, but I want to ask you something first. What took place here on Earth after I left?" Ita sat down on a locker from which he could look up at me without turning his head.
"That's right," he said. "You sailed off to bring the new sun, didn't you? Did you ever find him?"
"Yes and no. I'll tell you all about that as soon as you tell me what happened on Earth."
"I don't know much about what you'd probably like to hear."
He rubbed his jaw.
"Anyway, I'm not so sure I can remember just what went on, or just when it was. All the while Maxilindis and me were together, you were autarch, but mostly they said you were off fighting the Asians. Then when I got back from the Xanthic lands, you were gone."
I said, "If you stayed 2 years, you must have been 8 with Maxilindis."
"That would be about right. 4 or 5 with her and her uncle, and 2 or 3 after, just us 2 on the boat. Anyway, your autarchia, she was autarch. People talked about it because of her being a woman, and they said she didn't have the words. So when I traded my extern gold for Chrysos, some had your face on them and some hers, or anyway, some woman's. She married Dux Cassidius. They had a big celebration all up and down Ayabar Street, meat and wine for everybody. I got drunk, and I didn't get back to my boat for 3 days. People said their marrying was good. She could stay in the House Absolute and take care of the Commonwealth, while he took care of the Asians."
"I remember him," I said. "He was a fine commander." It was strange to summon up that hawk face and imagine its fierce, surly owner lying with Valeria.
"Some said she did it because he looked like you,"
Ita told me.
"But he was handsomer, I think. And maybe a little taller."
I tried to remember. Handsomer, certainly, than I had been with my scarred face. It seemed to me that Cassidius had been a bit below me in height, though every man is taller when everyone kneels to him, to be sure.
"And then he died," Ita continued. "That was last year."
"I see," I said. For a long while I stood with my back against the gunwale, thinking.
The rising moon, now almost overhead, cast the shadow of the mast like a black bar between us. From its farther side, Ita sounded strangely youthful.
"Now what about the new son, Severian? You promised you'd tell me all about him."
I began, but while I spoke of stabbing-itis, I saw that Ita was asleep. Chapter 47. The Sunken City. I, too, should have slept, but I did not. For a watch or more I remained standing in the bow, looking sometimes at the sleepers and sometimes at the water. Thais lay, as I have so often lain, face down, her head cradled in her folded arms. Pega had curled her plump body into a ball, so that I might have believed her a kitten turned into a woman. Her spine was pushed against Odalo's side. He lay upon his back, with his belly rising into the air, his arms above his head. Ita sprawled, still more than half-sitting, his cheek to the gunwale. I thought he must be exhausted. As I studied him, I wondered whether he would still believe me an eidolon when he woke. Yet who was I to call him mistaken? The true Severian, and I felt sure there had once been a true Severian, had disappeared among the stars long ago. I stared up at them, trying to find him. At length I realized I could not because he was not there, for he was, but because Ushas had turned away from him, hiding him, with many others, behind her horizon. For our new sun was only one star among myriads, though perhaps now, when none but he can be seen by day, men will forget that. No doubt our sun is as fair as all the rest from the deck of Zadkiel's ship. I winnowed them still, even when I knew I would never discover that Severian, who was no dream of Ita's, and at last I understood that I searched for the ship. I did not find it, but the stars were so lovely I did not grudge the effort. The brown book that I no longer carry with me, a book that has no doubt been destroyed with 1,000 millions of others in what was the library of Master Ultan, had spun a tale of a great sanctuary, a place veiled by a diamond-sprinkled curtain, lest men see the face of the Increate and die. After ages of earth, a bold man forced his way into that temple, slew all its guardians, and tore down the curtain for the sake of the many diamonds sewn into it. The small chamber he found beyond the curtain was empty, or so the tale says. But when he walked out and into the night, he looked at the sky and was consumed by flames. How terrible it is that we know our stories only when we have lived them. Perhaps it was the memory of this tale. Perhaps it was no more than a thought of the drowned library, of which Sibi, I feel sure, had been the final master, and in which Sibi, I feel certain, must have died. However it may be, the knowledge that Urth had been destroyed came to me with a clarity and horror it had not had before, not even when I had seen the ruined cottage with its chimney still standing, though that had filled me with so much dread. The forests where I had hunted were gone, every tree and every stick. The million little freeholdings that had nourished a million Melitos and sent them north armed with so much ingenuity and humble courage, the broad pampas from which Foila had ridden at the gallop with her lance in her high heart, all were gone, every turnip and every blade of grass. A dead child rocked by the waves seemed to gesture to me. When I saw him, I understood that there was but one way in which I might expiate what I had done. A wave beckoned, the dead boy beckoned, and even as I told myself I lacked the will to take my own life, I felt the gunwale slipping from my hands. Water closed over me, yet I did not drown. I felt I might breathe that water, yet I did not breathe. Illuminated by Lune, which flamed now like an emerald, the flood spread about me like green glass. Slowly I sank through an abyss that seemed clearer than air. Far off, great shapes loomed, things 100 times larger than a man. Some seemed ships and some clouds. One was a living head without a body, another had 100 heads. In time they were lost in the green haze, and I saw below me a plain of muck and silt, where stood a palace greater than our house absolute, though it lay in ruins. I knew then that I was dead, and that for me death held no release. A moment later I knew also that I was dreaming, that with the crowing of the cock, whose bright black eyes would not again be pierced by the magicians. I would wake to find myself sharing the bed with Baldanders. Dr. Talos would beat him, and we would go forth in search of Aegea and Jolenta. I gave myself to the dream, but almost I think I had rent the veil of Maya, that glorious spinning of appearances hiding the last reality. Then it was whole once more, though fluttering still in the icy winds that blow from reality to dream and carry us with them like so many leaves. The palace that had suggested the House Absolute was my city of Nessus. Vast as it had been, it seemed larger than ever now. Many sections of the wall had fallen like our citadel wall, making it truly an infinite city. Many towers had fallen too, their walls of brick and stone crumbled like the rinds of so many rotten melons. Mackerel schooled, where yearly the curators had paced in solemn procession to the cathedral. I tried to swim and discovered that I was swimming already, my arms and legs stroking rhythmically without my willing it. I stopped, but I did not, as I had expected, float to the surface. Drifting torpidly in an unseen current, I discovered the channel of Gial stretched below me, crossed by its proud bridges still, but robbed of its river now that water was everywhere. Drowned things waited there, decayed and decked with green and streaming weeds, wrecked vessels and tumbled columns. I tried to expel the final breath from my lungs, that I might drown as well. Air indeed bubbled forth, but the chill water that rushed in did not bring with it the chill of death. Still I sank, ever so slowly, until I stood where I had never thought to stand, in the mud and filth at the bottom of the river. It was like standing upon the deck of Zadkiel's ship, for there was scarcely pressure enough on the soles of my bare feet to hold me down. The current urged me to go with it, and I felt myself a ghost who might be dispersed with a puff of breath if only the breath muttered words of exorcism. I walked, or rather say that I half swam and feigned to walk. Each step raised a cloud of silt that drifted beside me like a living creature. When I paused and looked up, I beheld a green loon, a shapeless blur above the unseen waves. When I looked down again, a yellowed skull lay at my feet, half buried in the mud. I picked it up. The lower jaw was gone, but otherwise it was whole and showed no injury. From its size and unworn teeth, I guessed it to have been a boy's or a young man's. Some other, then, had drowned in Gial long ago, perhaps some apprentice who had died too long before my time for me to hear his short, sad tale. Perhaps only a boy from the tenements that had crowded the filthy waters. Or perhaps it was the skull of some poor woman, strangled and thrown into the river. So women and children, and men as well, had perished in Nessus every night. It came to me that when the Increate had chosen me his instrument to destroy the land, only babes and beasts had died in innocence. And yet I felt that the skull had been a boy's, and the boy had somehow died for me, the victim of Gial, when Gial had been cheated of his due sacrifice. I took it by the eyes, shook out the mud, and carried it with me. Long stairs of stone descended deep into the channel, mute testimony to the number of times its levees had been raised and its landings extended from above. I climbed them all, though I might have floated up nearly as readily. The tenements had fallen, every one. I saw a mass of tiny fish, several hundred at least, clustered in the wreckage. They scattered in sparks of argent fire at my approach, revealing a bleached corpse partly devoured. After that I did not dismiss their schools again. Doubtless there were many such dead in the city, which had once been so large as to excite the admiration of all the world. But what of me? Was I not another drifting corpse? My arm was cold to my touch, and the weight of water burdened my lungs. Even to myself I seemed to walk in sleep. Yet I still moved, or believed I moved, against all currents, and my cold eyes saw. The locked and rusted gate of the necropolis stood before me, wisps of mazed kelp threading its spikes like the mountain paths, the unchanged symbol of my old exile. I launched myself upward, swimming several strokes, and thus flourishing the skull without intending it. Suddenly, ashamed, I released it, but it appeared to follow me, propelled by the motion of my hand. Before I had embarked upon the ship of the Hierodules that was to carry me to the ship of Zadkiel, I had crouched in air, surrounded by circling, singing skulls. Here spread the reality the ceremony had foretold. I knew that, I understood it, and I was certain in my knowledge. The new sun must do what I now did, going weightless through his drowned world, ringed by her dead. The loss of her ancient continents was the price Urth had paid. This journey was the price I had to pay, and I was paying it at this moment. The skull settled softly upon the sodden earth on which the paupers of Nessus had been laid, generation after generation. I picked it up again. What words had the lockage addressed to me in the bartizan? The exultant Talarican, whose madness manifested itself as a consuming interest in the lowest aspects of human existence, claimed that the persons who live by devouring the garbage of others number 2 gross thousands, that if a pauper were to leap from the parapet of this bridge each time we draw breath, we should live forever, because Nessus breeds and breaks men faster than we respire. They leap no longer, the water having leaped for them. Their misery at least is ended, and perhaps some survived. When I reached the mausoleum where I had played as a boy, I found its long jammed door shut, the force of the onrushing sea having completed a motion begun perhaps a century ago. I laid the skull on its threshold and swam hard for the surface, a surface that danced with golden light. Chapter 48. Old Lands and New. Ita's boat was nowhere in sight. To write, as I must write, that I swam all that day and most of the following night seems preposterous. Yet it was so. The water the others had called salt did not seem salt to me. I drank when I thirsted and was refreshed by it. I was seldom tired. When I was, I rested on the waves, floating. I had already discarded all my clothes except my trousers, and now I slipped those off. From an old habit of prudence, I examined the pockets before I abandoned them. There were 3 small brass coins there, the gift of Ymar. Their legends, like their faces, had worn away, and they were dark with verdigris, in appearance precisely the ancient things they were. I let them slip from my fingers, with all Urth. Twice I saw great fish, which were perhaps dangerous, but they appeared to pose no threat to me. Of the water-women, of whom Idas had been perhaps the smallest, I saw nothing. Nor did I see Briah, their master, nor Erebus, nor any other such monstrous thing. Night came with teeming stars in her train, and I floated on my back and gazed at them, rocked by the warm arms of ocean. How many rich worlds flew above me then! Once when I had fled from Abdesis, I had huddled in the lee of a boulder and stared at these same stars, trying to imagine their companions and how men might live upon them and lift cities that knew less of evil than ours. Now I knew how foolish all such dreams must be, for I had seen another world and found it stranger than anything I might have imagined. Nor could I have dreamed the Heteroclite crewmen I had met aboard Zadkiel's ship, nor the Gibers, and yet both had come from Briah, even as I, and Zadkiel had not scrupled to take them into his service. But though I rejected all such dreams, I found that they came unbidden. About certain stars, though they appeared but embers wafted through the night, I seemed to see stars smaller still, and as I watched them, dim vistas took shape in my mind, lovely and terrifying. At last clouds came to blot the stars, and for a time I slept. When morning came, I watched the night of Ushas fall from the face of the new sun. No world of Briah could hold a sight more wonderful, nor had I seen a thing more marvelous on Yesod. The young king, bright with such gold as is not found in any mine, strode across the waves, and the glory of him was such that he who looked on it should never look upon another. Waves danced for him and cast 10,000 drops to honor his feet, and he turned each to diamond. A great wave came, for the wind was rising, and I rode it as a swallow rides the spring air. At its crest I could stay for less than a breath, but from that summit I glimpsed his face, and I was not blinded. but knew his face for my own. It is a thing that has not happened since, and perhaps never will. Between us, 5 leagues or more away, an Undine rose from the sea, lifting her hand to him in salute. Then the wave subsided, and I with it. If I had waited, a second wave would have come, I think, raising me a second time, but for many things, of which that moment was for me the chief, there can be no second time. So that no inferior memory should obscure it, I sounded the sun-bright water, pushing ever deeper, eager to test the powers I had discovered only the night before. They remained, although I no longer swam half in dream, and the urge to end my life had vanished. My world was now a place of palest, purest blue, floored with ochre and canopied in gold. The sun and I floated in space and smiled down upon our spheres. When I had swum a while, how many breaths I cannot say, for I did not draw breath, I recalled the Undine and set out to find her. I feared her still, but I had learned at last that such as she were not always to be feared, and though Briah had conspired to prevent the coming of our new son, the age in which my death might have prevented it was past. Deeper I swam, and deeper, for I soon learned how much easier it was to see a thing that moved against the bright surface. Then all thoughts of the Undine evaporated. Under me lay another city, one I did not know, a city that was never Nessus. Its towers sprawled along the floor of ocean where the stumps of a few yet stood, and ancient wrecks lay among them, who had been ancient already when the wrecks had been fair young ships launched to shouts of joy, with banners in their rigging and dancing on their forecastles. Searching among the fallen towers, I discovered treasures so noble they had withstood the passing of eons, splendid gems and bright metals. But I did not find the things I sought, the name of the city, and the name of the forgotten nation that had raised it, and had lost it to ocean just as we had lost Nessus. With shards and shells I scraped lintels and pedestals. There were many words written there, but in a character I could not read. For several watches I swam and searched among those ruins, and never raised my eyes. But at last a huge shadow glided down the sand-strewn avenue before me, and I looked up to behold the Undine, crockin-tressed and ship-bellied, pass swiftly overhead and vanish in a dazzle of sunfire. At once I forgot the ruins. When I reached the air again, I blew out water and foggy breath like a manatee, and threw back my head to toss my hair away from my eyes. For as I shot up I had seen the shore, a low brown coast from which I was barred by less water than had once divided the Botanic Gardens from the bank of Giol. In hardly more time than I take to dip my pen there was land beneath my feet. I waded out of the sea, while loving it still, even as I had earlier dropped from the stars while loving them. And in truth there is no place in Briah that is not lovely, when it no longer holds the threat of death, save for the places men have made so. But it was the land that I loved best, for it was to the land that I was born. Yet what a terrible land it was! Not a blade of grass grew anywhere. Sand, a few stones, many shells, and thick black mud that baked and cracked in the sun made up the whole of it. Some lines of Dr. Tollis's play returned to torment me. The continents themselves are old as raddled women, long since stripped of beauty and fertility. The new sun comes, and he will send them crashing into the sea like foundered ships. And from the sea lift new, glittering with gold, silver, iron, and copper, with diamonds, rubies, turquoises, lands wallowing in the soil of a million millennia so long ago washed down to the sea. I, who boast of forgetting nothing, had forgotten that it was the demons who had spoken so. 1,000 times I was tempted, and worse than tempted, to return to ocean, but I did not, trudging north along a strand that appeared to continue infinitely, unchanged, to north and south. Wreckage littered the beach, splintered building, timbers, and uprooted trees, all tossed there by the waves like so many jackstraws, with sometimes a rag or a stick of smashed furniture among them. Occasionally I found a broken branch, so fresh that it still carried unwithered leaves, as if unaware that its very world had passed away. Lift, oh, lift me to the fallen wood, so Dorcas had sung to me when we had camped beside the ford, and so she had written upon the silvered glass in our chamber in the vincula of Thrax. As ever, Dorcas had been wiser than either of us knew. At length the shore bent inward to make a great bay, a bay so large that its innermost recesses were lost in the distance. Across a league of sparkling water I could see the bay's farther lip. It would have been easy enough for me to swim to the other side, but I was reluctant to plunge in. The new sun had nearly vanished behind the rising shoulder of the world, and although it had been pleasant enough to sleep cradled by the waves, I had no desire to do it again, nor did I want to sleep wet ashore. I decided to camp where I was, build a fire if I could, and eat if I could find food. For the first time that day it occurred to me that I had not tasted food since the meagre meal we had shared on the boat. There was firewood enough for an army, but though I sifted it for the kegs and boxes Ita had hoped to find, they were not there. After 2 watches, a stoppered bottle half full of rough red wine was the sole discovery I could boast, the rack of some low tavern like that in which Maxilindus's uncle had died. By striking stone upon stone, and discarding those that seemed least promising, I eventually produced an occasional feeble spark, but nothing that would ignite the still damp tinder I had collected. When the new sun was hidden and my futile efforts were mocked by the silent fires of stars, I gave up and settled down to sleep, somewhat warmed by the wine. I had thought never to behold Apata again. In that I had been mistaken, for I saw her that night looking down from the sky just as she had looked down at me when I had left Yesod with Bergandofera. I blinked and stared, but soon saw only the green disk of Lune. It did not seem to me that I slept, but Valeria sat beside me, weeping for drowned Urth. Her sweet, warm tears pattered on my face. I woke and found I was hot and flushed, and that Lune was concealed behind clouds from which fell a gentle rain. Not far down the beach, a door without a doorway offered the shelter of a crude roof. I crept beneath it, buried my face in my arm, and slept once more, wishing never to wake. Again, green light drenched the beach. One of the flapping horrors that had snatched me from the wreck of the old Autarch's flyer fluttered moth-like between my eyes and Lune, waxing ever larger. For the first time I knew that nodules were its wings. It landed clumsily among white wolves on the cracked mud. Without memory of mounting, I was upon its back and slipping off. Moonlit waves closed about me, and I saw the citadel below me. Fish as large as ships swam between the towers which I had been wrong to think fallen. Save for the water and their wreaths of weed, all stood as they had before. For a moment I trembled to think I might be impaled on their spires. The great gun that had fired at me when I had been taken to the Prefect Prisca now boomed again, its bolt cleaving ocean with a roar of steam. The bolt struck me, but it was not I who died. This drowned citadel vanished like the dream it was, and I found that I was swimming through the gap in the curtain wall and into the real citadel itself. The tops of its towers thrust above the waves, and Juturna sat among them, submerged to the neck, eating fish. "You lived," I called, and felt that this too was merely a dream. She nodded. "You did not." I was weak with hunger and fear, but I asked, "Then am I dead? And have I come to a place of the dead?" She shook her head. "You live." "I'm asleep." "No." "You have—" She paused, chewing her enormous face with that expression. When she spoke again, fish that were not the huge fish of my dream, but silvery creatures no bigger than perch, leaped from the water before her chin to snap at the fragments that dropped from her lips. "You have resigned your life, or endeavored to do so. To some extent, you have succeeded." "I'm dreaming." "No, you no longer dream. Thus would you die if you could." "It was because I couldn't watch Thekla in torment, wasn't it? Now I've seen Urth die like that, and I was Urth's killer."
"Who were you," she asked me, "when you stood before the Hierogrammate's seat of justice?"
"A man who had not yet destroyed everything he ever loved."
"You were Urth, and thus Urth lives."
I shouted, "This is Ushas!"
"If you say it. But Urth lives in Ushas, and in you."
"I must think," I told her. "Go away and think."
I had not meant to plead, but when I heard my voice I knew it for a beggar's. "Then do so.
I looked without hope at the half-submerged citadel. Juturna pointed like a village woman directing some lost traveler, her hands and arms extending in directions I had not seen until she indicated them. "That way the future. This way the past. There is the margin of the world, and beyond that your son's other worlds and the worlds of other sons. Here is the stream that rises in Yesod and rushes to Briah." I did not hesitate. Chapter 49. Apu-Punchau. The waters were no longer black with night, but darkly green. In them it seemed I glimpsed innumerable strands of weed standing upright and swaying in the current. Hunger filled my mind with the memory of Juturna's fish, yet I watched ocean wane, becoming thinner and lighter, each minute droplet separating itself from its fellows until what remained was merely mist. I drew breath, and it was of air and not water. I stamped, and I stood upon solid ground. What had been the flood was a pampa of waist-high grass, a sea of grass whose shore was lost and swirling white, as though a rout of ghosts danced there swiftly, silently, and somberly. The caress of the mist failed to horrify me, but it was as mused as that of any spectre in a midnight tale. Hoping to find food and to warm myself, I began to walk. It is said that they who wander in darkness, and still more they who do so in a mist, merely scribe circles across the plain. Perhaps it was so for me, but I do not believe it. A faint wind stirred the mist, and I kept that wind ever at my back. Once I had strode grinning along the waterway, and imagined myself unlucky, and I had been ecstatic in my misfortune. Now I knew that I had then begun the journey that was to make me Urth's executioner, and although my task was done, I felt I could never be happy again, although after a watch or two I would have been happy enough, I suppose, if only my warm journeyman's cloak had been returned to me. At last Urth's old sun rose behind me, and rose in glory crowned with gold. The spectres fled before it. I beheld the spreading pampa, an endless, whisperous green ocean, across which raced 1,000 waves. Endless, that is, except in the east, where mountains lifted haughty fastnesses not yet stamped with a human form. I continued westward, and it came to me as I walked that I, who had been the new sun, would hide myself behind the horizon if I could. Perhaps he who had been the old sun had felt the same. There had been such an old sun, after all, in Dr. Tallis's Eschatology in Genesis, and although our performance remained forever incomplete, Dr. Tallis, who had himself become a wanderer in western lands, had once intended to take the part. Long-legged birds stalked the pampa, but fled when I drew too near. Once, just after the sun appeared, I saw a spotted cat, but it was full-fed and slunk away. Condors and eagles wheeled overhead, black specks against the brilliant blue sky. I was as famished as they, and though there could be none in such a place, from time to time I imagined the odor of frying fish, misled no doubt by the memory of the shabby inn where I had first encountered Baldanders and Dr. Tallis. A client in a cell can endure 3 days or more without water, so Master Palamon had taught us, but for one who must labor under the sun, the time is much less. I would have died that day, I believe, if I had not found it, as I did when my shadow stretched long behind me. It was only a narrow stream, scarcely broader than the brook beyond Briah had seemed in my sight, and so deeply sunk into the pampa that it was invisible until I had nearly tumbled into its ravine. I scrambled down the rocky sides as readily as any monkey, and sated my thirst with sun-warmed water that tasted of mud to one who had drunk of the clean sea. Had you been with me then, reader, and insisted I walk farther with you, I think I would have taken your life. I sank down among the stones, too weary to go another step, and slept before I closed my eyes. But not, I think, for long. Near by a big cat coughed, and I woke shaking with a fear older than the first human dwelling. When I was a boy sleeping beside the other apprentices in the Matachin Tower, I had often heard that cough from the Bear Tower and had not been frightened. It is the presence or absence of walls that makes the difference, I think. I had known then that walls enclosed me, and that others imprisoned the Smilodons and Atrixes. I knew now that there were none, and I gathered stones by starlight, stacking them, as I told myself, for missiles, but in fact, as I now believe, to build a wall. How strange it was! When I had swum and walked far beneath the flood, I had fancied myself a godling, or at least something more than a man. Now I felt myself something less. Yet it seems to me, upon reflection, to be not so strange after all. In this place I was, perhaps, at a time far earlier than that at which Zack had done whatever he had done aboard the ship of Zadkiel. Here the old sun had not yet dimmed, and even those influences that cast shadows behind them as long as mine, when I walked to the ravine, might fail to reach me. Dawn came at last. The sun of the preceding day had left me reddened and tender. I stayed in the ravine, where there was at times a little shade, and made my way through the stream or beside it, finding the body of a peccary killed when it had come to drink. I tore a bit of meat away, chewed it, and washed it down with muddy water. It was about noons when I came in sight of the first pump. The ravine was nearly 7 ells deep, but the autochthons had built a series of little dams like the steps of a stair, piling up the river stones. A wheel hung with leathern buckets reached thirstily down for the water, turned by 2 squat, mummy-colored men who grunted with satisfaction each time a bucketful splashed into their clay trough. They shouted to me in a tongue I did not know, but did not try to stop me. I waved to them and walked on, wondering to see them watering their fields, for among the constellations of the previous night had been the Crotali, the winter stars that bring the rattle of ice-sheathed branches. I passed a score of similar wheels before I reached the town, where a stone stair led up from the water. Women came there to wash clothes and fill jugs, and remained to gossip. They stared at me, and I displayed my hands so they could see I was unarmed, though my nakedness must have made that clear enough without the gesture. The women talked among themselves in some lilting language. I pointed to my mouth to show I was hungry, and a gaunt woman, a trifle taller than the rest, gave me a strip of old coarse cloth to tie around my waist, women being much the same in every place. Like the men I had seen, these women had small eyes, narrow mouths, and broad, flat cheeks. It was a month or more before I understood why these seemed so different from the autochthons I had seen at Saltus Fair, in the market of Thrax, and elsewhere, though it was only that these people had pride, and were far less inclined to violence. The ravine was wide at the stair and gave no shade. When I saw that none of the women meant to feed me, I climbed the steps and sat on the ground in the shadow of one of the stone houses. I am tempted to insert here all sorts of musings, things that I actually thought of later in my stay in the stone town. But the truth is that I thought then of nothing. I was very tired and very hungry, and in some pain. It was a relief to get out of the sun and not to walk, and that was all. Later the tall woman brought me a flat cake and a jar of water, setting them 3 cubits beyond my reach and hurrying off. I ate the cake and drank the water, and slept that night in the dust of the street. Next morning I wandered about the town. Its houses were built of river stones laid with a mortar of mud. Their roofs were nearly flat, of meagre logs covered with more mud mixed with straw, husks, and stalks. At one door a woman gave me half a blackened meal cake. The men I saw ignored me. Later, when I had come to know the people better, I understood that this was because they had to be able to explain anything they saw. Because they had no notion who I was, or where I had come from, they pretended they had not seen me. That evening I sat in the same place as before, but when the tall woman came again, putting my cake and jar a bit nearer this time, I picked them up and followed her back to her house, one of the oldest and smallest. She was afraid when I pushed aside the tattered matting that formed her door, But I sat in a corner while I ate and drank, and tried to show her by my looks that I meant no harm. That night it was warmer beside her tiny fire than it had been outside. I set to work repairing the house by taking down parts of the walls that seemed ready to fall and restacking them. The woman watched me for a time before she went into the town. She did not return until late afternoon. The next day I followed her, and discovered she went to a larger house where she ground maize in a quern, washed clothes, and swept. By then I had mastered the names of a few simple objects, and I helped her whenever I understood her work. The master of that house was a shaman. He served a god whose frightful image was set up just beyond the town to the east. After I had labored for his family for a few days, I learned that his principal act of worship had been completed each morning before I arrived. After that I rose earlier and carried the sticks to the altar where he burned meal and oil, and at the midsummer feast slit the throat of a koipu to the slap of dancing feet and the thudding of little drums. Thus I lived among these people, sharing as much of their lives as I could. Wood was very precious. Trees would not grow on the pampa, and they could give up only the edges of their fields to them. The tall woman's fire, like all the rest, was of stalks, cobs, and husks, mixed with sun-dried dung. At times stalks appeared even in the fire the shaman kindled new each day, when, singing and chanting, he caught the old sun's rays in his sacred bowl. Though I had rebuilt the walls of the tall woman's house, there seemed little I could do about the roof. The poles were small and old, and several were badly cracked. For a time I considered erecting a stone column to shore it up, but such a column would have left the house very cramped. After some thought I tore down the whole sagging structure, and replaced it with intersecting arches like those I remembered from the shepherd's bothy, where I had once left a shawl of the Pellerines, all of loose-laid river stones, all meeting over the centre of the house. I used more stones, pounded earth, and the poles from the roof for the scaffolding needed until each arch was whole, and strengthened the walls to bear the outward thrust with yet more stones I carried from the river. The woman and I had to sleep outside while the construction was in progress, but she did so without complaint, and when everything was complete, and I had plastered the beehive roof with mud and matted grass as before, she had a new dwelling, high and sturdy. When I started to work tearing away the old roof, no one paid much attention to me, but when that was done and I began to lay up my arches, men came from the fields to watch, and some helped me. While I was dismantling the last scaffolding, the shaman himself appeared, bringing the hetman of the town. For some time they walked around and around the house, but when it became clear that the scaffolding was no longer holding up the roof, they carried torches inside. And at last, when all my work was finished, they made me sit down and questioned me about it, using many gestures because I still knew so little of their tongue. I told them all I could, piling chips of flat stone to show how it was done. Then they asked me about myself, where I had come from, and why I lived among them. It had been so long since I had been able to talk with anyone other than the woman, that as much of my tale came stumbling forth as I could give form to. I did not expect them to believe me. It was enough that someone, had been told. At last, when I stepped outside to point toward the sun, I found that evening had come while I had stammered and scratched my crude pictures in the dirt floor. The tall woman sat beside the door, her black hair whipped by a fresh, cold wind from the pampas. The shaman and the hetman came out too, carrying their guttering torches, and I saw that she was very frightened. I asked what the trouble was, but the shaman began a long speech before she could reply, a speech of which I grasped no more than every 10th word. When he had finished, the hetman spoke in the same way. What they said drew men from the houses around us, some with hunting spears, for these were not warlike people, some with adzes or knives. I turned back to the woman and asked what was happening. She whispered furiously in return, telling me the shaman and the hetman had said that I had said I brought the day and walked through the night. Now we would have to remain where we were till day came without my bringing it. When that happened, we would die. She wept.
Perhaps tears rolled down her gaunt cheeks. If so, I could not see them by the flickering light of the torches. It struck me that I had never seen one of these people cry, not even little children. Her dry, rattling sobs moved me more than any tears I have ever seen. We waited before her house for a long while. Fresh torches arrived, and fuel and live embers carried from the houses nearby gave us several small fires. Despite them, my legs became stiff from the cold that seeped from the earth. Our only hope appeared to lie in outlasting these people, in drawing taut their nerves. But when I studied their faces that might have been so many wooden masks smeared with ochre clay, I felt that they would outwear the year, far less a short summer's night. If only I could speak their tongue fluently, I thought, I might be able to wake fear enough in them, or at least explain what I had actually meant. The words not, alas, in their tongue, but in my own, re-echoed through my mind, so that I fell to speculating about them. Did I myself know what those words meant, those or any others? Surely not. Desperate and driven by the same unquenchable impulse to sterile self-expression that has led me to write and revise the history I sent to moulder and drown in Master Ultan's library, and soon after flung into the void, I began to gesticulate, to tell my story once again as well as I could, this time without the use of words. My own arms cradled the infant I had been, thrashed helplessly in Gial until the Undine saved me. No one moved to stop me, and after some time I stood up so that I might use my legs as well as my arms, walking pantomime down the empty, cluttered corridors of the House Absolute, and galloping for the destrier that had died beneath me at the third battle of Orithaya. It seemed I heard music, and some later time I heard it indeed, for many of the men who had come when they heard the speeches of the hetman and the shaman were humming, beating a solemn cadence upon the ground with the butts of stone-tipped spears and antler-headed adzes. One played a nose-flute. Its piping notes swarmed about me like bees. In time I saw that some of the men were looking toward the sky and nudging one another. Thinking they detected the first grey radiance of dawn, I looked too. But I saw rising only the cross and the unicorn, the stars of summer. Then the shaman and the hetman prostrated themselves before me. At that instant, by the most marvelous good fortune, Urth looked upon the sun. My shadow fell across them. Chapter 50. Darkness in the House of Day. The tall woman and I moved into the shaman's house and took the best room. I was no longer permitted to work. The injured and the ill were brought to me for healing. Some I cured as I had cured de Clan, or as we of the guild had been taught to prolong the lives of our clients. Others died in my arms. Perhaps I could have revivified the dead as well, as I had recalled poor Zama. I never attempted to do so. Twice we were attacked by nomads. The hetman fell in the first battle. I rallied his warriors, and we turned the nomads back. A new hetman was chosen, but he seemed to regard himself, and to be regarded by his own people, as little more than my subordinate. In the second battle it was I who led the war party, while he took the nomads from the rear with a small force of picked bowmen. Together we herded and slaughtered them like sheep, and we were not molested again. Soon the people began work on a new structure, much larger than anything they had built before. Although its walls were very thick and its arches strong, I feared that they might not support so great a weight as a roof of mud and straw would impose. I taught the women to fire clay tiles, just as they fired their pots, and to lay them to make a roof. When the building was completed, I recognized the roof upon which Jolenta would die, and I knew I would be buried beneath it. Though you may think it incredible, before that time I had seldom thought of the Undine or the directions she had indicated to me, preferring to revisit in memory the earth of the old sun, as it was in the days of my childhood, or under my autarky. Now I explored fresher memories. For much as I feared them, I found I feared death more. When I had sat upon a spur of rock thrust from the slope of Mount Typhon,
and watched Typhon's soldiers coming for me, I had seen the meadow that is beyond Briah as clearly as I now saw our fields of maize. But then I had been the new sun, with all the power of my star to draw upon, though it was so far away. Now I was the new sun no more, and the old sun still had long to rule. Once or twice, when I was nearly asleep, it seemed to me that the corridors of time slanted from some corner of our room. Always, when I tried to flee down any, I woke. There was only stone, and the roof poles above. Once I descended again to the ravine, and retraced my steps to the east from which I had come. At last I stumbled over the pitiful little wall I had reared at the coughing of the cat, but though I went farther still, I returned to the stone town the day after I had left it. At last, when I had lost all count of years, it came to me that if I could not rediscover the entrance to the corridors of time, and I could not, I must find Juturna, and that to find her, I must first find the sea. At dawn the next day I wrapped some meal cakes and dried meat in a cloth, and left the stone town, walking westward. My legs had grown stiff, and when after 7 or 8 watches of steady walking I fell and twisted my knee, I felt I had almost become again that Severian who had boarded the ship of Zadkiel. Like him, I did not turn again, but continued as I had set my face. I had become used to the heat of the old sun long before, and it was the waning of the year. The young hetman and a party of men from the stone town overtook me while Urth looked upon the old sun from her left. After a time they seized my arms and tried to force me to go back. I refused, telling them I was bound for ocean and hoped never to return. I sat up, but I saw nothing. For a moment I felt sure I had gone blind. Osapago appeared, shining with blue radiance. He said, "We are here, Severian." Knowing him for a mechanism, the servant and yet the master of Barbatus and Famulus, I answered, "With light, the god from the machine. That was what Master Malrubius said when he came." Barbatus's pleasant baritone flouted the groom. "You are conscious. What do you remember?" "Everything," I said. "I've always remembered everything." Dissolution was in the air, the feeder of rotting flesh. Famulus sang, "For that were you chosen, Severian, you and you alone from many princes, you alone to save your race from Lethe." "And then to abandon it," I said. No one answered. "I have thought about that," I told them. "I would have tried to return sooner if I had known how." Osapago's voice was so deep that one felt rather than heard it. "Do you understand why you could not?" I nodded, feeling foolish. "Because I'd used the power of the new sun to retrace time until the new sun itself no longer existed. Once I believed you 3 were gods, and then that the hierarchs were still greater gods. So the autochthons believed me a god, and feared I would plunge into the western sea, leaving them in night with winter always. But only the increate is God, kindling reality and blowing it out. All the rest of us, even Zadkiel, can only wield the forces he's created." I have never been clever at thinking of analogies, and now I groped for one. "I was like an army retreating so far that it's cut off from its base." I could not bite back the next words. "An army defeated." "In war, no force may fail, Severian, until its trumpets blow surrender. Till then, though it may die, it does not know defeat," Barbatus remarked. "And who can say that this was not for the best? We're all tools in his hands." I told him, "I understand something more, something I had not really understood until this moment. Why Master Malrubius spoke to me of loyalty to the divine entity, of loyalty to the person of the monarch. He meant that we must trust, that we must not refuse our destinies." "You sent him, of course." "The words were his, just the same. By now you should know that, too. Like the hierogrammates, we summon personalities of the past from remembrance. And, like the hierogrammates, we do not falsify them."
But there are so many things I don't know. When we met on Zadkiel's ship, you hadn't known me before, and from that I knew it to be our final meeting. Yet you are here, all three." Sweetly Famulus sang,
"Thus surprised are we, Severian, to find you here where men have scarce begun. Though we have traced the time-line down so far, whole ages of the world have passed since we've seen you."
"And yet you knew I would be here?" Stepping from the shadows, Barbatus said, "Because you told us so. Have you forgotten we were your counselors? You told us how the man Hildegren was destroyed, so we've watched this place for you." "And I died too. The autochthons, my people." I broke off, but no one else spoke. And at last I said, "Ossipego, bring your light, please, to where Barbatus stood." The mechanism turned his sensors toward Barbatus, but did not move. Famulus sang softly,
"Barbatus, you must guide him now, I fear. But truly our Severian should know. How can we ask that he should bear all loads, while yet by us not treated as a man?"
Barbatus nodded, and Ossipego moved near the place where Barbatus had been standing when I woke. I saw there what I had feared to see. The corpse of the man the autochthons had called Head of Day. Golden bands wreathed his arms, bracelets studded with orange jacinths and flashing green emeralds. "Tell me how you did this," I demanded. Barbatus stroked his beard and did not reply.
"You know who schooled you by the restless sea, and fought for you when Urth lay in the scales,"
Famulus crooned. I stared at her. Her face was as lovely and as inhuman as ever, not without expression, but bearing an expression that had little or nothing to do with mankind and its concerns. "Am I an eidolon? A ghost?" I looked at my hands, hoping to be reassured by their solidity. They were shaking. To quiet them, I had to jam them against my thighs. Barbatus said, "What you call eidolons are not ghosts, but beings maintained in existence by some external source of energy. What you call matter is all in actuality merely bound energy. The only difference is that some is held in material form by its own energy." At that moment I wanted to cry more than I have ever wanted anything in my life. "Actuality? You think there's really any actuality?" The release of tears would have been nirvana. Harsh training yet held, and no tears came. For an instant I wondered wildly whether eidolons could weep at all. "You speak of what is real, Severian. Thus do you hold to what is real still. A moment since we spoke of him who makes. Among your folk the simple call him God, and you, the lettered, name him Increate. What were you ever but his eidolon?" "Who maintains me in existence now? Ossipego?" "You may rest, Ossipego." Ossipego rumbled, "I don't respond to commands from you, Severian. You learned that long ago." "I suppose that even if I were to kill myself, Ossipego could still call me back to existence." Barbatus shook his head, though not as a human being would have. "There would be no point. You could take your life again. If you truly want to die, go ahead. There are funeral offerings here, including a great many stone knives. Ossipego will bring you one." I felt as real as I ever have, and when I searched among my memories, I found Valeria there still, and Thecla, and old Autarch, and the boy Severian, who had been Severian only. "No," I said. "We will live." "I thought so," Barbatus smiled. We've known you half our lives now, Severian, and you're a weed that grows best when stepped upon.
Ossipego seemed to clear his throat.
If you wish to speak more, I will take us to a better time. I have a link to the pile on our craft.
Famulinimus shook her noble head, and Barbatus looked at me.
I'd rather we conferred here, I told them. Barbatus, when we were on the ship, I fell down a shaft. One doesn't fall swiftly there, I know, but I fell a long way, I think nearly to the center. I was badly hurt, and Zadkiel cared for me. I paused, trying to remember all the details I could.
Proceed, Barbatus urged me. We don't know what you're going to tell us.
I found a dead man there, with a scarred cheek like mine. His leg had been injured years before, just like mine. He was hidden between two machines.
Yet meant for you to find Severian?
Famulinimus asked.
Perhaps. I knew Zack had done it, and Zack was Zadkiel, or part of Zadkiel. But I didn't understand that then.
Yet you do now. It is the time for speech.
I did not know what else to say, and finished weakly. The dead man's face was bruised, but it looked very much like mine. I told myself that I couldn't have died there, that I wouldn't die there, because I felt sure I'd be laid in the mausoleum in our necropolis. I've told you about that.
Ossipego rumbled,
Many times.
The funeral bronze is so like me, so much like the way I look now. Then there was Apu-Punchau. When he appeared, the Cumean, she was a hierogel, like you, Father Neri told me.
Famulinimus and Barbatus nodded.
When Apu-Punchau appeared, he was me. I knew it, but I didn't understand.
Neither did we,
Barbatus said, when you told us about it. I think I may now.
Then tell me.
He gestured toward the corpse. There is Apu-Punchau.
Of course, I knew that long ago. They called me by that name, and I saw this place built. It was to be a temple, the temple of Day, the old sun. But I'm Severian, and Apu-Punchau the head of Day, too. How could my body rise from death? How could I die here at all? The Cumean said it wasn't his tomb, but his house.
I seemed to see her before me as I spoke, the old woman hiding the wise snake.
She told you, too, that she knew not that age,
Famulinimus sang. I nodded.
How could the warm sun die that rose each day? And how could you then die that were that sun? Your people left you here with many a chant, and sealed your door, that you might live forever.
Barbatus said, We know that eventually you'll bring the new sun, Severian. We've passed through the time, as through many others, to that meeting with you in the giant's castle, which we thought would be our last. But do you know when the new sun was made? The sun you brought to this system to heal its old one?
When I was landed on Earth, it was the age of Typhon, when the first great mountain was carved. But before that I was on Zadkiel's ship.
Which sometimes sails more swiftly than the winds that drive it, Barbatus grunted. So you know nothing.
Famulinimus sang, If you would have our counsel now, tell all. We cannot be good guides if we walk blind.
And so, beginning with the murder of my steward, I recounted everything that had happened to me from that time until the last moment I could recall before I woke in the house of Apu-Punchau. I have never been apt in winnowing needed details from the rest, as you, the reader of this, know too well, in part because it seems to me that all details are needed. Still less so was I then, when I could labor with my tongue and not my pen. I told them a great many things that I have not put into this record. While I spoke, a sunbeam found its way through some chink, so I knew that I had returned to life in the night, and that a new day had begun. And I was talking still when the potter's wheels began their whir, and we heard the chatter of women trooping to the river that would fail their town when the sun cooled. At last I said, So much for me. And now for you. Can you unravel the mystery of Apu-Punchau for me now that you've heard all this? Barbatus nodded. I believe we can. You know already that when a ship sails swiftly between the stars, minutes and days on board may be years or centuries on Earth. It must be so, I admitted, when time was first measured by the coming and going of the light. Therefore your star, the White Fountain, was born some while, and doubtless a long while, before the reign of Typhon. I'd guess that the time is not far distant now. Famulus appeared to smile, and perhaps it was in fact a smile.
Indeed it must be so, Barbatus, when by the star's own power he came here. Flying his time, he runs till he must halt. Then halts he here, because he cannot run.
If Barbatus was discomposed by this interruption, nothing indicated it. It may be that your power will return when the light of your star is first seen on Earth. If that is so, when that time comes, Apu-Punchau may waken, provided he chooses to leave the place where he has found himself. Wake to death in life? I asked. How horrible! Famulus disagreed.
Say wonderful, Severian, instead. To life from death, to aid the folk that loved him.
I considered that for a time, while all three stood waiting patiently. At last I said, Perhaps death is only horrible to us because it's a dividing of the terror of life from the wonder of it. We see only the terror, which is left behind. Ossipego rumbled, So we hope, Severian, as much as you. But if Apu-Punchau is myself, what was the body I found on Zadkiel's ship?
Nearly whispering, Famulus sang, The man whom you saw dead, your mother bore. Or so it seems to me from what's been said. Now I would weep for her if I had tears, though not, perhaps, for you still living here. What we did here for you, Severian, the mighty Zadkiel accomplished there, remembrance taking from your dead mind, to build your mind in you anew.
Do you mean that when I stood before Zadkiel's seat of justice, I was an eidolon Zadkiel himself had made? Ossipego muttered, Made's too strong a term, if I have as much access to your tongue as I like to think. Made tangible, possibly. I looked from him to Famulus for enlightenment.
You were reflected thought in your dead mind. He fixed the image, make it whole, mended the fatal wound you'd borne.
Made me a walking, speaking picture of myself. Although I pronounced the words, I could scarcely bring myself to think about what they meant. The fall killed me just as my people killed me here. I bent to look at the corpse of Apu-Punchau more closely. Barbatus muttered, Strangled, I believe. Why couldn't Zadkiel have called me back as I called back Zama, healed me as I healed Harina? Why did I have to die? I have never been more startled than I was by what happened next. Famulus knelt and kissed the floor before me. Barbatus said, What makes you think Zadkiel wields such power? Famulus and Ossipego and I are nothing before him, but we're not his slaves, and great though he is, he's not the head of his race, and its saviour. No doubt I should have felt ennobled. The fact is that I was merely stunned and excruciatingly embarrassed. I motioned urgently to Famulus to rise again, and blurted, But you walk the corridors of time. Barbatus prostrated himself in turn as Famulus rose. She sang, For but a little way, Severian, that we may speak with you do common things. Our clocks run widdershins round both your sons. From his knees Barbatus said, If we'd let Ossipego take us to a better place as he wished, it would have been an earlier one. That would not have been a better place for you, I think. One further question, illustrious Hierogils, before you return me to my own period. When I spoke with Master Malrubius beside the sea, He dissolved into a glittering dust. And yet— I could not say it, but my eyes sought out the corpse. Barbatus nodded. That eidolon, as you call them, had been in existence only briefly. I don't know what energies Zadkiel called upon to support you on the ship. It may even be that you yourself drew the support you needed from whatever source was at hand, just as you took power from the ship when you tried to raise your steward. But even if it was a source you left behind when you came here, you had lived a long time before that, on the ship, in Yesod, on the ship again, in the tender, in Typhon's time, and so on. During all that time you breathed, ate, and drank matter that was not unstable, converting it to your body's use. Thus it became a substantial body. But I'm dead. Not even here, dead back there on Zadkiel's ship. Your twin lies dead there, Barbatus told me, as another lies dead here. I might say in passing that if he weren't dead, we couldn't have done what we did, because every living being is more than mere matter. He paused and glanced toward Famulus for help, but received none. What do you know of the anima? I thought then of Ava, and what she had said to me. You're a materialist like all ignorant people, but your materialism doesn't make materialism true. Little Ava had died with Voila and the rest. Nothing, I muttered. I know nothing of the anima. In a way, it's like a line of verse. Famulus, what was the one you quoted to me? His wife sang,
Awake, for morning in the bowl of night has flung the stone that puts the stars to flight.
Yes, I said. I understand. Barbatus pointed. Suppose I were to write those lines upon that wall, and then to write them again upon that other wall. Which would be the true lines? Both, I said, and neither. The true lines are not writing nor speech either. I can't say what they are. That is the way of the anima, as I understand it. It was written there. He indicated the dead man. Now it is written in you. When the light of the white fountain touches earth, it will be written there again. Yet the anima will not be erased in you by that writing, unless— I waited for him to continue. Alcyone said, Unless you come too close. If you write a name in the dust and retrace it with your finger, there are not two names, but one. If two currents flow through a conductor, there is one current. While I stared in disbelief, Famulus sang, You came too near your double once, you know. That was here, in this poor town of stones. Then he was gone, and only you remained. Our eidolons are always of the dead. Have you not wondered why? Be warned. Barbatus nodded. But as for our returning you to your own time, we can't help you. Your green man knew more than we, perhaps, or at least he had more energy at his disposal. We'll leave you food, water, and a light, but you'll have to wait for the white fountain. It shouldn't be long, as Famulus said. She had begun to fade into the past already, so that her song seemed to come from far away. Do not destroy the corpse, Severian. However tempted you may be warned. Barbatus and Alcyone had faded, while I watched Famulus. When her voice was gone, there was no sound in the house of Apu-Punchau, but his own faint breath. Chapter 51. The Urth of the New Sun. For all that remained of that day, I sat in the dark and cursed myself for a fool. The white fountain would shine in the night sky, I knew, and everything the Hierojules had said implied it. Yet I had failed to understand it until they had gone. 100 times I relived the rain-swept night when I had descended from the roof of this very structure to aid Hildegrin. How near had I come to Apu-Punchau before I had merged with him? 5 cubits? 3 ells? I could not be sure. But surely it was no mystery that Famulus had told me not to try to destroy him. If I were to come near enough to strike, we would merge, and he, having deeper roots in this universe, would overwhelm me just as I would overwhelm him in the unimaginably distant future, when I would journey to this place with Jolenta and Dorcas. Yet if I had longed for the mysterious, as I certainly did not, there was riddle enough. The white fountain shone already, that seemed certain, for without it I would not have been able to come to this ancient place, or heal the sick. Why, then, had I been unable to travel the corridors of time, as I had from Mount Typhon? 2 explanations seemed likely. The first was simply that on Mount Typhon my whole being had been spurred by fear. We are strongest in a crisis, and Typhon's soldiers had been coming for me, doubtless to kill me. Yet I faced another crisis now, for Apu-Punchau might rise and come toward me at any moment. The second was that such power as I had received from the White Fountain was diminished by distance, just as its light was. It must have been far nearer Urth in Typhon's time than in Apu-Punchau's, but if it were indeed thus diminished, the passing of one day would scarcely make a difference, and a day at most was the longest for which I could hope, with my other self alive again and so near. I would have to escape as soon as I could, and wait elsewhere. It was the longest day of my life. If I had been merely awaiting nightfall, I could have wandered in memory, recalling that marvelous evening when I had walked up the waterway, the tales told in the Pellerine's lazaretto, or the brief holiday that Valeria and I had once enjoyed beside the sea. As it was, I dared not, and whenever I relaxed my guard, I found my mind turned of its own accord to dreadful things. Again I endured my imprisonment in the jungle ziggurat by Votalus, the year I had spent among the Asians, my flight from the white wolves in the secret house, and 1,000 similar terrors, until at last it seemed to me that a demon desired that I surrender my miserable existence to Apu-Punchau, and that the demon was myself. Slowly the noises of the stone town died away. The light, which earlier had come from the wall nearest me, now penetrated the wall beyond the altar on which Apu-Punchau lay, cutting the gloom with blades of hammered gold thrust between the crevices. At last it faded. I rose, stiff in every joint, and began to probe the wall for weaknesses. It had been built of Cyclopean stones, with smaller stones driven between them by workmen swinging huge wooden mauls. The small stones were wedged so tightly that I tested 50 or more before finding one that could be pried loose, and I knew that I would have to remove one of the great stones to make an opening through which I could pass. Even the small stone required a watch at least of tugging and prying. I used a jasper-bladed knife to scrape away the mud around it, then broke that knife and 3 others trying to get it out. Once I abandoned the task in disgust, and mounted the wall like a spider, hoping that the roof would supply an easier road to freedom, as the thatch had in the Hall of the Magicians. But the vaulted ceiling was as solid as the walls, and I dropped to the floor again to bloody my fingers on the loose stone. Suddenly, when it seemed certain it could never be freed, it slipped clattering to the floor. For 5 long breaths I waited paralyzed, fearing that Apu-Punchau would wake. As far as I could judge, he never stirred. Yet something else was stirring. The immense stone above tilted ever so gently to the left. Dried mud cracked, sounding as loud as the breaking of river ice in the stillness, and came rattling down around me. I stepped back. There was a grinding, as of a mill, and a second shower of mud. I moved to one side, and the great stone fell with a crash, leaving behind it a rough, black circle full of stars. I looked at one, and knew myself, a pinprick of light nearly lost in the opaline haze of 10,000 more. No doubt I should have waited. Certainly it was possible that a dozen more great stones might follow the first. I did not. A leap carried me onto the fallen one, another into the aperture in the wall, and a third into the street. The noise had wakened the people, of course. I heard their angry voices, saw the faint red glow of their fires seep past their doors as wives puffed dying embers while husbands groped for spears and toothed war-clubs. I did not care. All about me stretched the corridors of time, waving meadows roofed with a lowering sky of time, and whisperous with the brooks that ripple from the most supernal universe of all to the least. Bright-winged, the small Tzadkiel fluttered beside one.
The green man raced beside another. I chose one that ran as lonely as I, and mounted to it. Behind me, along a line that seldom exists, Apu-Punchau, the head of day, stepped from his house and squatted to eat the boiled maize and roast meat his people had left for him. I, too, hungered. I waved to him, then saw him no more. When I returned to the world called Ushas, it was on to a sandy beach, the beach I had left when I dove into the sea in search of Juturna, and as near that place and time as I could make it. A man carrying a wooden trencher heaped with smoking fish was walking the sea-wet sand 50 cubits or so in front of me. I followed him, and when we had gone 20 paces he reached a bower, dripping with sea spray, yet draped in wildflowers. Here he set his trencher upon the sand, took 2 backward steps, and knelt. Catching up, I asked in the speech of the Commonwealth, who would eat his fish? He looked around at me. I could see he was surprised to find me a stranger. "The sleeper," he said, "he who sleeps here and hungers." "Who is this sleeper?" I asked. "The lonely god. One feels him here, always sleeping, ever hungry. I bring the fish to show that we are his friends, so he will not devour us when he wakes." "Do you feel him now?" I asked. He shook his head. "Sometimes it is stronger, so strong we see him by moonlight lying here, though he vanishes when we come near. Today I did not feel him at all." "Did not?" "I do now," he said, "since you have come." I sat down on the sand and picked up a large piece of fish, motioning for him to join me. The fish was so hot it burned my fingers, so I knew it had been cooked close by. He sat too, but did not eat until I made a second gesture. "Are you always the one?" He nodded. "Each god has someone, a man for a man-god, a woman for a woman-god." "A priest or a priestess?" He nodded again. "There is no god but the Increate, all the rest being his creatures." I was tempted to add, "even Zadkiel," but I did not. "Yes," he said, and he turned his face away, not wishing, I think, to see my look, if he offended me. "That is so for the gods, certainly. But for humble creatures like men there are lesser gods, possibly. To poor, wretched men these lesser gods are very, very exalted. We strive to please them." I smiled to show I was not angry. "And what do such lesser gods do to help men?" "4 gods there are." From his sing-song I knew he had recited the words many times, no doubt in the teaching of children. "First and greatest is the sleeper. He is a man-god. He is always hungry. Once he devoured the whole land, and he may do so again if he is not fed. Though the sleeper has drowned, he cannot die. Thus he sleeps here on the strand. Fish belong to the sleeper. You must beg his leave before you fish. Silver fish I catch for him. Storms are his anger, calm his charity." I had become the Oannes of these people. "The other man-god is Odilo. His are the lands beneath the sea. He loves learning and right conduct. Odilo taught men to speak and women to write. He is the judge of gods and men, but punishes no one who has not sinned thrice. Once he bore the cup of the Increate. Red wine is his. Wine his man brings him." It had taken a breath for me to recall just whom Odilo had been. Now I realized that the House Absolute and our court had become the frame for a vague picture of the Increate as autarch. In retrospect, it seemed inevitable. "There are 2 women gods also. Pega is the day goddess. All beneath the sun is hers. Pega loves cleanness. She taught women to strike fire and to bake and weave. She mourns them in childbirth and comes to all at the moment of death. She is the comforter. Brown bread is the offering her woman brings her." I nodded approvingly. "Thais is the night goddess. All below the moon is hers. She loves the words of lovers and lovers' embraces.
All who couple must beg her leave, speaking the words as one in the darkness. If they do not, Thais kindles a flame in a third heart and finds a knife for the hand. A flame she comes to children, announcing that they are to be children no longer. She is the seducer. Golden honey is the offering her woman brings her. I said, It seems you have 2 good gods and 2 evil gods, and that the evil gods are Thais and the Sleeper. Oh, no, all gods are very good, particularly the Sleeper. Without the Sleeper so many would starve. The Sleeper is very, very great, and when Thais does not come, her place is taken by a demon. So you have demons, too? Every one has demons. I suppose, I said. The trencher was nearly bare, and I had eaten my fill. The priest, my priest, I should write, had taken only a single small piece. I rose, picked up what was left, and tossed it into the sea, not knowing what else to do with it. For Juturna, I told him. Do your people know Juturna? He had jumped to his feet as soon as I stood up. No. He hesitated, and I could see that he had almost spoken the name he had given me, but that he was afraid to do so. Then perhaps she is a demon to you. For most of my life I thought her a demon, too. It may be that neither you nor I have made a great mistake. He bowed, and although he was a bit taller and by no means plump, I saw Odilo in that bow as clearly as if the man himself stood before me. Now you must take me to Odilo, I said, to the other man-god. We walked the beach together in the direction from which he had come. The hills, which had been barren mud when I had left, were covered with soft green grass. Wildflowers bloomed there, and there were young trees. I tried to estimate the time I had been gone, and to count the years I had lived among the autochthons in their stone town, and though I could not be sure of either figure, it seemed to me they must have been much the same. I marveled then to think of the Green Man, and how he had come for me in the jungles of the north at the very moment I required him. We both had walked the corridors of time, yet he had been a master, while I was only an apprentice. I asked my priest when it had been that the Sleeper had devoured the lands. He was deeply tanned. Even so, I saw the blood drain from his face. Long ago, he said, before men came to Ushas. Then how do men know of it? The god Odilo taught us. Are you angry? Odilo had overheard my conversation with Ita then. I had supposed him sleeping. No, I said, I only wish to hear what you know of it. Was it you who came to Ushas? He shook his head. My father's father and my mother's mother. They fell from the sky, scattered like seeds by the hand of the god of all gods. I said, not knowing fire or anything else, and as I spoke I recalled what the young officer had reported, that hierogils had landed a man and woman on the grounds of the House Absolute. Remembering that, it was simple enough to guess who my priest's forebears had been. The sailors routed by my memories had paid for their defeat with their pasts, just as I would have lost the future of my descendants had my own past been defeated. It was not much farther to the village. A few unreliable-looking boats were beached there, unpainted boats built largely of grey driftwood, or so it seemed to me. On the shore, an ell or more above the high tide mark, stood a square of huts formed by 4 perfectly straight lines. The square was Odilo's doing, I felt sure. It exhibited the love of order for order's sake, so characteristic of an upper servant. Then I reflected that the ramshackle boats had probably been inspired by him as well. It was he, after all, who had built our raft. 2 women and a gaggle of children emerged from the square to watch us pass, and a man with a mallet stopped pounding dry grass into the seams of a boat to join them. My priest, walking half a step behind me, nodded toward me and made a gesture too swift for me to catch. The villagers fell to their knees. Inspired by the sense of theatre I have often been forced to cultivate, I raised my arms, spread my hands, and gave them my blessing, telling them to be kind to one another and as happy as they could. That is really all the blessing we godlings can ever give, though no doubt the Increate can do much more. 10 strides put the village behind us, though not so far behind that I could not hear the boatwright begin his pounding again, or the children resume their play and their weeping. I asked how much farther it was to wherever Odilo lived. "Not far," my priest said, and pointed. We were walking inland now, climbing a grassy little hill. From the crest we could see the crest of the next, and upon it 3 bowers side by side, decked as my own had been, with twined lupin, purple loosestrife, and white meadow rue. "There," my priest told me, "there the other gods sleep." Appendix. The Miracle of Apu-Punchau. No sort of wonder is more convincing to the primitive mind than one affecting the presumably immutable workings of the heavens. Severian's prolongation of the night, however, may leave less credulous minds puzzling over the ways in which such a marvel might be achieved without a cataclysm greater than that which accompanied the arrival of the new sun. At least 2 plausible explanations could be put forward. Mass hypnosis is invoked by historians to explain all multiply attested wonders that cannot be degraded in any other fashion. But it is something no actual hypnotist offers to produce. If mass hypnosis is discarded, the only alternative appears to be an eclipse in the broadest sense, that is, the passage of some opaque body between the old sun and Earth. In this context it should be noted that the stars seen in the skies of the Commonwealth in winter rise in spring over the stone town, presumably due to the precession of the equinoxes, but that during his prolongation of the night Severian sees his accustomed spring stars. This would seem to favor the second explanation, as does the immediate manifestation of the old sun, already higher than the rooftops, after the capitulation of the autochthons. Nothing, Severian writes, indicates what the opaque body may have been, but the thoughtful reader will find little difficulty in advancing at least one plausible speculation. G.W. End of The Earth of the New Sun by Gene Wolfe. Narrated by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, October 1988. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher. A Tor book, published by Tom Doherty Associates, Incorporated, 49 West 24th Street, New York, New York, 10010.
End of book.